Hello people. So the Python course is complete. I have recorded all the lectures and here are the things I quickly want to share. First thing is to get this book, Python Crash Course by Eric Matthes. And the second thing is to make learning Python a habit. And the thing is that I'm also teaching beginners in the live coaching sessions. As you can see, a person alone faces a lot of problems with a mentor. Uh, a guide can really help. So you can contact me on socials, and I will also add the links in the description.
Hello and welcome to this Python course. First of all, here is my introduction. My name is Hamad. I am an engineer and currently studying machine learning. Now, here are the softwares which I'm going to use and you should install. First one is Python, which you can download from the official website. The second one is the Visual Studio Code. And the third one is Miniconda. There is a official bigger version of the Conda, but I'll be using Miniconda. What Conda does is that it helps us create different environments. So now let's install these things. First of all is the Python. All you have to go is go to the official website. Here is the first link on the website python.org downloads. Click on the download button. Download for Windows Python 3.12. After Python finishes, open the setup and install it, and make sure to check add to path. As I have already installed it, so I'll be not installing it. Now let's get to the Visual Studio that is called VS Code. Here is the logo and here is the first link. Open it and download from here. Here is the download has started and it's downloading now. Here is the setup. Click on next, then click to add to path, next, and install. In this way, you will install the VS Code. That's a software that is Miniconda. Go on Google and type Miniconda 3 or simply Miniconda. Here you'll find the first link that says Miniconda. Open it and you can download the Miniconda by clicking whatever platform you're using, Linux, Mac OS or Windows, and just click here and the download will start. I have already downloaded it. Double click on the setup. Next, I agree. Make sure to check all users and next and install. So after you have installed all the softwares, open the VS Code, create here, and obviously the main one, that is the Python. Start by installing this extension by clicking this icon over here. Here is the extension icon. Okay, so after you have installed the Python, what you're going to do is click on this icon here that says Explore and click to create a new folder, and inside that folder, click on this icon that says New File and name it as my first Python program, and make sure that its extension is set to py, that is for the Python file. Now click here print, write print, parentheses, inverted commas, your name. My name is Hamad. This is mastering Python. And before running your first program, make sure to come to the bottom and select this Conda which we have installed. We'll see base Conda here. Click here, run the program. Hamad is mastering the Python. It's showing 3 times because I ran it earlier. Now we have installed the softwares and I'll be uploading more videos. It will be a complete Python course. So make sure to like video, subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the class 2 of Python course. This class will be studying variables and data types and typecasting. Now in the previous class we have studied, I introduced myself and told you about this skill acquisition matrix to make learning programming or any skill a habit instead of a rushed race. Then we installed the softwares, Python, VS Code, Miniconda, and you wrote your first program by typing a built-in function print, then parentheses, inverted commas, your name, and is mastering Python. On my VS Code screen, I click on run and it shows Hamad is mastering Python. Now you can zoom in out this VS Code window and you can also clear this terminal window, and I'll show you at the end how to do that. Now let's move on to today's contents of the second class. And first of all, we have the comments. Comments are not part of the code, but they are used to describe a line of code. It makes it easier for other programmers to understand your code or you can remind yourself about anything you want to update a code or a part of the code. The code lines are executed in ascending order, means that first this line will be executed, and then secondly this one, and so on. And if we want to keep a part or a line of code, but we don't want to execute it, we use hash for a single line to comment out, or triple commas for multiple lines of code. In this way, the code will still be there, but it will not run. So you have this line of code: print Hamad is mastering Python world. Why I have written Python world? It should be Python. Now if I write second line of code, print hello world, and then write another line of code, comments in Python. So if I run this code, you will see the first line I executed it, Hamad is mastering Python. Second line is hello world, and the third line comments in Python. So if I don't want to run this line of code, what I will do, I'll simply type hash in front of it. It's not running now. If I run it again, you will only see Hamad is mastering Python and comments in Python. As I mentioned earlier, triple commas for multiple lines of code. So if I place 3 commas here and 3 commas in the beginning, it will comment out the whole code. And if I run it now, there's nothing. It's empty space here. So in this way, you can make use of the comments. Now let's move on to the next one. That is the variables. Class 02 underscore variables. And make sure to add the extension, which I did not add, .py. Anyways, the new Python file. Now let's go to the variables. Okay, so what are variables? In Python, a variable is a name assigned to an object, which can be a value, a list, a string, a tuple, or a set. If I have to define it simply, variables are boxes which are used to store data. There is different variable for storing numbers, for storing text data, for storing float data. We'll see in a minute. And variables are used to perform calculations, to import and name the data, and variables are easy to declare in Python. So let's declare our first variable, that is x equals 5. So x is a variable with integer data type. Let's declare another variable. Let's name it y, inverted commas. Now this is string. X equals 5 to store a number. Then y is equal to inverted commas hello to store a text. Now here are some rules for the variables. First of all, use small case letters, such as instead of using data like this, and you know that when you're going to write a huge amount of code, then using this going to be a headache. So instead use this data in this way. Secondly, don't use space, instead use an underscore. For example, if I want to declare, use underscore, like data underscore 1 is equal to rules for variables. The next thing, don't use special characters such as hash, at the rate, or any other sign like a minus sign. Don't use special characters. Like for example, if you see here, I write data like this, it's making it blue, and it's calling some inbuilt function. So don't use special characters. The next one is use numbers in the middle or at the end, not at the start. So if I type like this, it's again going to cause problem. So make sure to not use number at the end. But if I use the number at the end, it is allowing me use it. Okay, the next thing we have is short and descriptive names for the variables. So we have fighter jets like F-86, MiG-15, MiG-17, F-16. So simply type descriptive names so you remember them, such as Jet 1. It showed us a short and descriptive names for your variables. So these are some of the rules for the variables. While declaring, so remember them. Now we'll talk about the data types. Below are the data types in Python that you will use for future operations. And we can check those data types by typing print type and x. So x is equal to 5 gives us the data type for integers. Y is equal to 5.1. This is for floats. Floats means that for the decimal numbers. Z is equal to hello there world, and this will give us a string. A is equal to a list of integers. So this is a list variable. Next on, we have a list of string. So there are multiple names inside a string. So it's a list of strings. If we have numbers like 1, 2, 3, it's a tuple. If we have a string and along with a number, so I took Alex and took its height 5.5. Then William is height 5.8. Then Andrew and its height 5.11. Then it's a dictionary. And if we have a set with these parentheses, and if we have a variable with these parentheses, and 1, 2, 3 the number, then it's called a set which we have studied in the maths. So if I declare this variable, now let's check all of these variables. Now here I have a variable for an integer data type by typing print type x. And if I run the code, it shows us the class is integer. Now let's move on to the next one. We type here y and then run it. It shows us the class is float. The float is because the number is decimal. If we check for the z, it shows the string. Similarly, I'll check for the sets, and here you can see it says set for the d tab. And in this way, make sure to check the other ones such as the tuple, list of string, dictionary by yourself. Now let's talk about another concept that's called typecasting. So it's used for operating two data types. So if we have an integer and a string, then performing a plus 1 and b plus 1 will not execute successfully. Let me show you. Now let's define the two variables. A is equal to 5 and b is also equal to 5. And b is equal to a string. And if I print a plus 1, b plus 1. Now let's run it. And as you can see, it says only concatenate string, not an int. So we have to convert this. In order to do that, what you have to do is type simply print a plus 1, then int b, and then plus 1. Now this will convert our string into an integer. Now let's run it. And as you can see, 6, 6. 6 for this and 6 for this. And this concept is called typecasting. Now as I mentioned earlier, I'll show you how to zoom in out of this. For this, all you have to do, go to File, Preferences, Settings, type here Zoom, and click here. After you check this button, you will be able to zoom in and out. And the second thing was how to clear this window. Like this, I cleared this window. In order to do that, first of all, File, go to Preferences, Keyboard Shortcuts, and type this, Workbench Action Terminal Clear. Once you type this, you will see a plus button along with this. So I have set up it for the Control plus 0 numpad button, and in this way I'm being able to clear this. And now make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the class 3. Welcome back to the Python course. So this is going to be class 3. And it will be about the operators in Python. So in the last class, we have seen the variables and the rules, how to use them. Then we saw the different data types and also the concept of typecasting. So in this class, we will be studying operators. Now let's create a new file by creating this icon, class 3 operators.py. It will create our Python file. In this lecture, we will be studying how we use math operators in Python. And it's a little assignment for you. Go on the internet or any AI chatbot and study which of these rules, PEMDAS, BODMAS, or DMAS, does Python use for calculations. PEMDAS means that parentheses, exponential, multiplication, division, addition, and subtraction. And now let's continue our lecture on the operators. So remember the rules I teach you for the variables. We initialized two variables. Variable 1 Let's take its value 7 and then variable 2, and let's take its value like 4. Arithmetic operators are plus, minus, multiplication, division. This sign is used for the floor division. The floor division is just that it returns the largest possible integer rounding down to the nearest whole number. So if we have an answer that is 3.33, it will give us the answer equal to 3, right? And this exponential operator is going to give us the calculation on to the raised power. So we have 2 static 2, it will give us 4. The percentage sign returns us a remainder value. Now let's calculate all this using these two variables. So I'm going to take this one, paste here. So I've taken variable 1, variable 2 this is a string. So this is a string is equal to, now first we will have this print, and here will the operation take place, and this operation will be the addition of both. Now let's run our program. I made a mistake. Make mistakes and then correct them, in this way you will learn. So where is our answer? 7 plus 4, 11. This is the first operator we use, that is for the plus. Now we will use the second one. Similarly, all the others. There's one thing I would like to mention is that you can select multiple locations by pressing Alt and cursor. Let me show you. We press here, Alt, and here I can remove this and I can replace it by division with both ends. Similarly, I can select here the multiple locations and then I can replace it with static sign. That is used for multiplication. Similarly here. Now if I run the program again, here are the answers. Variable 1 plus 2, 11, minus 3. Multiplication gives us 28 and division gave us 1.75. And similarly, let's test the floor division and exponential as well. So here is the floor division. I have taken the variables again, variable 1, variable 2, and here is the floor division sign, which I taught you earlier. Now if I run the program again, we'll see the answer is 1. Why is that? Because it took this 7 divided by 4. It gives us this 1.75. So the Python rounds it to 1, that is the whole number. Takes place in the Python. Next, we have exponential operator. I took the same line of code and applied the exponential operator. Now let's run the program. So it gives us the answer 2401. So how did it happen? Like 7 raised to the power 4 gives us the same number, 2401. So this is how this multiplies. Next, again, take the same line of code, percentage sign, and let me comment this. Now let's run the program again. So the remainder is 3. So these are the arithmetic operators, right? I think it's all clear. It's nothing. Let me comment this out. Next, we have the assignment operators. This equal sign is used to assign a value, which we learned in the second class, that A assign the value equal to 6. Now what else I can do? So if I use these arithmetic operators to perform the operation on this single variable, this is how I can do that. So I have A is equal to 6, A plus 2, A plus is equal to 2, that will add value 2 to 6. Now let's run our program. As you can see, the answer is 8. Now if I want to multiply the value, I'll add the static sign, it will multiply it. In this way, I can also divide the value. The answer is 3. In this similar way, I can minus the value. 4. Now the value of A was 6. Now it's 4 after the operation. So this operator can be used to change the value of a variable. Okay, next we have comparison and equality operator. So if you see here, there is operator, is not, that double equal sign, and is not equal. So all these operators are used to, and then we have these less than, equal to, greater than equal to. So all these operators are used for either comparison or or the equality. Let me show you an example. So let's take our variables, x and y, right? We have variable x is equal to 9, y is equal to 3. Now if I print x greater than y, it will compare these two values and tell us whether the statement is true or not. So this is telling us that it's true. Why? Because x, the value has 9 and the y has 3. So x is greater than y. And it is giving us the impression that it's true. Now if I change it, well, reverse it. Now if I compare these values, it will give us the answer false. Why? Because x is greater than y, but this expression is telling us if x is smaller than y. So it tells us no, x is not smaller than y. It's false. Now if I check if x is equal to y, so here I got an error. Why? Because I cannot check with the assignment operator. I can only check if the both variables are equal or not by using equal sign twice. So the Python team has installed, so this is how Python uses to compare two variables if they are equal or not by using the equal sign twice. Now if I run the program, again, I will not get the error. I got the answer that it's false. Why? Because these have different values. Now, if I check that x, this sign that says exclamation mark and equal sign. So this tells us that this is not equal to. And if I print this statement, it says that yes, you are true. X is not equal to y. So why we need to use this statement? For example, if we are playing a game, so if we have a game where there is a timer, we can use this condition such that if timer is not over, continue the game. If the timer is there, the game will not end until the timer comes to 0, like a football game. So here we have more operators such as is and is not. So if I check is y, it is saying false. So what does is and equal operator differ at? So checks the identity of the variable. That is x equal to 9. It will check its identity, while the double equal sign checks the value of the operator. So if I print, that is, I'm going to show you in the next example. So now let's check if x is not y. It's saying true. The x is not y because their ID is different. Now how we can check that? Let me show you this example. So if I have x is equal to 9 and y is equal to 3 and I check their IDs, print ID of x, similarly print the ID of y, you will see the ID of x is different from the ID of y. So in this way, the equal and the is operator differ. Why? Because the equal operator checks the value while the is operator checks the identity, which are these numbers. So what if I make them equal? Now if I run it, you will see that it's saying the first statement is false, that is x is y. The reason is, as I mentioned, that is compares the identity, and identity is a unique identifier for each object. But if we see the equal sign, it says that it is true. The reason? Because the value is same. So here is the ID of x, that is 76 at the end, and here's the ID of y, that is 56 at the end. So in this way, is and equal operators differ. Now here is another program that checks the age. So age, integer, then the input function, where I will teach you later on how to use it. So here is another program that checks the age. So I use the input function that takes the value and then performs the calculations, but I will teach you in the future how to use it. I made the age variable, I took the input, then used the condition statement, that is if age is greater than 18, print you are eligible, else you are not eligible. So now let's run the program, enter the age 17, and it says you are not eligible. So this is how we can use the comparison and equality operators. Okay, so the next concept we have, that is the logical operators. In Python, the logical operators are used to combine conditional statements to form more complex conditions. So we have not, that is urinary negation, that is similar to this one which I taught you earlier, not equal to, and that is and, that is conditional and, which we have studied in the gates logic. So and shows that we have two conditions that we need to fulfill, or that is we have two conditions and we have to fulfill one of those conditions. So I would also like to introduce the boolean here. We have seen the false and true statements as output when we run a program. So I have the statements here checking the type for false and true. If I run it, it says that its class is boolean. Let me take you the example of OR and OR. So as I mentioned earlier, for the AND operator, you need both sides to be true. And in this way, the statement will execute in the true. And for the OR operator, we need either one of the sides to be true. So if one side is true, other side is false, it will still run and give us the answer true. And if both sides are false, then only then it will give us the answer false. So here we have our first statement with the AND, where X is double equal to, that is for the checking the if two variables are equal or not, X double equals Z, and X is less than C. If you see X, the value has 9 and the Z value is 3. So as I run the program, it gave us the value false. Why? Because both sides of the AND were not true. Only one side was true and the other side was false. So it gave us the answer false. And I told you the criteria that if you want AND to be true, you need both sides to be true. Now let's check the OR side. In the OR side, as I mentioned earlier, you need only one side to be true on the both side of the OR operator. So in this statement, I have X equal to Z or X less than Y. And if we check the values, X is equal to 3, Z is equal to 3, and Y is equal to 3. So as I ran the program, it gave us the answer true. Why? Because X was equal to the Z. That's a true statement. But if we look on the other side of the OR, that is X less than Y, that is a false statement because X has its value 3 and Y has value 3. So one side was true, other was false, but it still gave us the answer true. So you need only one side in OR to be true to run that statement or run the program. Okay, so now I have an example using the AND operator. I'm using a variable marks and I'm taking an input. So I will teach you in the upcoming lessons how to use and take the inputs. Then I'm using condition statement if, and I will also teach you in the upcoming lessons how to use if and else if. So first condition is if marks are less than 35, then print fail. Else, if marks are 35, between 35 and 50, print pass. And if the marks are between 50 and 70, then print first. So now let's run the program and I entered the value of 51. And it gave us the answer first. Why? Because on the else if statement, between 50 and 70, my value lies and it gave us the first. As I ran the program, I entered 49 and it says passed. If I ran the program again and entered the value 80, then it's going to do nothing because I have set no criteria for that. But the main thing was to understand the AND logical operator. For the AND logical operator, you need both sides to be true in order to execute and give us the answer. So yeah, we studied today operators in Python and your assignment did what rule is being used by the Python. It is PEMDAS, BODMAS, DMAS. We studied the arithmetic operators, we studied the assignment operators, comparison operators, and we finally studied the logical operators. We also studied their examples. And to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 4 of Python crash course.
For this class, you are going to need pip. If you try to install something like pip install pandas and you get error, so in order to fix that, you need to copy this command, that is curl this address and then get pip.py. Copy this, paste here on your command window on your terminal window or your open Anaconda, and make sure that if it's the same environment and also here. So if I check Conda environment list, so as you can see, I have selected ML Python. Make sure to select that one here. You can do this by typing Conda activate machine learning underscore Python. And here you can see this has been activated. You simply paste it here and then run it. This will start happening and this will start the process and pip will be installed. Or you can check your terminal window, paste here and then press enter. It will install it. And let's get back to the class.
So in the last class we studied arithmetic operators, assignment operators, comparison and equality operators, and logical operators. And I also showed you some examples. Now let's get to class 4, and in this class we will be studying modules and pip, more on strings, and user input in Python. What are modules? Modules contain variables or functions. What are functions? Functions are a block of code that can be executed multiple times. The next concept is libraries. What are libraries? Libraries are set of modules. So people who are experts of the industry, they have written line of codes and created functions which are then saved. We can use those functions, those modules in our work to ease and complete our projects by simply installing the libraries. So how you can install a library? You can install a library in Python by typing pip install and library name. For example, pip install pandas. Pandas is a very popular library which I'll talk about in a minute. And if you are using Mac, you have to type pip3 for Mac, so it will be pip3 install pandas. So what is pandas? Pandas, it is a fast, powerful, flexible and easy to use open source data analysis and manipulation tool built on top of Python programming language. So if I go to the official website of the pandas, you will see that a team with years of experience is behind pandas. They define functions and saved in the library, and there are more than 2000 volunteers for this. So if I go to about team, and here you can see more than 2000 volunteers, and here are some more people who are expert in the industry and they have contributed to this. You can also check out a tutorial while getting started with pandas. Let's go and click here getting started, and here is a book and a 10-minute video. It tells about how to use pandas. And finally, you can read a documentation and cheat sheet of this library. So just go and type pandas cheat sheet. Click on the first link, pandas cheat sheet, and here is the pandas cheat sheet which tells us how to use pandas. Here is a method that says bd.melt and gathers two columns into rows, and this way you can look at this cheat sheet and there is lots of useful information. But anyways, let's get back to pandas and install pandas and read an Excel file with it. So in order to install pandas, all you need to do is go to your VS Code and in the terminal window click pip install pandas, and before doing that make sure that your environment is selected where you want to install. Another way to check is go to the start menu, type Miniconda, which I told you how to install, and here you can see my main environment is the base one, so I can check that Conda environment list. Now how did I get to know that Conda environment list will give me these all the environments or rooms which I have created for different type of purposes? You can read Miniconda cheat sheet and that you will know how to create different environments or rooms for different purposes. So I have created a new room that's called ML Python. You can go and type Miniconda cheat sheet, and this is how you can create a new environment, and there are other commands which you can read. So I will simply copy this, open my CMD, paste here, and I will create like deep learning underscore in Python. If I hit enter, it's creating a new environment, or you can say a new room, and asking me if you want to create or not. I clicked on yes, and now if I check Conda environment list, you will see it says I have a base room, I have a deep learning room, and a machine learning room. So I will activate Conda activate ml underscore python room, and there I can install pip install pandas, and if I click and enter, it has already installed it. In this way you can install it just by going to your VS Code and typing here pip install pandas, and make sure the room which you want to install it, you can install in base, you can create a new room and there you can install it, or you can come to your cmd miniconda command prompt and there you can write pip install pandas, and in this way you will be able to install this library. Now how I have selected this environment in my VS Code, you if you see in the bottom here you will be able to see my deep learning room which I just created, my old room that is called machine learning Python, and the base one. Here's the base one. So I have selected my machine learning one, and here I can install pandas, and as I just checked it has already installed it. In a similar way I can install multiple other libraries by typing pip install numpy, matplotlib, scipy, and seaborn. If I click enter, it will say that I have already installed this. So in this way you can install multiple important libraries which I have also written here: matplot, numpy, seaborn, scipy, and stats models. So our task was to read a file. In order to read a file, just go in this link or download any other Excel file, as I have already downloaded it, which I have in my folder class 4, and here is the example file. Now first of all I will import my pandas library. Import pandas, and here you can just simply type import pandas and then continue to the reading the file, or you can name pandas as something such as name pandas as pd, import pandas as pd, and then you import this file into your VS Code editor by initializing a variable df is equal to pd or pandas. If you have not named it pd, I named it pd because this is the industry name, or you can say short name for the pandas. And then I'm going to use read excel into double commas. What's the file name? File name is file underscore example underscore xls 10 dot xls. You can rename this file. For example, I can just simply rename it to like file example, right? Just don't remove the extension that says xls. So if I come here and remove all this part, I will still be able to run. And now if I print df and run my program, you will see here is the file which I just read using the pandas library. So this is how you can use pip to install libraries and use them. And I introduced you about the pandas library by going to their official website. In this way, whatever library you are using in the future when you become expert or you climb the ladder to being an expert, just go to the library's official website and try to gather information about it, and this will really help you in getting started. Okay, the next thing is importing attributes from the libraries. So I have imported this. Let me comment this out. Now if I import math from pandas, so now I'll be using print math dot, and now an attribute such as square root. Don't forget, so I used math, I entered dot, this gave us this method, that's the square root. And here if I type 16 and then press the run button, and here you can see it is giving me 4. There was a minor mistake that I made earlier, that was from pandas. You don't need to write this, just simply import math and then print math.square root. In this way you can import multiple attributes such as import sqrt and log. So this is how you can import multiple attributes all at once. And there is one more thing that I would like to mention, that if you are using pandas, and there is one more thing I would like to mention is that attributes can exist in multiple libraries. For example, this square root attribute can also exist in pandas, numpy. So if I import numpy as np and then use np dot square root,
and then I enter, let's say, 36 and print it, you'll see that it works. 6. So this is how you can import the attributes. And secondly, attributes can be present in different libraries. Same attributes can be present in different libraries. Now the next concept is about strings. I'll talk about more about strings. So let me comment all of this. So the first thing I would like to mention is how you can create a string. You can use one comma, double comma, and three commas. So if I have a string 1 equal to using single commas, then you can also use double commas like this. And the third type is string 3, where you use three commas. Okay, so the difference between these two and the third one is that you can write multiple line here. So if I write line 2, line 3, and similarly line 4. So in this way, how you can initialize a string. So if I run and print all these strings, first of all, let me print string 1 and string 2. You will see that now if I print both of these strings, you will see that both are printed. But if I print string 3, you will see that all of these lines, multiple lines of code can be printed and used. So these are the three ways by which you can use and initialize strings. Now let me comment this out, and let's take this first string and talk about the next concept, that is indexing. So for indexing, the starting number is 0 from the left and minus from the right, and in this way you can extract characters from the string, such that if I write print and string 1, and in that I type like 4, so it should give us 1 2 3 4 G. It should give us G, and here you can see G. But if you see here, the G is the fifth character in our day-to-day life counting. So 1 2 3 4 and fifth one. But in Python, the indexing or the counting start from 0. So you will be, so if we have to assign the numbers, U will be 0, not 1. Similarly, S will be 1, I will be 3, I will be 2, N will be 3, and G will be 4. So if I have to import whole word, the word using, I'll have to use from 0 to 4, and you can see the word using, right? And here's the another thing, it will exclude the fourth one. So the reason is not that this is the numbering like 0 1 2 3 4. The reason, if you want to extract certain characters from the string, it will exclude the last one, such that if I write -1 here, it will exclude this one, the comma, as you can see here, using single com, and it excluded the last word. So this is how you can extract words or characters from a string, but it will exclude the last one. Because if you want to write the whole, you will simply print this string, right? And if you want this whole word, which I was trying to print earlier, all you have to do is write one extra. So I will use this space, and now it will print the using. If I write 6 here, sorry 7 here, it will not print the single but till the S. So using S. So in this way you can print the whole string or extract some certain part of the string. So the main thing was to introduce you about the indexing, that the counting starts from 0 and till the end point. Okay, the next concept is that strings are immutable, which means that you cannot change the value of the string. Even if you add something to a string, then it will create a new object or the new memory address, and it will not be the same string as mentioned earlier. As if we have a variable where we have integers or numbers, we can add something to it, and its address will remain same, the variable will remain same. But in case of strings, it's not like that. Such that if I have a string 1 and I choose its support like say 5, right, and I add something to it like plus Hamad, I'm using fifth location, that is this one, 0 1 2 3 4, that is this one.
I'm trying to add in this space. If I run the program, it will give me an error. Okay, if I simply just comma this, I said type error, string object does not support item assignment. Secondly, if I have a string such that I'm trying to add something to it, so if I comment this out and check ID of the string one and print it, you'll see that it's showing me this ID 152 at the end. But if now I change the value, its value is changed, and now if I check its address, you'll see that it's not the same, because last time it was 152 and now it's 048. So you cannot change the value of the string. Even if it allows you to add something to the string, it will have to create a new address and create a new object for the string, and in this way it's not the same string which you have created earlier. So the strings are immutable, mean you cannot change anything in there, but you can add something to it. Okay, now let's move on to the next concept, that is methods in string. And there are so if I write string one dot, so these are lots and lots of methods, and you will learn about these methods as you make projects, as you progress, as you use these. So I do not force on memorizing this, but just try to test some of these on your own so that you get to know some of these methods. So if I use the capitalize, and don't forget to add parentheses whenever you use a method, because some of them will ask what change you want to make. And now if I print it, you will see that the capitalize return the version of the string, more specifically making the first character have uppercase and the rest lowercase. Now if I run this program, you will see that the using single commas u is now capital. Sorry, I forgot to, I already made it. So if I make this small case and run it, you will see that it's now the capitalize. In this way you can test other methods, such that if I use dot and count how many times the letter s has occurred in my string and print it, you'll see it says 2 times the s has occurred. How? First of all, s is here, and then secondly s is here, so it's giving us 2 times. Let's test another method. That so if I check string 1 is lower, which means that if the case of this string is lower or uppercase, it should say true, because all the letters are lowercase, and here it says true. So there are lots of other methods which you will be using in the future project, so make sure to go and read about this. And if you have any questions, you can come to this AI chat box and ask any questions to this, and it will assist you. So these are the things which I thought that I should tell you more on strings, that using the number of commas, indexing, strings are immutable, and methods in strings which you will make use of in the future projects. Now there is another concept that is the final for this class, that is user input in Python. So what is this user input in Python? So if you want to run a program that takes some data from the user and then performs the operations, then this is how you take the information or data from the user, such that name is equal to input and parentheses. Now if I print the name and run my program, you see it's asking me for something. So if I say Hamad, it has printed the word Hamad. So let's make it more understandable. If I enter your name, right, and semicolon, and now if I run the program, it's asking me enter your name. My name is Hamad, right? I've now enter, it's giving me Hamad. So this is how you can take input from the user, and it has a string type. If you want to make it to integer, then you'll have to do the typecasting. So now let's make a program. Here is another thing which I would like to mention, that is a good programmer writes what to do. So here is our question one.
write a program to take an input number and add a number to it, then print it. So let's take a number. Here is our number 1 is equal to, let's say we have class 4, and number 2, that is our next class will be class 5. So let's take input for the number 1, input integer, input, enter your number, right? Similarly, I will use for the second number, enter your second number. Now number 3 will be equal to number 1 plus number 2, and then we will print number 3, right? So our program was to take an input number and add a number to it and then print it. So I can do two things here. I took two numbers for the input and then adding those two numbers, right? So I made it fully dependent on the user. So if I run the program, I enter my first number, that is our today's class, that is class 4, and our second number is our next class, that is class 5. So if I enter class 5 and then press enter, so it's giving us the answer 9. How? It took the number 1, took the number 2, then added those numbers, then printed it. So this is how we made our first program by using the user input. And now we will move to the next one. Let me comment this out by pressing Ctrl and / program 2. Let's read what our program says. Write a program to get the names of two persons, then display which one is older or younger. So let's take person 1, or I should say name 1 is equal to, so we'll take the input name for the first person, that is input enter your name person 1. For age, I'll have to take the age as well, int parenthesis input parenthesis enter your age. I'm going to repeat the same steps for the next person, that is name 2, input enter your name person 2. I made a mistake here, let me correct this. This is going to be h1, this is going to be h2. Int input enter your age, that should be enough. Enter your age, enter your, yep, that should be enough. Now what I need to do next is, now I'll have to use the condition statements. I will teach you about the condition statements later on, but just understand this program and you will get to learn them later on. If, as the code is already shown us by the codium, if age is greater than age 2, then print us person 1 is older, right? Else if print person 2 is older. Okay, else and this, and if I run the program, it's asking me the name of the first person. Let's take its name Alex. Its age 27. Person 2 William, age 24. Enter, and here it says person 1 is older. Obviously this is going to be the Alex, that is person 1. So our program was write a program to get the names and ages of two persons, then display which one is older or younger. So I chose the older one, and this is how our program is working absolutely fine, because person 1, his name is Alex, age is 27, which is greater than the person 2, that is William, and age is 24. So our program is running successfully. Another example of taking input and running your program. Now I'll use another program, that is to take name, weight and height and calculate the BMI. So again, first of all, name, input, enter your name, then weight equal to int, as is going to be a number, or you can say float, input, enter your weight. Similarly, I'll take height. Okay, so I just replace it, enter your height in centimeters. And now I'll use the formula for the body mass index. So BMI is equal to weight divided by height, double static 2 parentheses, and now I'm going to print the person simply, and then I'm going to print here the name. The next thing is going to be another string. Your BMI is BMI. Now if I run the program, take Andrew, his weight is 80 kilos, his height is almost 2 meters. The person Andrew, your BMI is 20. So this is how you can, this is not in centimeters, it's in meters. So again, Andrew, weight 80 kilos, your height almost 2 meters, and yeah, again 20. So this is the person, and your BMI is 20. So try to make a body mass index which calculates your BMI using height in centimeters, and this program can be extended and make a lot better, such as if you are underweight, overweight, or you're healthy. But this is a simple program to teach you how to take user input and perform operations. So in this class we studied modules and pip in Python, how you can use your terminal window or Miniconda to install libraries and modules. Then you studied about libraries and some how to install multiple libraries all at once. You studied about attributes, and same attributes can be present in different libraries. The next thing I told you is about strings, that number of inverted commas up to 3 for 3 different type of strings, how indexing works in string, and strings are immutables. And also I told you about methods in string, which you can test on your own. You can use that black box chatbot AI or any other AI chatbot to understand those methods, and you will learn them while making projects. And the next thing I taught you is about taking user input, and I taught you how to make 3D programs and take inputs. Yeah, that's it from me. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class.
Welcome to the class 5 of Python crash course. In the last class we studied pip modules and libraries, and I told you how to install libraries. The next thing we studied some more things about strings, and the third topic was about taking user input in Python. And I created 3 programs which helped us understand how to take input from the user, and I also gave you a small assignment on the program 3, that create a BMI calculator by taking height in centimeters. So all you had to do was divide the height squared and by 100. So now in today's class we'll be studying lists and list methods. So what are lists? A list is a data structure in Python that is a mutable or changeable ordered sequence of elements. Each element or value that is inside of a list is called an item. Just as strings are defined as characters between two quotes, lists are defined by having values between square brackets. Lists are really important and they are widely used. They are heterogeneous collection as they can accumulate different type of data types. So let's create our first list. Copy and paste here. So if you see here, I've created a heterogeneous list which have a different type of data types. We have integer, a string, a float, boolean, another list, a dictionary, another a dictionary, nan type, and a complex number. Okay, the thing which is important here is that lists are mutable and can be changed, unlike strings. For example, if I have a string, let me rename our heterogeneous list to simply list1. So we have a list, and let's create a string. So I have a string1 that is equal to my string. Now if I take my list and select a value from it, let's take 2. So as I mentioned in the previous class, the indexing starts by taking first element and giving it a number 0. The second one will be 1, third one will be 2. So in our day-to-day life, we start counting from 1, but in Python, we start from 0 and go up in the ascending order. So if I take my list and change its first item to a different one, I will be able to do so. But in case of strings, I cannot do that. Let's print, and as you can see, it's 2 here instead of 1, which was earlier. But I cannot do this with my string. So if I take string 1, first of all, let me print its value. It says m because my my and the m is the first item. And if I try to change it, I cannot do that. Let's change it to n, make it ni instead of my. And if I print it, you see it's giving me an error. Expression cannot contain assignment. Perhaps you mean double equal. So this shows that I cannot change an item in my string, but I can do that in my list. So this shows that lists are mutable, mean they can be changed, their items can be changed. Further, I can access a single item from my list. So if I want to access last item from my list, I'll simply type print the name of my list and enter -1. This will give us the last item of my list, that is 3 plus 4j. That's a complex number. In this way, I can access any other item. Let's say I want to access true, which is a boolean item. I'll have to type 3. Why? 0, 1, 2, 3. Yes, because 3 is its location is 3. Print list 1, location 3, and it's giving us the boolean expression that is true. And even if I try to check its type, it will give us its type. Now if you see, it will give us the type of this list item. It says class boolean. So these are the two things which we learned today, that lists are mutable, mean that you can change the item of the list, and indexing, that in order to access the items of a list, you will start from 0 and enter the number of the item you want to access. Now next thing are the methods in lists. List methods. So I mentioned that lists are very important because they are widely used. So I have this list called the list one, which I will copy, comment out, and then paste here. Then I'll use this method that's called append. So I'll type list one dot and append. What append does, that it allows us to add new items into the list. So if I add new item and then print my, it will do so and print the item. And here as you see at the end there is a new item, a string. In this way I can add a integer as well. So if I type 8 then run, here you can see there is an integer called 8. Similarly, I can add a complex number, a boolean class, or a dictionary as well. Okay, the next method that we have, that is called, there is another thing that I would like to mention, that is you can add another list within a list. So I have list one dot append, and here I can add another list. For example, I can add a string such as new, then I can add an integer, let's name it 286, and then a boolean such as false. So now if I run my program, you will see a new has been added. That is, you can see that there is a new list within a list. First item is a string, second item is an integer, and the third one is boolean class. Now I can also access this by typing a list using these brackets and writing the index number of my newly added list. What's that? Let's count it. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So I'll type 8, and what I want to access next. So I want to access this integer number, that is 286. So I will add 1, because 0 will be for the string that's new, and 1 will be assigned to this integer that's on the second number if we are counting in our day-to-day life. Now if I print this, print list one, you will see we'll see on the screen the integer that we are trying to access, that is this. So it first access this list, then it went to within this list and access this number. So here you can see 286. So this is another use of the append method. Let me comment this out. Now let's move on to the next, that is count. By using count, I can count an integer within a number. So let's see if we have 1, and if I print this value,
and you will see that 1 has only appeared once in my whole string, and it will show us 1. Oh, so it has occurred twice, where 1 is here and 1 is here as well. So if I add more 1 into this, then surely our print will change. So if I check now, we'll see the 1 has appeared 6 times. So this is how we can use count method to count a specific item, the occurrence of specific item into our list. Okay, now let's move on to the next method, that is extend. Now extend allows us to add, it takes two arguments and allows us to extend our list. List1 dot extend. Then if I write this and type new inside, then this new will be added iteratively, mean that each character of my string will be added separately. Run. Oops, an error, it was supposed to be extend. Okay, and then I print it. You will see that each item is added iteratively, N, E and W. And I should remove this, and then if I run the program, you see that each item is added iteratively. In this way the extend item works.
Let's talk about the pop method. So what pop method does is that it removes the last item from your list. As you can see, we have none as our last item now, but previously it was a complex number. Now let's talk about the next method, that is the insert. List1.insert. What this does, it takes two arguments. So first one will be the position where I want to add the new item, and second one will be the item. It can be a string, an integer, or a boolean. Now let's move on to the next method, that is remove. So similarly, we will use list.remove, and inside the parentheses we will place the item that we want to remove. So if we want to remove this dictionary, what I will do, I will copy this and paste it inside and then run it. And here you can see the dictionary which I pasted has been removed. Now now we have sum, length and max. So let's talk about the length first. What length does, it counts all the elements of our list and prints the number. So we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total elements in our list. So it printed their number. And the next is sum. So it gave us error. Why? Because in order to use sum, all the elements of our list should be homogeneous. Mean if we have integers, then it is going to sum that. But in case of our list, it's a heterogeneous list. We have dictionaries, a complex number, boolean, none, and integers. But now if I have created a new list and then look at sum, and we have a total sum that is equal to 28. Now we're going to use max. What max does is that it gives us the maximum number that is present in our list. So here you can see the 6 is the maximum number. So in this way, we can use multiple methods in lists, and here are more methods which you should try on your own and see what they do. We have clause, clear, copy, append, and lots of more. You can also use this AI chatbot to answer your queries if you have any.
Okay, the next concept is tuples. Tuples and tuple methods. A tuple looks just like a list, except you use parentheses instead of square brackets. Once you define a tuple, you can access individual elements by using each item's index, just as you would for a list. But the main thing is that tuples are immutable. So let's create a tuple. Tuple 1 is equal to parentheses and 4.23, 5, 6.45, 7, 8.65. So this is a tuple right here, but you cannot change a tuple just like we can change a list. So if I access tuple 1, tuple, let's see, I want to access this 6.45. So from the index, this is 0, 1 and 2, number 2, right? And if I print it, you will see it will show us 6.45. Here you can see. Now if I change this value to something, let's see, I want to change it to 9, but it will give us the error. Why? Because tuple object does not support item assignment.
So this shows that the tuple is immutable. Now let's try some method. So if I type tuple 1 dot count parenthesis, and if I say that how many times the 7 has occurred, then it will show us that only once the 7 has occurred. So if I print this statement, the answer should be 1, and here it says 1. Now let's change it a little bit. If I add 7 one more time and then I run my program, it's saying 2. Now if I add another 7, it says 3. Now if I add another, and in this way I can keep on increasing, and this method counts the presence of a certain integer. Now I showed you the indexing. Indexing is like accessing an element of the tuple. So if I want to access the 8.65, I'll have to just count 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So if I type here 4, it will print us 8.45. Print position 4 of the tuple, and it will give us 8.65. The next thing is the slicing. So I can just extract a certain amount of the tuple items. So if I type tuple and I start from third position, that will be 2, and I go to the, let's say, fifth position, then we will have from 6.45 to 7, right? Yes, it should be like this. So I didn't print it, so I write print. I didn't type tuple 1. So print tuple 1 2 to 5 is giving us from 6.45 to 7 and then 8.65. So in this way you can slice a tuple. I can also check the length of my tuple by typing tuple 1 and then print it. This is going to be small case and then print it. Then the length, we have 8 items in my tuple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 items in my tuple, and this is how you can use the length. In this way I can also concatenate my tuple. So I have this tuple and I add tuple, I created tuple 2 and parentheses, and if I just write odd numbers 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. Now if I type print tuple 1 plus tuple 2, then I'll be able to concatenate tuple 1 and tuple 2. In this way I can also multiply my tuple. So if I type tuple 1 static 4 and then print this statement, you will be able to multiply a tuple. Print, and here you can see that it has not changed the value. For example, it did not change the value, but instead it created 4 different tuples within a tuple. So from 4.23 to 7 once, then again 4.23 to 7 twice, thrice, and in this way tetra 4 times. And you can also check the membership. So if I type that print is 7 in tuple 1, it should say true because 7 is available in this tuple and it says true. But what if I type something like I am checking 56 in tuple 1, and it should say false. So in this way you can check the tuple. The main thing you need to remember about the tuples is that you use parentheses, and secondly the tuples are immutable. And here are some methods. You can check the methods by yourself by typing tuple dot, and here are the 2 methods, and there are something more. So in today's class we studied list and list methods. I told you the definition, that it uses the square brackets to initialize a list. Then I showed you some methods of the list and asked you to try some on your own using the AI chatbot that I told you how to install. You can use any chatbot available on the internet: ChatGPT, Google Gemini, Copilot, Cloud, Grok, whatever you feel comfortable with. And the secondly, I told you about the tuples. The definition of tuples, that you need parentheses, and the second important thing, that tuple are immutable. Then I also showed you some methods of the tuple. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 6 of the Python crash course. In the last class we studied lists and list methods and tuples. In this class, we'll be studying sets and dictionaries. So, what are sets? A set is an unordered collection data type that is iterable, mutable, and has no duplicate items or elements. Python's set class represents as the mathematical notion of a set. This is based on a data structure known as hash table. So, let's create our first set then. So in order to create a set, you can start by writing its name. I'm giving it set1, and you need these parentheses and add the value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now this is how you create a set. There is another way how to create a set, but let's run this one and print its value. And here you can see it's a set. Now if I check its type, its class is a set. So this is how you initialize a set. Now the second way to initialize a set is, this is how. Set2 is equal to set small parentheses 1, 2, 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, and 11. Now if I check its class, you will see that it's also set. Oops, I made an error. So the issue is that I didn't add square brackets. So you need to add square brackets in order to initialize the set in this way. I named it set2, then I use this set function, these small parentheses, and then these square brackets, and inside I placed my values, and this is how you can initialize a set in the second way. Now if I run it, you will say its class is set. So these are the two ways to initialize a set. Now there is another thing I would like to mention, that is, what if we have an empty set? Then how we initialize an empty set? Because this is not a set, it's a dictionary. Print type A. So it should be a set, right? It should be an empty set, but this is not the case. When I check its class, it shows that it's a dictionary, which is our next topic that I'll be teaching you. That is also widely used. So how do we initialize an empty set? So in order to initialize the empty set, we have to use the second method. So set3, that is going to be empty, so you're going to set parentheses, square brackets, and now if I check its type, set3, you will see that its class is set. So this is how you can initialize a set. Here is the method 1, here is the method 2. Now let's dissect the next thing, that is similar to the list, but it's not scriptable. So the sets are not scriptable. What is that supposed to mean? That means that in list we can access a certain part of a list. So for example, if I have a list like this, and if I access list 1 into 5 and then print it, as you can see, I'm being able to access the numbers 6th position in my list, that is name John. So this is the set within a list that I'm being able to access by using the indexes, but in the case of sets I cannot do that. So if I type set1 and type 2 position and I print it, then it will give me an error saying that the sets are not scriptable, as you can see. So this is the second thing, that sets are not scriptable. The next thing is check whether it returns a new set or changes the original one. Using the set methods, here are the set methods: add, clear, copy, difference, update, intersection of that. You will have to see that which one creates a new set after performing the methods operation, or which one changes the original set and give us that. So I mentioned the two things that you need to remember, that if I use one of these methods, will it change my set or will it give us a new set? So let's see. So if I am using set1 and set2, set1 dot union, right, with the set2, it should give us from 1 to 6 all the numbers, and then 9, 7, 9, and 11. And if I print this value, here you can see from 1 to 6 all the numbers, and then 7. This is how you can take the union of our sets. So does it change our set or return? Yes, it returns the union of a set as a new set. So this
is a new set, right? It did not change these two sets but gave us a new set. Now let's check another method, right? If I copy this, paste it, let's say take intersection of these sets. Now if I print it, here is the intersection. Intersection is the common elements between the both sets. So 1, 3, 5. 1, 3, 5. These are the elements which are common in both sets, so that's why it has given us a new set. It did not change the original ones. Now let's test another method. So if we apply the method set1 difference from the set2, you will see that it will give us the elements of the set1 which are not present in the set2. So 2, 6, 4, 2, 4, 6, which are the even numbers, and these are not present in our set2. That consists of odd numbers. That is 2, 4, 6. So let's test another method. That is pop. Let's try using pop. It will remove any arbitrary number from our set. But whenever I have tested it, it removes the first one. So let's see how it goes. Yep, it removed the first one, but it is supposed to be removing any arbitraries. You can also test it on your own. Now let's test another method, that is add. Set1 dot add. Okay, set1 dot add. Now I'll have to add something. So if I add a number such as 6, 7, 8, 9, and 2, so it will add these number into our set. And then if I try to print my set, print set1, then it should give us this number in our set1. And here you can see 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this number. So this is how you can use different methods. So this is how you can initialize set, and empty set with these brackets is a dictionary. It is similar to the list, but it's not scriptable, mean you cannot access certain items. There are no duplicate items in a set, so I didn't show this one. I'll show you in a second. You need to check whether it returns a new set or changes the original one. By testing different methods, I show you union, intersection, difference, pop, and add. In union, intersection, and difference, it gave us a new set, while in pop and add, it changed our original set. Now let's see this one. There are no duplicate items. So if I choose set 4 and add something like 1, 1, 2, 3, 4 repetitive numbers, right? So it should give us only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not these repetitive values. Print set4 should not give us these repetitive values. So here you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The set exclude the repetitive values and gives us these values which are by making them occurring once. So this was all about the sets. Okay, so our next topic are dictionaries. A dictionary is a collection which is unordered, changeable, indexed. In Python, dictionaries are written with curly brackets and they have keys and values. So let's create our dictionary. So here is my dictionary 1, that is equal to parentheses. And now the dictionary has two things, keys and values. So if I'm taking, for example, a key, let's say it's jet1 inverted comma is equal to, and these columns again inverted commas, F16. So this is how you create a dictionary. Now if I check it, it should give its class as dictionary, type dictionary1. Now if I run it, it says the class is dictionary. So we have created our first dictionary. Now let's add more. Let's create a bigger one. So I take dictionary2 equals to these brackets. I take this value, add it here, then add another value, another key. Let's name this jet as Mirage 2000. Then add another key, that is jet3, and name it as F22, and so on. So in the sets are not scriptable, while the dictionary, strings, and the list are scriptable. So let's see using the indexing. So if I use DC2 and type here 2, it should give us error, right? Key error 2.
So like sets in the dictionaries also don't suppose index axing or printing. So just like sets, the in dictionaries we cannot access a certain part of a dictionary. Let me show you. Say if I type this dictionary 2 and try to access its elements, let's say this second element, right? And if I print it, it will give us the error. Here you can see it giving us the error key 1. But you can add certain items and perform different methods on the dictionaries. And there are some more things such as the nested dictionaries, because dictionaries are really important and you will use them in for different types of data in the future projects. So we can add using indexing, right? So if I use, okay, so in order to index or enter a certain part of a dictionary, this is how you can do it. So if I type jet2 and then print it, so dictionary 2 square brackets the key value, that is the jet2, it should give us mirage 2000, and here you can see it is giving us mirage 2000. So this is how you can access a dictionary. Let's try the nested dictionary first. So if I have another dictionary such as dictionary 3 and I add some more into it, such as let's add more jets. Jet 4 is equal to, let's say, Sukhoi 35 Su-30. Let's add another jet, Jet 5 Rafale, Jet 4 Su-30 and Jet 5 Rafale. So now if I take dictionary 2, take all the previous values and then add X jets is equal to dictionary 3, right? And then if I print my dictionary 2, you'll see that it has given us a new one, jet 1, jet 2, jet 3, X jet, and it has given us a dictionary within a dictionary. So that shows us a nested dictionary. This is how we can do this. We can create nested dictionaries. Now let's move on to the methods. Set default, values pop, and there are lots of methods. So if I take dictionary 3 dot and use the set default. So what the set default does, set default will add a new key into our dictionary, and if the key is already present, it will return us the same value. So if I add jet 6, right, and in its place I write such as j10, so instead of using those commas, I'll be columns, you need to use this comma and then I run it. It is giving us that jet 4, jet 5, and here is our 6th jet, j10c. So this is how you can add a new item to your already existing dictionary. Now let's try another method. dct, the dictionary, third dictionary dot, if I use such as the values and then print it, and here you can see the dictionary values or the third dictionary it's showing is Su-30 and Raphael, right? So this is how you can only see the values of your dictionary. Remember that there are no keys, only the values which are on the right side of this column. So jet 4 is the key, here is Su-30 the value which it printed it here. Jet 5 is the key and Raphael is the value which it printed here, and there is supposed to be colon here which I missed. So here is the key, here is the value, and here is the value, here is the value. Now let's move to another method. Dictionary 3 dot pop. Let's see what it does. So the pop one remove specified key and return the corresponding value. So if I want to remove jet 4, right, from my dictionary, it should remove the jet 4, that is Su-30, and then our value should only have jet 5, that is the Raphael. And here you can see only one jet is left because it removed this one because I mentioned it. And if I change these values, then this one will be removed, that is the Rafale, and Su-30 will be print here. And here you can see Su-30 is here. Dictionary 3 dot pop item. So what this does, it removes any arbitrary or random number, a random value from your dictionary. So if I apply this method and then print my dictionary, you will see that it will remove the, as you can see, the last item. So it removes this error. So I just read that it removes the last one in the current update, but it's better that you use the Python documentation to learn more about this method, that what they do. As you can see, pop item, and it converts and returns a tuple. So it's better to read what these methods do. So let's try another method. Dictionary 3 dot copy, apply here, and this will create a copy of our older dictionary. So I'll name it dictionary 3 copy is equal to this, and print it. If I print my dictionary 3 copy, here you can see it gives us the exact same dictionary. So you can perform operation on this. You can remove and add values from this copied one, and it will not affect the original one, and you will have the original one safe, and for operation you can use the copy one. So go on the Python documentation, read more about these methods, which are such as, go on the Python documentation and read about this method. So this was all about dictionaries and sets. Just go on, check the methods, how initialize your own sets and dictionaries, and make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 7 of the Python course. In the last class, we studied sets and dictionaries, where I defined sets and I also showed their methods. Same for the dictionaries. I showed you some examples of the methods. And here is a summary chart of the difference between lists, tuples, sets, and dictionaries. We have order in the lists in tuples, but there is no order in the sets. In case of dictionaries, we have the order in Python 3.7 and later updates. Mutability. Mutability means whether you can change the items. In case of lists, we can do that. For the tuples, we cannot change its items. We can change sets items, and we can also change dictionaries items. Duplicate items. Yes, lists can have duplicate items. Tuples can have duplicate items, but sets cannot have. And same for the dictionaries. We can have duplicate values, but we cannot have duplicate keys. In case of the next thing is the access, that you cannot access sets using index, but you can access lists and tuple items. But in case of dictionaries, you can only access using the key. So these are the 4 things which you should keep in mind. Alright, so today's class I'll begin with an introduction of indentation. So what is indentation is that you use 4 spaces per indentation level. Using 4 spaces improves readability while leaving room for multiple levels of indentation on each line. So when you will be writing code and you will make use of if-else statements, while loops, for loops, then you are going to need to use 4 spaces after entering the body of the loops. So I'll show you in the use of indentation with if-else statements. So for that, first let's read what are the if-else statements. So programming often involves examining of a set of conditions and deciding which action to take based on those conditions. Python's if statement allows you to examine the current position of a program and respond appropriately to that state. So if we are writing a line of code and we have a condition that we need to check, that if a condition is fulfilled, this task will be executed. For example, if a person enters to quit a program, the program will quit. That is our first condition. The second condition, if the person says no, the program will not quit. So we will write if our condition, then block of code. If this condition is not met, for example, person said no, I don't want to quit, then this condition will be executed. That is else. That is program will keep on running. So let me show you how we can make use of the if else statement. So for that, let's take a variable x and take its value in integers from the user. So I'll take int input, enter your name, and same I'm going to do for the second variable, that is y, int input, enter your second number,
And now I will use the if else condition. So for using the if else condition, first of all, you are going to use the function if, and then we will write our condition. Here I will check whether x is greater or y. So we write if x is greater than y, then you are going to execute this line of code. So before writing the code, you see that the VS Code already added 4 spaces here. So this is what the indentation is all about. So if I want to write the code, I need to add 4 spaces: 1, 2, 3, 4. And here I will write my code that says that if x is greater than y, print x is greater than y. Alright, but what if the x is not greater than y? Then you are going to write else. You are going to run this line of code that print y is a greater number, or y is greater than x. Y is greater than x. So we have if, we have else, and now if I run my program and enter my first number, that is going to be 7, and then I'm going to enter my second number, that is going to be 5. If I enter, it says x is greater than y. So I run the program. I gave my first number, that is 7. I gave my second number, that is 5. Obviously 7 is greater than 5. So it checked this condition, it entered this line of code and printed the line x is greater than y. But what if I do the opposite? 5 first and then give the y 7. Enter. It says y is greater than, so it should be y is greater than x. Now here I can add another thing that is called else if statement. So if you want to write multiple more conditions, you are going to use else if. So for that, I'm going to check what if x is equal to y. Then you are going to execute this statement, that is print x and y are equal numbers. Now if I print it and enter 7, it says x and y are equal numbers. So this is how we can make use of if, else statements and indentation. Now let me give you more examples. Age checker using if else statement. So we're going to check age. Checking age, program 1. So for this, first of all, I'm going to take age as input. Int input, and then I'm going to type enter your age. Alright. So I will give it the condition if age is greater than equal to 18, print the statement that you are eligible to, let's say, drive. And now we are going to add another condition that where we will obviously use else if, that if age is less than 18, print the statement you are underage. Then we are going to use another condition, that is else if age is greater than or equal to 50, you will print you are senior citizen. And at the end, we are going to print the statement program ends. But I need to add another thing, that is if age is 50 and age is less than, you can say 60. Let me make it 60 and then run it and give it 57. It says you are eligible to draw. Now if I type 65 and it says you are senior citizen and program ends. So this is how we can make use of if else statement. Alright, now let's move on to the second program. It's similar to the first one, but there is use of the logic operator. So if I take age similar to the previous one, I will take age as an input, and then I'm going to make the first condition that if my age is less than 18, then we're going to print you are underage. Second condition is age is less than 13, then it should print you are too young. The next thing is else if statement, that is going to check that else if age is greater than 18 and age is less than equal to 45, then print, then you type adult citizen. The next thing is else if age is greater than 45 and age is less than 50, then you are going to print senior citizen. And at the end, we are going to print else, print most
senior citizen. If I run the program, so these I have designed myself. You can make logic on your own, but the main thing is I've used nested if-else statement. So I have a if statement here, then another if statement here. Then I use else if, and else. Now if I run my program and enter here 17, right? It says you are underage. If I type age 12, it says you are underage and you are too young. First of all, this condition was checked, then this message was printed. Then it kept on checking the second condition, that was if age is less than 13, then you are going to print you are too young. So we have both the messages here. So if I run my program again and type here 46 and enter, it says senior citizen. Alright, let's move on to the next program. Alright, so our next question is accept 3 numbers from the user and display the second largest number. Alright, program 3, second largest number. Alright, for this we are going to take 3 user inputs for the number 1, number 2, number 3, and then we are going to create if-else statements. We will compare all the 3 numbers and we will have three different cases. So first of all, I'm going to take the number 1 input, int input, enter your number. Similar, enter your first number. And now we're going to use the similar break for the second and third number. We have number 2, number 3, second number, third number. Now I will create our first condition, that if number 1 is greater than number 2 and number 1 is greater than number 3, then you are going to check another condition, that is if number 2 is greater than number 3, we're going to print number 2 is the second largest number. Then we also print the number that is number 2, right? And then we're going to print else, print num3 is the second largest number, that is num2. We're going to print the number. Right, so we have made our first conditions using the number 1. Now in the same way, we will check for number 2 and number 3. So what it will do, so we have created the first condition using the number 1. What it will do, it will check the number 1 first with the both numbers, then and will give us the second largest number. Now we are going to make the second condition using the number 2, that else if number 2 is greater than number 3, number 1, and number 2 is greater than number 3, then we're going to use if statement, that if number 1 is greater than number 3, print number 1 is the second largest number, and also print number 1. And then we're going to add the brackets, else print number 3 is the second largest number, and obviously we're going to print number 3. I'm using else because, so obviously if we have checked number 1 and this condition is not met, and then we check the second condition that for the number 2 and this condition also not met, then we obviously know that number 3 is the largest number and the remaining 2 number will be, one of them is the second largest. So we will use if num2 num1 greater than num2, then print the statement num1 is the second largest number, and then we're going to print num1, else print num2 is the second largest number, num2, and at the end we're going to print check next set of numbers. So we took 3 numbers, then we checked first number with the both numbers, and then created nested loop. Then for the we checked the second number with the other 2 numbers and created its nested loop. And for the third one, we know obviously we have checked 2 numbers, then the third one is going to be the largest, and now we only need to check for the second largest in the else body. So if I run my program and enter my first number, that is going to be 3, then 5, and then 7. It says the second largest number, num2 is the second largest number. Now if I reverse the things, I add like 11 first, then 17, and then at the end 7. So it says number 1 is the second largest number, that is 11.
And at the end, if I write 3, 15, and 7, it will say number 3 is the second largest number, that is the number 7. So we entered 3 numbers and we checked which is the second largest number. Now let me give you another example that is for the password checker. That is the our program before. Now for this I'm going to take a password or a string as an input, and then we're going to check for the different conditions which are at least 8 characters long, contains at least one uppercase, one lowercase, contains at least one digit, and otherwise return invalid password. For this one, let's first of all take our password as input is equal to input, or as enter your password, and then we are going to use the if statement, and then we'll set the condition that if length of the password, so I'm using this length method. Length method counts the characters that we are going to enter. Password is greater than 8 and any C dot is upper. For C in password, let's move it to the next line. 2, 3, 4. This should be here. For C in password and any C dot is lower. For C in password and any C dot is digit. For C in password, print valid password, else print invalid. Right, so we set up the first condition that if length of the password is greater than 8, and then we set up a series of other conditions that if all of these conditions are true, then you are going to give us the valid password. And remember that I use here the for loop. That is going to be our next topic that we are going to study. So for loop is going to check one by one each character. So we will study about this in depth, but for now, the sake of just for learning, the if else statement, look at this program for checking a password. Now if I run my program and enter here 1, 2, 3, 4 password A and enter, it says valid password. But if I run it again and type 1, 2, 3, 4 and press enter, it says invalid password as I just entered 4 digits only. So this is how you can make use of the if else statement to check a password. Now let's move on to the next program, that is going to be our program 5, and that says accept the kilometers covered and calculate the bill according to the following. If for the first 10 kilometers you are going to charge 11 per kilometer, the next 90 kilometer you are going to charge 10 per kilometer, and after that you are going to charge 9 per kilometer. So we are calculating travel cost in program 5. Travel cost in program 5. So for this, first of all, we are going to take distance as input, but instead of integer, I'm taking float because we are going to have decimal points. So float input, enter the distance covered, and then we're going to set up a condition that if distance is less than 10 is less than or equal to 10, then you are going to do is print the cost of traveling is distance multiplied with 11, and then we are going to have the cost for that first 10 kilometers, and then we are going to use else if statement, and here we will set up condition that if distance is greater than 10 and distance is less than 100, then you are going to print cost is 110 plus 90 multiplied with 10, as we have the cost reduced to 10 from 11. That's why I'm multiplying 90 with the 10 and also adding 110 that we have already calculated. And in the last one, we are going to add else if distance is greater than 100 and print cost is 1010 plus distance minus 100 and multiplied with 9. Alright, so this 1010 is the result of this calculation. There is need of a minor tweak. I added 90. There should be distance here. So we need to fix this, the distance between 10 kilometers to 100. So for this, we are going to remove the first 10 kilometers from our distance, and then we are going to multiply with the 10. That is the price for the distance.
And after this calculation, we are going to add this into 110, and this will give us the correct results. So if I press run and enter 50, 5, 10. So if I run it again and type here 50, cost is 510. How? First of all, it placed the value of 50 here and removed 10 from it. So we are left with 40. 40 multiplied with 10 is 410 and added to 110. It gives us 510. Why we added 110? Because we have calculated the value for the first 10 kilometers. That is going to be 110, and we simply added it to this. So hope you understand the program.
And then finally, we have the value for the infinite distance. So if I'm covering 1000, 5000, 10,000, it is going to add the new value calculation to the answer of the first 100 kilometers. That is 1010, adding it to the infinite distance that we are going to travel. So this is how you can make use of if else statement also. So here are more examples which you can see on the screen that make a program that takes input a number as input and returns the prime number. And we have another question: make a program in which a list of strings are taken as input and returns all vowels. Here is another one and another one. Just try it on your own and see if you can solve these examples. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and things which we studied today are the indentation, if else statements, and I showed you some 5 examples. I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 8 of the Python crash course. In the last class we studied indentation and if else statements. I also solved some examples and gave you some problems to solve. In today's class we will be studying for loops. So what is for loop? Let's say we have a list of magicians' names and we want to print out each name in the list. We could only do this by retrieving each name from the list individually, but this approach could cause several problems. For one, it would be repetitive to do with a long list of names. Also, we would have to change our code each time the list length changed. A for loop avoids both of these issues by letting Python manage these issues internally. So what for loop does, it stops us from doing the repetitive tasks, and secondly, we don't have to change our code even if the list is changed. Let's make use of the for loop. So first of all, let's create a list. We have a list called magicians, right? Magicians equal to square brackets, and first of all we have Elise, secondly we have David, and third we have Carolina. So if I want to print these numbers, I'll have to print them one by one by accessing magicians. I'll first print Elise, then David, and Gordon. But with the help of for loops, I can do this only with 2 lines of code. So for using the for loop, first of all, you are going to type its name. We're going to type for. All right. So this is the first thing we're going to do when you use for loop. For, then you are going to need a variable. So you can name it anyone. My task is to print the name of these person, right? So I'm going to type here person, and then I'm going to use in. For any variable name, whatever you want to name it, I named it person in, and now I'll use that list, that is magicians. So for person in magicians, what this will do, it will pick one by one all of these names and store it here inside this person. You can name it wizard person or simply magician or box, I think it's better, or maybe passport, ID, whatever you like, but I named it person. So for person in magicians, print person, right? And now you're going to print this. And here you can see Elise, David, Carolina. With 2 lines of code, we are able to print this list. So this is how you can make use of the for loop. Now let me give you another example. So here you can see I'm using for variable name of choice for x in range, let's say 100. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to print simply x. Here should be 4. Remember that the for loop must end with this colon, right? Then you are going to write remaining lines of code of your program. All right, if I print this, here you can see it has printed us the integers from 0 to 99. If I want to include 100, I'll have to use 101 because it does not include the last number in the Python. So here you can see from 1 to 100, I can simply use 2 lines of code to print the numbers. All right, now let's move on to the next concept, that is break, pause, and continue in Python. So what we are going to do, first of all, let's create a for loop for letters in the word programming. All right, now I'm going to end my first line with this column. Now inside, what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you that if you want to run your program to a certain condition, so that if m appears in the programming, you just stop printing it. So for that, I'm going to type here if letters is equal to m, then simply break the program. If not, then print letters. The letters, or I should simply change it to letter, and same here. Now if I run my program, you will see it will print program, but it will not include the m. So if I run my program, here you can see I have a progra, but we have stopped this program when the m letter came. So this is how you can make use of the break in Python programming. There's another function that I would like to talk about, that is continue. So if I use continue here instead of break, what continue does, it will skip the both m's but will print the remaining letters of this word. So if I run this, here you can see we have programming printed here, but there are no m's here. Both of the m's are skipped by this function. Now here is another thing. So suppose that we have nothing inside the body of our for loop, but we still want to run our code. In order to do that, what we will do, we'll simply type here pause. Pause will run our program, but as you know, there are errors here because of my for loop's body, but still here you can see there are no errors. I run it, it's running, but there are no errors. As I just remove pause from here, and here you can see the red, it means that we have error here, something is missing. And it is giving us indentation error expected on the indentation block for the for statement. So it is giving us the indentation error. Even if I remove whole part of this and then run it, it's giving us the error again. So, but as I use my pause, here you can see my program is running. So this is how you can make use of the pause, break, and continue functions in Python. All right, let's talk about some methods in Python. All right, for teaching you about the methods, I'm going to first create a dictionary, then I'll talk about sorting, only key values, value extraction, wrapping set around list values, and so on. So let's create a dictionary first of all. So I have magicians list. So let's create a dictionary first of all. Magicians equal to Alice. This is our key. Now we're going to give it a value. Let's give it an ice cream flavor which she likes. So Alice likes mango flavor. And the next person we have David. David likes chocolate. And next one is Carolina likes vanilla. All right. So when you see I'm going outside the visual window, I just pressed enter after this comma, and now I am being able to move it to the next line. And the next last person we're going to add Chris. Chris also likes mango. So we have two same values for the Chris and Elise. Now, first of all, I'm going to make use of the keys. This method will print the value or the keys of this dictionary. So we have key Elise, David, Carolina, and Chris. In order to do that, I'm going to use for names in magicians, or I can use the previous one that I've already used, that is persons in magicians dot key. Don't forget to add this column, and then I'm going to print persons dot title, and there you go. Now if I run my program, you will see these lines of code will print only the keys from our dictionaries. I made an error. It should be keys here, not key. If we run it, here you can see we have Elise, David, Carolina, and Chris. So this is how you can make use of the keys method with the for loop to get only the keys from your dictionary. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is getting the values. So in order to get the values, all you have to do is change values here. Now this line of code will give us only the values, that is mango, chocolate, vanilla, and again mango. Here you can see mango, chocolate, vanilla, and mango again. But one of the things, if you notice here, is that here the first letter is not capitalized, but while I'm printing, so it is capitalized. Just comment me or search online why is it so. All right, let's move on to the next thing, that is sorting. So I'm using again the same line of code, but now I'm going to sort the values. You'll see what it does. I simply used sorted around this keys method on my musician's dictionary. Here what it did, it sorted the value according to alphabetical order. So first of all, we have A, then if we had B value, it was going to print P, but we don't have, so it printed C first, then another C name here, and then D, A, B, C, D. So it gave us alphabets in the ascending order. So this is how you can sort the keys of the dictionary. But what if I use here values? Same is the case with the values. I'm getting the values printed in the alphabetical order. We have C first, then mango, which is the M, again M, and then vanilla. Now, as you can see, we have multiple values occurring. But what if we don't want the multiple values? So in order to fix that, what we can do, we can make use of the set function. So if I comment this and bring it below and use here set, what it will do, it will remove these repetitive values. So if I print, and you can see mango is occurring only once, and you also see that we have lost the order that we previously had. So by using set, we don't get repetitive values. So this is how you can use for loops, its methods with different data structures like dictionaries and lists. And now let's move on to the problems that we have so that we can better understand the for loops. First problem says is that make a dictionary containing 3 major rivers and the country each river runs through. One key value pair might be Nile, Egypt. So I have looked up on the internet 2 other rivers, that is Amazon River in Brazil and Yangtze River in China. And then it says use a loop to print a sentence about each river, such as the Nile runs through Egypt. So let's create a dictionary first of all. So we have rivers equal to curly brackets, and we have Nile in Egypt, and then Amazon River in Brazil, then Yangtze River in China. And now I need to print the name. Use a loop to print a sentence about each river, such as the Nile runs through Egypt. For this, I'll be using the f string. How? First of all, I need the names of the both countries and the rivers. So in order to get that, I'm going to use the for loop. So for river and country. So here you see I have created 2 variables for getting the key and the value. So now here is another new thing that you learn, that is you can use 2 variables to get their respective values or keys from a dictionary. So for river, country, in rivers dot item. Here you see I have used the item method. This method allows us to access the key and the value from this dictionary. Now we are going to print the message that this river flows through this country. So for that, I'm going to use the f string. So for using f string, first of all, I'm going to type f, then like a normal string, just like normal strings, we're going to use the inverted commas. And inside that, I'm going to type my string that now we need to print the name of each river. For that, we are going to use this variable right here, so that each time the for loop runs, the name of each river is printed. So as I told you, the for loop gets values one by one and stores it into these variables. So for that, I'm going to use the curly brackets again to get the values in my f string, river.title. This will allow me to access the value inside this variable that the for loop used to get from the dictionary. And now I'm going to add more to the string, that is runs through again country dot title, and that's it. And if you see here again, the country dot title used this variable to get the value that for loop pulled from this dictionary. So we will have the Nile River runs through this country. So I can also add something, the Nile River. Alright, so if I print this value, alright, I think I made a mistake. Alright, so here should be items instead of item. Now if I run my program, here it says the Nile River runs through the Egypt. The Amazon River runs through Brazil. The Yangtze River runs through China. So we have solved the first part of our problem, that says to create dictionary and write a for loop that prints the message the Nile River runs through Egypt and remaining rivers through their countries respectively. Now let's move on to the next part of the problem, that says use a loop to print the name of each river included in the dictionary. So we can use this by using the method called dot keys that will give us the access to the keys that are the rivers names. So let me comment this out, and now I'm going to type for river in river dot keys. Don't forget to add the colon that I also added in the previous program. So for river in river dot keys, rivers dot keys. This variable is storing the values from this dictionary using the for loop. And now I'm simply going to print the river. And if I use this method called dot capitalize, it will keep the first letter capital. Now if I run my program, here you can see Nile, Amazon, Yanks. But what if I remove the capitalize? Here you can see the first letters are not capitalized. So I'll keep it as it is. And here you can see the first letter is capitalized. Now let's see what the next part of the program is. It says use a loop to print the name of each country included in the dictionary. So it's simple. We are just going to replace the keys with the values. So let me copy this, comment this out, and here you can see I'm simply going to change here values. And now instead of river, I'm going to type here country in rivers. Here the same. Similarly here, now if I run it, here you can see Egypt, Brazil, and China. So I used two different methods, values and keys, to print rivers in one part of the program, and in the next part of the program I used values to print the name of the countries. And in the first part I used the for loop to print the message that the certain river runs through certain country. So this is how you can make use of the for loop, methods, and dictionaries. Alright, so now let's move on to the next problem. What the next problem says, use the code in favorite language.py. So inside the book, this code has been used. What it does is that we have a dictionary and it prints that the name and the favorite programming language of that person using this code. We have a loop that stores the name and language in the variables name and language by extracting the names and languages from favorite languages dictionary, and then simply prints them one by one. But the question is, make a list of people who should take the favorite languages poll. Include some names that are already in the dictionary and some that are not. So we're going to create a new poll list that will have some extra names, and we will also remove some from the previous one. So this is first part. We'll have to create a new poll list, and then it says loop through the list of people who should take the poll. If they have already taken the poll, print a message thanking them for responding. If they have not yet taken the poll, print a message inviting them to take the poll. First of all, let's write that dictionary. What that dictionary was is favorite underscore languages is equal to dictionary gen, and here we have Python. So Jen likes Python, right? This is our first key value pair. And the next one is Sarah. She likes C language. And the next pair is Alex. He likes Ruby. And the next one is obviously Hamad. I like Python. And there we have a dictionary of favorite language. So Jen likes Python, Sarah likes C, Alex likes Ruby, and Hamad likes Python. Now we are going to create a poll list. As the problem mentions, make a list of people who should take the favorite languages poll. Include the names that are already in the dictionary and some are not. So for that, let's create a poll underscore list equal to gen Sarah, there should be this comma here instead of colon. Jen, Sarah, Edward, and then Phil, then Alex, and then come on. So we have a new list and I have added the names like Edward and Phil here. So now let's create our for loop. That is the next part of the question that says loop through the list of the people who should take the poll. So in order to do that, I will use the for loop for, and then I'm going to create a variable that is going to be person in poll underscore list. So we are storing these strings names in person one by one. So it will take Jen and store in the person, then it will take Sarah, Edward, Phil, and so on. And what we are going to do, we are going to set a condition. So we are going to set a condition that if person in favorite languages, what this means that if this person that are actually these names matches the favorite language person that are these names, then you are going to print this statement. What is that print statement? That is, we are going to use f string. The method to use f string is you will type f first, then you are going to place inverted commas, and now we have created an f string. Now we are just simply going to fill this. That thank you, then I'll use this person here. Thank you, person dot title for taking the poll. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up else condition that if the person which is from this list is not in the favorite languages, then you are going to use this. That is our else condition. That is print f person dot title. Here I'm going to use the curly brackets. That is going to print the name that we have given in the list. And the poll question is, what's your favorite programming language? All right. So our if conditions will execute when this person that is actually this list matches this one. If it matches, then this line will be printed. If there is no match, then this line will be printed. That is our question, that what's your favorite programming language, which is a poll question. So now if I run my program, oops, we had a mistake. All right, so our issue is that we cannot break our f string. We have to write it in the straight line. So we make mistakes, we fix them, and this is how we learn. So if I run my program here, you can see it says, thank you, Jen, for taking the poll. Thank you, Sarah, for taking the poll. Edward, what's your favorite programming language? Phil, what's your programming language? All right, so we have solved this problem, that is creating a new poll and then looping through and telling taking them, then printing a message to invite them for taking the poll. And we also print the message for the people, thanking them for taking the poll. So now let's move on to the next problem. That is our program 3. So what is program 3 is about? So program 3 says, make several dictionaries where the name of each dictionary is the name of a pet. In each dictionary, include the kind of animal and the owner's name. Store these dictionaries in a list called pets. Next, loop through your list, and as you do, print everything you know about the pet. So what this is about is that first of all, we have to create the dictionaries for different animals. So let's say we have a cat, a parrot, a goat, a rabbit. So we will create these dictionaries for the people first. Then we are going to store them inside a list. So 4 dictionaries created separately and stored in a list. And then we are going to simply loop through them. So let's get started. First of all, let's create our first dictionary that is about Ruby. So Ruby equal to curly brackets, animal she has is cat, and obviously the owner is Ruby. Owner name is, now simply I'll just copy this and replace Ruby with other people and the animal with the, so instead of Ruby, I'll change this to Connor, and again next one to Adam, and then last to Anna. So Ruby has a cat, Connor has a goat, Adam has a parrot, and Anna has a rabbit. And obviously the owner of the goat is Connor, owner of the parrot is Adam, and owner of the rabbit is Anna. So we have 4 different dictionaries. Now we will simply store them in our list. So that is pets underscore list, and inside simply we'll use square brackets and paste here Ruby, Connor, Adam, Anna. All right, and now we have solved the first 2 things that we need to create 4 dictionaries. Then we stored these 4 dictionaries inside our list of patterns. I named it simply pets list. And the next thing we are going to do is create a loop. So for this, we're going to type for animal in pets. And remember the rules for the for loop. We are going to type for loop function that is for first. Then you are going to create a variable. You can name it anything. I named it animal. You can name it pet, a friend, or whatever you like. I named it animal for animal in pets. And then you are going to simply print. I'll be using f string here. F, the method use f string is simply typing f, then inverted commas, and inside you are going to type here is what I know about, and then we are going to use pet inside owner pet. All right, here should be pets underscore list. All right, so here what we are going to do, we are going to use here animal. So all the members of the pets list is now stored in the animal. So we now have, here is what I know about the owner's name and their pet. So we have Ruby's pet or Connor's pet. And the next thing we are going to do, we're going to create the nested loop. What this will do, the this will print what we know about the animal. So we will say Ruby's pet is cat or Connor's pet is a goat. We can do this by using the nested for loop. So this is how we write the nested for loop. We use for, then we create a variable first for key. Obviously, this will have the names, or and this the second one is will be their value in pet.item. In here print f key dot title, and here, and I'll simply use the f string to print the value. So f inverted comma, then inside I'll use curly brackets key dot title, and here we have the next thing. By using the colon, I'll type the values, value dot title, simply here the inverted comma. So now if you see, so this one will print the message that here is what I know about the person's pet, I mean like Ruby's pet, and then inside it will enter the nested loop. But this will one by one print the name and the person's name and the pet. So if I run my program, oops, we made an error again. It should be items here instead of item. Now if I run my program, so before that I need to change this into animal.item. So now if I run my program, here you will see it is printing the message that here is what I know about the Ruby's pets. Animal cat, owner Ruby. Next is springs. Here is what I know about Connor's pet. Animal goat, owner Connor. And similarly for Adam and Anna. So this is how we can make use of for loop and make a nested loop. And the first thing we did in the program is that we created 4 dictionaries. Then we stored those 4 dictionaries in our list. And then we accessed those lists and printed the message that here is where you know about that animal. And the next thing is I created the nested loop, and it printed the messages and it printed the keys and values. So this is how it worked. First this line executed, then this line executed, then it moved back to this one. Second time this line was executed, and second time the values were executed. So this is what happened. First time is executed, it printed this message. Then it did not run, this line did not run again until this line was run. And when this line was run, this message was printed. Animal cat owner Ruby. Then it went back to this loop, this part of the loop again. This message was printed again, and it gave us this message. Here is what I know about Connor's pet. And it did not run again until the nested loop was executed again. Second time. So when the second time was executed, we got the Connor's animal and its cat. This again, then moved to third time here. And then third time this was executed, it moved again back. Fourth time this was executed, and then this was again executed fourth time. So this was it executed in a circle until or unless the conditions are met. This is how you can make use of the for loop. Now let's solve the next problem, that is our problem 4. And let's see what it says. So in problem 4, make a dictionary called favorite places. Think of the 3 names to use as the keys in the dictionary and store one of the 3 favorite places for each person. So at the key, we have our friend's name, and then in the value, we will have 3 places which my friends like. To make this exercise a bit more interesting, ask some friends to name a few of their favorite places. Loop through the dictionary and print each person's name and their favorite places. So in a similar way, we are going to create multiple dictionaries, and then we will use nested loop to first print our friend's name and then their favorite places. So first of all, let's create the dictionaries. So in order to do that, we can do that in two ways. First thing is like this. So I will say friend1, friend underscore one is equal to, now I can create a dictionary and store their favorite places. So I have place 1 as Paris. Then I have place 2 as Rome. Place 3, and then at we have Barcelona. So this is are the location which my first friend likes. Okay. And I'm going to name it later on as player friend 1. And if I type my friend 1 name, all right, so I can similarly store other friends, right? So if I have my second friend, friend underscore 2 is equal to dictionary 1, and let's say his place 1 which he likes is New York, and the second place which he likes is Los Angeles, and the third place which he likes is Chicago, right? So in this way we have locations for our second friend, and now let's do this for our third friend. So place 1 he likes, let's say he likes Tokyo first, and then secondly he likes Sydney in Australia, and the third thing he likes is London. So we have three different friends with their favorite location. And now I'm going to create another dictionary that is favorite underscore places is equal to. So our first friend name is Claire, right? And now I'm going to simply add its place that is friend 1, and we have placed all of these values of the dictionary inside here. The second way was to copy all of this dictionary and place it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I say corner, and then for it I use these values, right? I don't use the friend, I simply copy it here and then paste it. And now we have our second friend. But for the third one, that is our, let's say our third friend is Lily, right? And for it we are going to use friend 2, friend 3, which is this one, and there should be a comma and underscore 3. So we have our Claire, and friend 1 has all the places which Claire likes. Then for corner, I showed you the second way by which we can do this. You can repeat this for Lily and Claire as well. And for the third one, I used the first method that I told you, that I simply stored all my values in a dictionary and then called it here. And now I have multiple dictionaries here and another dictionary here. And now we will create nested for loop. The first part of the loop will call the name, will print the line that my friend Claire likes, and then the second part of the nested loop will print the location. So I'll start with 4, then I'm going to create a variable name, then another variable places, and in I'll use this dictionary right here to get extract the values. Favorite places dot items, and then here I'll print the first statement using my f string. So the method to use f string is you type print, inside the braces you will type f, and then the inverted commas, and now we have initialized our f string, and inside I will use my friend, and now you call the name of my friend, name dot title, my friend likes this. And this is the first part of our nested loop. In the next line we will print the places. For this one I'll simply type for place underscore key, place underscore value, in places dot items. Now I have created two more variables, place key, place value, in place dot items. So what this part of the loop is doing, it is extracting values from place. So what does place contain? Place contains the values that are present in this dictionary. So what are those values? Those values are friend 1, this dictionary, and friend 3 dictionary. What does dictionary have? These dictionary contain the location which my friends like. So second part of the loop is just to print the locations which my friends like. So now I'll type print. I'll use the f string, the method I told you earlier. You will use inverted commas and the f, and then I'll use the curly braces, place underscore key dot title, use colon, and again places underscore value dot title, and there you go. This should be place underscore value. So this part prints my friend's name and this part prints their favorite location. Now if I run my program, here you can see it is printing my friend Claire likes. That is this part of the loop. And the next part it says place Paris, place 2 Rome, place 3 Barcelona. That is this part of the loop. So now this prints that you are saying is one time running of this. Now when it runs the second time, it prints these values. That is my friend Connor likes place 1 New York, place 2 Los Angeles, place 3 Chicago, and similarly for the third time. So this is how you can make use of dictionaries and nested loops to solve real world problems. Now let's move on to the last program, that is our program 5. So the first part of the question is says use the name of 3 cities as keys in your dictionary. So we will have 3 cities just like we have used in here. We use Claire, Connor, and Lily. Instead of these, we will have 3 cities names. And then it says create a dictionary of information about each city and include the country that the city is in, its approximate population, and one fact about the city. So, and the next thing that we are going to have in the dictionary is country, population, and a fact about that city. So we will have a city and its values, another city and its values, and third city and its value. And then simply at the end, we will use for loop to print the values. So first of all, we are going to create dictionaries for each city. For this one, I'll start with cities and then create a dictionary. This will have the multiple dictionaries that we are going to create. And before starting this, remember that I told you there are multiple ways. You can store a dictionary separately and then call it, or you can directly paste it. So in this one, I'm going with the direct approach. So I have this dictionary Paris city, and then I'm going to create another dictionary inside, that is country is France, and the next thing is population is around 2 million. So 2160 and then 3 more zeros. I looked it up on the internet. You can also find what you like. Next thing is the fact about this country is that the Eiffel Tower is located in Paris. All right. The next thing is second one, we have Jakarta. So in the Paris, I used it as key, and for the values, I have its country, population, and fact. And for the Jakarta, similarly, this is the key, and this will include the values. So for the values, we have country as Indonesia. Population we have is around 3 million. So this number can be different, but you can check on your own that if the numbers are good. So it's around, I think so, it's around 3 million. And the fact about the country is that Jakarta was formerly known as Batvis. Jakarta was formerly known as Batvis. So in the same way, I'm going to repeat this for the third city, that is Rome. All right, for the Rome, first of all, the country is Italy. Similarly, I'm going for the population. Population, that is 287 and data 0, and then the fact, here should be another comma here. And now we have Rome, country, Italy, population this, and the fact about this is Rome is known for its ancient history. Rome is known for its ancient history. And here should be our semicolon. All right, so here is the last paragraph. Here's the first one, here's the second one. So first of all, we have Paris and its country, population, and fact. Then we have Jakarta, country, population, and fact. And then Rome, country, population, and fact. So this is the bigger dictionary, and within we have another dictionary that contains the values for these 3 keys. So we have 3 keys and their respective dictionaries. And now what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to print the part of the question that said print the name of each city and all of the information you have about it. So printing part is, we are going to do this obviously with the f string using with the for loop. We will use for, we'll get a variable for city, then info in cities dot items, and then we have print f, and inside city brackets city, and that's it. Now we need to print the country. So similarly, we'll use print f, then the string, and then we're going to type country semicolon info, call this as a list. So what it is doing, it is accessing the country and then further accessing its value. So it's calling the key, but we will print its value as well by using this info and country. And the next thing we are going to print is the population. That again, f string, inverted commas, population, colon, curly brackets, info, and then population. And the same way we are going to print the fact. Again, print f string, fact, curly brackets, info, fact, and at the end, print. And now if you see, let me repeat this again, we are using for loop to getting two variables, city and info. So what this is doing, this is extracting information from cities, that is this one, and simply printing the values. So when we use the info variable, then we further specify you need to extract country, you need to extract population, and then you need to extract the fact. Now if I run my program, oops, another error. This shouldn't be here, this should be here. If we run it, another error. So this should be this, something like, so run it. Here you can see it's giving us all the information. The part of the loop says city, Paris, country, France, population this, and the fact about the country this. Then it moves to the second city, that is Jakarta, country, population, and fact. And similarly for the third one, city, Rome, population, Italy, city, Rome, country, Italy, population this, and the fact about the city. So this was another example of for making use of the for loop, but it was really helpful for your understanding. So in today's class, we studied the for loop. I introduced you what that it reduces our effort in repetitive tasks. I showed you some examples, then I solved some problems, and before that, I also showed you some methods. I also showed you break, pause, and continue in Python programming. And make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. In the last class, we studied the for loops. We studied about break, pause, continuous, built-in functions. Then we solved some 5 problems. In today's class, we'll be studying the while loops. So while loops are used for the similar process, like we have to do something that is repetitive. So the main difference between the for loop and the while loop is that the for loop takes a collection of items and executes a block of code once for each item in the collection. In contrast, the while loop runs as long as or while a certain condition is true. So for example, we have this program which I'll show you. Let's take a variable current number and set its value to 1, and then use while. This is the syntax of the while loop. First, we are going to write the built-in function while, then the variable that we initialized, current number, is less than or equal to 5. So here is the built-in while. Here is the variable that we need to initialize first, and there is the condition. So this while loop will continue to work on until this condition is being met. Now inside this, we are going to print current number, and then we need to do the important thing, that is to change the value of this current number, because once this program executed, then there is need an increment in this value so that the next value gets its position. Current underscore number plus equal to 1. Okay, so now if I run my program, you will see that it will print from 1 to 5, as you can see here. So this is how you can make a basic for loop. This is the syntax, and inside there are conditions that will be executed until this conditions are being met.
When you say that inside is a block of code that will be executed these until this condition is being met. Now let's write another program such that we want to print or we want to count to first 100 integers. So this is how we can do that. We will use a variable counting and take it to 1. Then use our built-in function while and set the condition counting less than 100. And here is going to be our condition counting and print 1. So exactly followed what I taught you earlier. Now if I print this, you will see that only 2 lines of codes will give us the counting like from 1 to 99. So this is how we can make use of it. But if you not put this value, this loop will continue to go on only stuck at 1, but it will keep running. So this is how we'll see it's stuck at the 1, but it's still running. It's not stopping. So if you encounter this issue, just simply close this terminal and fix the code and run. So here I got indentation problem. So if I run, you see I got the error. I fixed the indentation. Now if I run it, you will see my code is running again. So these are the things you need to remember, that inside the while loop, make sure that the code gets proper increment or the code is not causing an infinite while loop. Let's create another program. Now if I place program 3 and while true, I'm going to take an input for the number 1, int enter your number, print number. If number is equal to 0, then break, print program has finished execute. So what this program does is that it will take a number, then print the number until or unless the number. Okay, so now what this code does is that it will take a number, it will keep on printing it until or unless if the number is 0. So if I run my program and enter 7, you see it's asking me a number. Let's say 567. It's giving me back 897. Let's say 99999. And so it's returning me the number as long as I'm not entering a 0. So if I enter 0 now, it says the program has finished executing. So this is how you can make another use of the while loop. Now, I think you have basic understanding of how the while loop works. Now let's solve these problems. So we have problem 1 that says write a loop that prompts the user to enter a series of pizza toppings until they enter a quit value. As they enter each topping, print a message saying you will add that topping to their pizza. So we need to take an input variable with the list where the user entered the topping name, and then what we are going to do is we are going to set the if condition and see if the entered topping is any, whether it's quit or name of the topping, and then we will break. So let's get started. First of all, we'll take while true semicolon and type here toppings is equal to input enter your toppings name, right? And then put here if toppings dot load is equal to quit. Oops, I need to close this so that this lower method checks that if the entered variable is in lowercase. Again, close this condition, break if the person enters quit, and then obviously print you will add toppings. That's it. Now we are going outside of this if statement and then print pizza is ready. So now if I execute this program and enter the topping such that I want something more sauce, you can say extra sauce topping. So if I enter, it says you will add extra sauce, and then it's asking for more ketchup. I'll say another. Okay, but now if I enter quit, it should end the program. Yes, enter your toppings. Okay, so you say enter your topping name. It says the person selected quit, and now the program has ended saying the pizza is ready. So this is how you can make this program work. Now let's move on to the next problem that says write a loop that never ends and run it. To end the loop, press Ctrl C or close window displaying it. So I have shown you this earlier while teaching you the syntax, but let's do this again. Problem 2. So this is the code that I shown you earlier. Let me paste the code again here. Okay, so if I run this program, you'll see it will count to 99, right? But if I remove this line of code, because there's nothing telling this loop to do next, I'm not incrementing, I'm not decrementing, I'm not asking it to break or whatsoever. So if I run it, you will see it will give us an infinite loop. You see the flash on the terminal window, which shows that it's still running. So in order to stop it, close this window, which I'm gonna do, and you see it has stopped. So I've just fixed the code, and now I run it. You see it's giving us the count. So this is how you can create an infinite loop. Now let's move on to the next problem that says make a list called sandwich orders and fill it with the names of various sandwiches. Then make an empty list called finished sandwiches. Loop through the list of the sandwich orders and print a message of each order, such as I made your tuna sandwich. As each sandwich is made, move it to the list of finished sandwiches. After all the sandwiches have been made, print a message listing each sandwich that was made. So first of all, we need to make a list of the sandwiches. Let's do that. So we have sandwich underscore orders is equal to tuna, ham, turkey. I'm not sure if the ham is halal or not. And the next one is the roast beef. And let me take something that's chicken. There's more pastrami, grilled cheese, and so on. Okay, so we have created this list: tuna, ham, turkey, roast beef, chicken, pastrami, and green chicken. Now we are going to make a empty list. So let's take finished underscore sandwiches equal to this. And here is our second list, that is the finished sandwiches. Now we'll use the while loop. While sandwich orders, and here is our condition, while sandwich orders. And now we will set the rest of the code. So current underscore sandwich is equal to sandwich underscore orders dot pop and 0 here. So this will remove the values from here. And now what we are going to do, we will print a message for the current sandwich. Okay, so I got a suggestion from Podium. This is how we can do that. This is exactly how I was going to do. Print f. Let me just rewrite this again. So print f. This f allows us to convert all the values into the string. I made your. Now we are going to use this value here, current sandwich, and again we are going to type for the string to show up or to print sandwich again. Because if we don't do this, we will only see this value. Now let's move on to the next line. Here we will add this value to our finished order. This is how we can do this. Finished order dot append, and in here we will add sandwich. So I think I have spell mistake. Finished sandwich. Okay, so I fixed it. So now we are removing this and adding this into our finished list, and while doing so, we are printing the message that this order has been completed or this sandwich has been made. Now we'll move to the next one, that is print /n. So what this /n does is that it breaks your string into two. So if I write hello world, it will show us hello and world. So it breaks your string, right? I think it will be understood. The following sandwich were made. For sandwich in finished sandwiches, print f sandwiches, I guess. So I'm using this value right here because this is going to loop through all the sandwich in the finished sandwiches list that was empty earlier, and we filled it with the orders that has been taken or been made. So if I run my program, you will see it is giving us I made your tuna sandwich, I made your ham sandwich, grilled sandwich. So this is the work from here to here, right? Now we need the problem asks us, as each sandwich is made, move it to the list of finished sandwiches, and after all the sandwich has been made, print a message listing each sandwich that was made. So this is what this is doing. Simply running a for loop
and printing the values. Ham, turkey, roast beef, and the following sandwiches are made this by adding the statement. And we did this by breaking, you see this statement is being printed separately from this because we use this slash n, backward slash n. And then we use the for loop to give up these values printed separately. So we solved this problem. Now let's move on to the next. What this says is that use this list sandwich order from the previous example and make sure the sandwich pastrami appears in the list at least 3 times. Add code near the beginning of your program to print a message saying that the deli has run out of pastrami, and then use a while loop to remove all occurrence of pastrami for sandwich orders. Make sure no pastrami sandwiches end up in finished sandwiches. So we need to add this value 3 times. So let me just copy this string, this list here, and add that we are solving problem 4. Need to remove this. Okay, so we have sandwich orders and we need to add pastrami multiple times. Pastrami has occurred once, it is going to be twice, it is going to be thrice. So this is how we can do this. Now let's make another empty list with the name finished sandwiches. That is going to be an empty list. Okay, we have an empty list now. Now we are going to print the message that sorry, the deli has run out of the pastrami. So let's just do it. Print deli has run out of pastrami. Now what we're going to do is we are going to use the while loop to remove all the occurrence of the pastrami from the sandwich orders. So let me comment here. Removing all occurrences of pastrami. So this is how we are going to do this. While calling the string pastrami in sandwich orders sandwich underscore orders dot remove. So this remove method will remove the pastrami from our list. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to loop through the list of the sandwiches and print a message for each other. Loop through list of sandwiches and print the message for each other. So this is how we can do this. We'll be using for sandwich in sandwich orders, obviously, and then we will print the value f I made your sandwich, and again sandwich finished underscore sandwiches dot append. This will add the made sandwiches into our empty list just like we did earlier in the problem. So I'm just writing the code for understanding again. Sandwich. Alright. So we now have all the orders moving to our finished list, and while doing so, the message will be printed that this sandwich has been made. Now after this, we will again print the names of sandwiches. So again using the same code backward slash n. So the following sandwiches are made here and here. Now we will use for sandwiches in finished sandwiches, and then we will print f the simply sandwiches, or I should say the sandwiches, right? That will be enough. And it will say the tuna, the ham, the turkey, and so on. So now if I run my program, remove the pastrami, so it's giving us the error. Delhi has run out of pastrami, but I made your tuna sandwich, so we didn't add a space here. Say your tuna, your turkey. Say, let me fix this. So where did I did that? Here. So if I run it, I made your tuna sandwich and grilled sandwich. All the sandwiches are here, and then the following sandwiches are made. And again, I didn't add a space here. This should give us okay the tuna, the ham, the again. So we solved the problem that we don't have pastrami sandwich, but we do have all the others. So we created a new list with multiple orders of the pastrami. We created an empty list. Then we printed the message that pastrami is no more. We removed it, and then we used the for loop for moving the sandwich order to the finished order list, and then we simply printed it. So this is
how you can make use of the while and for loop. Now let's move on to our last problem that says write a program that polls user about their dream vacation. Write a prompt similar to if you could visit one place in the world, where would you go? Include a block of code that prints the results of the poll. So this is how we can do this. First of all, we are going to need an empty list. Dream underscore vacation is equal to these brackets, and then from equal to if you could visit one place in the world, where would you go? If you could visit one place in the world, where would you go? And then we will use the while loop. This loop will ask the user about their dream vacation and store their responses. So while true, it would take the name, obviously a string, so we don't need to make it an integer. Enter your name. Okay, the next thing we are going to do is vacation underscore place. Input is equal to what is your dream vacation place. Okay, now let's create another variable dream vacation, and in here we will place the name will be equal to location underscore place. Alright, so this will ask that their name, their favorite place, and store it in the dream location. Now what we are going to do, we will ask the user if they want to continue. So this is how we can do. We're simply going to use if statement response dot lower. Obviously this is going to be in the lowercase, but you can also add if or here or so this is how you can do this. Now I'm going to come on to the next line and print if. There's no need to use the lower here. We did not initialize the response. Oh my god, I forget. I need to initialize here response is equal to input. Would you like to continue? Yes or no? Okay, so this response variable being utilized here if response is equal to yes or response is equal to yes. So I use the both lowercase and uppercase in case someone enters either of those, and then break if this statement occurs. And then we will be printing, then we will print the results of the poll. So for this is we're going to do, we're going to print slash n poll results. Okay, it automatically did print the poll results, which are for name and place in dream underscore vacation dot item dot item. It will bring the value and the keys, or simply the value of the items of the list, and print f to again and name with this variable right here. So print f name and place. So this name is this variable and this place is this variable. So this is how we can print the name and place the person wants to be. Enter my name, Hamad Saudia. No, I don't want to continue. Harris says poll results Hamad and Saudia. So this is how you can write a program that pulls users about their dream vacation. Write a prompt similar if you could visit one place in the world, where would you go? Include a block of code that prints the result of the poll. So this is how we can do this. Hope you learned about the while loops and how we can use them to solve different problems. In today's class, I told you about the definition why while loops are used. While loops are used while certain condition is met, and I showed you some examples and I solved some problems. So you can now you should go and practice more examples, find on the internet, generate some problems which you can solve. Secondly is make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Welcome to the class 10 of the Python course. In this class, we'll be studying functions. So let's get started. Functions, which are named blocks of code that are designed to do one specific job. When you want to perform a particular task that you have defined in a function, you call the name of the function responsible for it. So what the function does that it makes our code more efficient, more maintainable, more reusable, and more extensible. Let me show you in these examples. So first of all, how to define a function. This is how you define a function. Let's go into VS Code screen and see. So you will type define. This is the built-in function.
In order to make a function, you need to use this define function. Define and greet underscore user. Try to keep the name of your function in lowercase and use underscores. Then is open parenthesis and then the semicolon. So this is how you have created a function. And now let's enter into the body of the function. And first of all, we are going to write here what this function does. This function displays a simple greeting. Now whoever reads this function will get to know that this function displays a simple greeting. Now print hello user, and now we are going to call this function. How we are going to do this? We're simply going to type the name of the function, greet user and parentheses. And now if I run it, it's saying hello user. So this is how it has made our code more efficient and more reusable. Now I can call this multiple times. I can use it as many times as I want. It will give us the same results. As you can see, hello user, hello user, hello user, hello user. So you're calling it the multiple times. Let's move on to the second concept after defining a function, that how to pass information to a function. Passing information to function. Program 2. Now for this, we're going to create a function, define read underscore user, and then we are going to pass an argument for making it more extensible. Username, you can name this whatever you want. You can name it access, username, whatever you like. Then we are going to write again what this function does. This function displays a simple greeting, and then we are going to print this. Print hello plus user name dot title plus inverted commas and this one. So let's remove this. Okay, so we have an extensible function. Let's take one argument, that is the username. Now whatever name we are going to give this function, it is going to print that. So if I give it my name, let's give it Hamad, or you can use your name and make it a string on both sides. It will give us our name. I made a mistake. We are not supposed to write define here. It's going to run on its own. Now we will enter string, and now if I run it, it says hello Hamad. I can call it multiple times as well. Greet Hamad, or you can say greet Alex, greet Jesse, and if I print it, it says hello Hamad, hello Alex, hello Jesse. So this is how you can pass information to a function. Now let's move on to next concept. That concept is positional argument. So we can add positional arguments into our function. This is how we can do this. So positional arguments to function. This is program 3. Now this is how we can do. We're going to define describe underscore pet. Here is our first positional argument, and now there is our second positional argument, that is the pet name, right? We have named our function. Now let's create this body, and as always we are going to write what this function does. This function displays information about pets. Okay, now we are going to print slash and what this does, this is going to create a new line. If you use this before writing before printing anything, it will create a new line and print your result there. Now let's go back to printing. Print, I have a plus animal underscore type plus dot. So I have animal. This is going to use this animal type and place it here, and this way we'll get the results. Now we are going to print my animal type name is plus pet underscore name dot title plus this. So now we have created a function with two positional arguments. One is going to be the animal type and the other going to be the pet name. Then I wrote what this function does, and then print I have the animal type, which is going to, let's say I have a dog. Print my animal type or my dog's name is, let's say Willie. And that's the same name just like here, Willie. So let's call our function. So in order to call our function, this is what we are going to do. We are going to describe pet as called here hamster Harry. Now if I run it, it's calling it I have a hamster and my hamster's name is Harry. Let's add some space here. Good look of it. I have a hamster and my hamster's name is Harry. So this is how you can add positional arguments into your functions. Now let's move on to the next program. What does that say? Multiple function calls. So There is another thing that I'd like to mention, that is multiple calls. Again, describe pet, that is going to be dog, and the dog's name is Willie. And I am giving this argument in a string format. So now if I run the program, you're going to see I have a hamster, my hamster's name is Harry. I have a dog, my dog's name is Willie. So this is how you can pass the arguments. Now let's move on to the next thing, that is order matters in positional arguments. So this is supposed to be here. So what does that means is that if I change the order of these two, let me comment this, and I type describe pet, and first I write Harry and then I tag hamster. Now I have changed the order, and it is also going to print us something wrong. It's going to print us the opposite thing. I have a Harry and my Harry's name is hamster. So make sure to take care of this thing. Okay, next thing is keyword arguments. So keyword arguments makes or causes our program to get fixed. So if I take this function that I have already created, so if I have created a function named as describe pet, and I give a value to my keyword such as already given hamster, and I also give value to my pet name Harry. So what this is, that this will allow us to change the order of the things. So I have given this, and now if I print my program, that is describe pet, right? So we have describe pet. Now if I call it, you see it, without giving the arguments, it has given us this. I have a hamster and my hamster's name is Harry, right? And now if I change the order of these, let's remove this one from here and place it here. Now if I run my program again, it's going to have the same results. I have a hamster. My hamster name is Harry. So if I'm using keyword arguments, I mean our keyword have a value, then we can change the order and it will not affect us. How? Because first I had a pet name in the ending and now I have it in the first, and it's giving us the same results. So this is how we can make use of the keyword arguments in the functions. Now let's move on to the next thing, that is the default values. What does that mean? That means that if we have a default value to one of our argument, then it will also work. So I have default, I'm going to use the same function here below. Let me remove this. So define pet name animal type dog. So animal type dog, I'm changing back to dog, and I'm not giving any argument to my pet name, right? Now if I run this program, and I'll have to give my pet a name, so it's Willy, right? There you can see it's working fine. I have one default value and pet name. So this is how you can make use of function as well. Another thing you should remember is that make sure that the argument with the default value is at the ending, while the argument without default value is in the beginning. You can see all of these are true. This a dog named Willie, describe pet by simply giving one argument, then giving a default value, and this way applying all these things that we have tried in last 5 programs. You can use whatever it suits you. It doesn't really matter which calling style you choose. As long as your function calls produce the output you want, just use the style you find easiest to understand. So this proves our point that I have written earlier. It makes code more efficient, it makes code more maintainable, it makes code more reusable, it makes code more extensible by using functions. Now let's move on to some further things, that okay, how we can avoid the errors. So if we have a function, right? Let's take this function, and I'm not giving it any argument, while in the function definition I have stated that I'm going to give you the arguments. Now if I run it, as you can see, it giving us the error that it requires the at least one positional argument, which I am not giving it. So make sure to give it an argument such that the name we are choosing, now it will run successfully. So try to remember this as well, that you should always run or call your function the way you have defined it, instead of leaving things empty or vice versa. Well, let's move on to the next thing, that is return values. You can also return the values using the function. How we can do this? This is how we can do this. So first of all, we are going to define a function, define get underscore
formatted underscore name. Now we are giving it two arguments, first underscore name, last underscore name. Now I have defined a function. Now let's create this body, and before that we are going to tell what this does. This returns a full name and neatly formatted. Remember, this is very useful for the person who is going to read your code in the future. So make sure to write what your function is about. So now I'm going to define these values here. So what is full name is going equal to be, obviously is going to be the first name that we are going to give you plus a little bit space, and the next thing is going to be the last name, and then it's going to return the full name. And now we are going to use this method called that full name dot title, and that's it. Now we are going to create a variable musician that takes these values, get formatted name, and in that musician Henry, or maybe I can say CEO, and let's print our CEO. Now if I run it, it says Henry Ford. That's it. So this is how you can return values from a function using a function. Okay, the next thing shows us how we can make an argument optional. Let's do that. Run values in function program 8 and make values optional in function program. So for this, we are going to need maybe the same function. So in this one, we have given the two arguments. Now we are going to add another one that is going to be the middle name. The middle underscore name and the last underscore name, right? And for making values optional in the function, now we are going to set some condition that if we have a middle name, right, then you are going to do this. Okay, our full name is going to be equal to first name space middle name again space and then plus the last underscore name, or else full name will be equal to only the first name plus space and the last name, and then we are going to return the full name dot title using the title method, and that's it. So we have defined a function. We return the full name in neatly formatted, and we have set up a condition that if middle name exists, then you are going to print this full name, and if not, then you are going to only print the first and the second name, the last name. So now if I run my program by taking get formatted name and making equal to magician, or CEO is equal to first name is Henry, second name is Ford, then closing it, making this a string, and then I print the CEO, and it should give us the result. And in this way, I'm going to make CEO2 or CEO underscore full, and then make get formatted name, then type here Henry, or I should call Henry Ford the second. You can just add your name here. I've just made it up Henry Ford the second. Now I'll have to print this as well. So print CEO underscore full, and now if I print this, oops, I made a mistake. Where is that mistake? If I run this, get formatted name. Okay, so I have made a mistake here. We have set up a condition for the middle name. So for the middle name, we'll have to set it equal to a, as we have set up in the function, that our middle name is going to be at the end. So here is our middle name and here is our last name. Now if I run this, it should be in the correct order, and it is Henry Ford the second. So in this way, we can make an argument optional in Python in functions. Now the next concept is returning a dictionary. So this is how you can return a dictionary. Returning a dictionary using functions. So let's create a function, define build underscore person, and now we'll give it two arguments, first underscore name, last underscore name. Now we'll define what this function does, return a dictionary, and then we're going to give it a list. Person is equal to curly brackets, here is our key and here is its value, that is going to be our first name. In this way we're going to give the second key, that is going to be our last name, last semicolon last underscore name. And now we're going to return this person dictionary. Let's call magician build underscore person in Charlie Adair. And now if I print my magician dictionary, print magician, I have to run my program. Oops, we got an error. Okay, so I didn't write it correct. Now if I run this, it's giving us the same dictionary. So this is how you can return a dictionary using a function, and we can do this as many times as we want it. So here is the use of this is how we can use function and dictionaries. Now let's move on to the next concept. What does that says? Use a function with a while loop. So we have a function already, and then we are going to use the for loop for this. So let's create this function. Program 10 using while loop with a function. Okay, so for this again we are defining a function get underscore formatted underscore name, first underscore name, last underscore name. That is the body of the function. Return full name. This returns a full name that is neatly formatted as we have used just earlier. And now full name is going to be full name is equal to first name plus last underscore name. And now I will return this full name using the method title because it is going to give us what's inside. Now we will use a while loop. So we will start with while true, which means that until the below conditions are true, keep on repeating this. So it will print /n, please tell me your name, right? And then the next line is going to be the first underscore name equal to input. And now we are taking our first name as a string from the user. Put enter. Now we're going to combine this. So formatted underscore name is equal to get formatted name, and here we will call the first name and the last name, and then we will print this formatted name. For this I am going to start with the next line using \n and then hello, a string plus formatted underscore name plus exclamation mark. Now if I run this, it's asking me my first name. So my first name is Muhammad, second name is Hamad, and it has printed my name, hello Muhammad Hamad. Now it's going to keep on repeating it until we make a finite loop. So this is an infinite loop because we have no condition for breaking this. We can convert this into a finite loop, and this is how we can do this. So I am using this code again, and now what we are going to do, we're going to set up a condition right here. After the first name, we're going to that if our first name is equal to a statement such as q, and we can use here, and similarly lowercase or uppercase, but I'm leaving it at it, then what it's going to do, it's going to break. And now similarly I'm going to do this for the last name, that if our last name is equal to q, then break it again, it's semicolon, indentation, and now we are set. So we defined a function, and then we told what this function is doing. This function is returning a full name. It's returning a full name. What's inside a full name? Inside a full name is the sum of the first name and the last name, and then it returns that by using full name, this one here, and using the method of title, the title method. Then what we do, then we go and create a while loop. Inside the while loop, I have set up the condition. First of all, I am taking input of the first name. Yes, the exact first name that we are using, the first name. And then I have set up a condition that if person wants to quit, they can quit by simply typing the Q. Similarly, I'm taking for the last name. Here is my last name. Last name, input, name. And after doing that, what I did, that I created the printing thing. When I run this program, you will see it's asking me the first name. So I type first name Alex, second time Charles, Alex Charles. Now it says hello Alex. Now what if I type Q? You can see the Q. I run it, it ends the program. Again, if I type Alex and here asking me the last name, I type Q, it's going to end the program. So this is how you can make use of the while loop functions and taking inputs, and you can just reduce it to these two lines. Now I can print as many times I want by just using these two lines. So this is how it has simplified our code. Now let's move on to the next concept that I was teaching, and the voice got cut out again. That concept was about passing a list. So this is how you can pass a list.
Alright, so now let's move on to the next concept, that is about passing a list. So what we will do, we will create a function and pass it a list, and that function will use the strings present inside that list to print what we want. So first of all, let's create a function, def greet underscore user, and inside we type names, right? And then, as we have done earlier, we will define what this function does. This function prints a simple greeting. And the next thing is, so first of all, we have for, then a variable, whatever we want to name. I'll just name it as name in names. And then I'll have my print variable. So before that, I'll store the things I want to print into message. And here this is how I can do that. Taking message equal to hello, and then plus name dot title, and again plus and this sign. I'll simply use print and paste this here. So now if I call this function, but before calling that, let me revise it. I created a function called greet user, and inside I have this names, and then I simply use the for loop for name in names. So what this for loop will do, it will extract from the list and store it inside this name, and then I simply printed this name variable. I can change it to members in names, member in names, right? So here what I can do member. So now if I print this using usernames equal to Hannah, or I can type Connor or Alex. So now if I call this function greet underscore user and then give it usernames, right? This is going to print this list. Run it, and you can see it says hello Hannah, hello Connor, and hello Alex. So in this program, we'll learn how we can pass list to a function. So let me rename it as passing list to a function. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is complex code to simple functions. Modifying a list in functions. So our next concept is, first of all, we will be learned to modify list, then let me just make it bigger. Write that program using functions. All right. So what we're going to do now, first of all, start with some designs that need to be printed, right? And then next, what we are going to do is we will use unprinted underscore designs equal to, we have iPhone case. The next thing we have is robot pendant. The next thing that we have is dodecahedron. So this is our list, and then we are going to create another list that is empty for now, and that will have our completed models. So completed models is equal to an empty list. So this is our next step, that is stimulate printing each design. And then what we are going to do, we will move each design to completed underscore models. So for that, we will use while loop. While unprinted underscore designs will be equal to, so we use the while loop, we wrote while, and then we used this list. And now what we are going to do, we are going to modify the list. Current underscore design is equal to unprinted designs dot pop. So we have modified the list and removed the items from unprinted designs and stored them into current designs. So the next thing that we are going to do, that is we are now simulate creating a 3D print from the design. So what we will do, we will printing model and then current design. The next thing is completed models dot append current design. So what we have done right now is that we simply printed a message that we are printing this model. What is that model? That is the current design, and it should be inside our while loop. Here Also, we moved our items from the current design to the completed models. That was our empty list. And finally, we are going to display the models that we have printed. So display all completed models. In order to do that, first of all, we print the message that / the following models have been printed, right? And the next thing is for completed underscore model in completed model is print completed models. All right, so what this / does, it will create a new line. For example, if I'm printing here, it will not print the next line in front of it. Instead, it will go to the next line. So first line is printed here, second line will be printed in the below. You will see when I run the program. First of all, we created the list of the unprinted designs and the second list for the completed models that was empty. Then we started a while loop that was removing the items from the list that we have and moving it to a new list that was our third list to current design, which was actually stimulating the printing. The next thing we did, we also printed the message that these models are now starting to print, and while doing so, we moved them into our empty list. That is our first one. So we are using three lists here. A list that we are given, the second one that we created, and the third one in which we temporarily stored our items. And finally, we printed our completed model list. So if I run my program, here you can see it says printing model, this one, printing model robot pendant, printed model iPhone. And then it also said that the following models have been printed: dodecahedron, robot pendant, and iPhone case. So we have learned to modify lists, use the for loops, and solve a real world problem. But now we can also do this using functions. So first of all, we are going to define our first function. Define print underscore models, and then first argument I'll give unprinted underscore designs, and the second argument is completed underscore models. Then I'm going to comment out what this does. This stimulates the printing of each design and also moves printed designs to completed underscore models, right? So as always, I defined my function and then I explained what it does. And again, I'm going to make use of the while loop and take the unprinted designs list. If do you notice that we are not giving the list? All right, the next thing we are going to do is we're going to use current underscore design is equal to unprinted underscore designs dot pop and this. So we are removing items from our unprinted design and moving it to current design that we did earlier. And the next thing we are going to do again, that is simulate printing 3D prints. So printing model and then plus current underscore design dot pop, right? And the next thing is completed models dot append inside current underscore design. So we just implemented the first part of our previous program inside this function. So I took two arguments, unprinted design and completed models, right? Then I explained what this function does. Then I use the while loop to remove the items from the first list and move to the third list, that is current design. And using that third list, I printed the models, and then again from this third list, I moved my items to the second list. The second list was completed models that was empty. And now this is if the first function. Now I'm going to create another function. What that will do, that will simply print the completed models. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do, I'm going to simply name it define show completed underscore models and then completed underscore models. Here what I'm going to do, I'm going to explain as always that what this function does. This function show printed all the models that were, and then I'm going to simply print the line. So this is basically the second part of the previous program. I'm moving the remaining half part into the second function. Print /n the
following models have been printed. For completed underscore model in completed underscore models. So what I'm trying to do, I'm just simply trying to print each item one by one. And inside, I'm just simply going to type print completed model, right? So I have two functions. In the first part, I am modifying the list, and the second part, I am printing the finally modified list. So now I'm just going to call the function. For that, I'm going to give it my unprinted underscore design. That is, I'm just going to copy it from here. Yep. Uncomment, copy, comment again, and paste it here. So I have unprinted designs and the empty list. Now I'm going to call my functions. That is print underscore models, and in here unprinted designs and completed models, right? So these are the two arguments that I have passed to this one first function, and I'm going to pass argument to the second function, that is show completed models, and inside I'm going to simply pass completed models. So the pop is supposed to be here, not here. That was a mistake. All right, let's see what happens. So program is running successfully. The first part simply says printing model dot kehedron, printing model robot pendant, printing model iPhone case, and the second it says we have the following models have been printed: dot kehedron, robot pendant, and iPhone case. So we have successfully implemented modifying lists into our functions. In the first program, I showed you how we can modify lists and print them. But in second this, I made use of the functions. Now I can call these both functions as many times I want, but in case of our previous program, I was not able to do that. And even if I have to change something from this function, I can simply do this and again call it multiple times. So that leads us to the next program, that is preventing a function from modifying the list. So what this says is that we can simply give a copy of our list to a function instead of it modifying the original list. So if we don't want to change our original list, we can simply pass it the copied function. So how we can do that? So let me just copy all of this. Oops, I just need these two programs. These are the last ones. So if I copy last two functions and paste them here, what I'm going to do is I can do this. Instead of print models unprinted designs, I can add this command here. I can add this semicolon here and the square brackets. What this will do, this will create a copy and give it to these functions, and it will not modify the original one. So we will have a copied version of this list that will be modified, appended, and but the original one will remain same. So this was the next concept, prevent a function from modifying a list. Alright, so the next concept is passing an arbitrary number of arguments. So we have passed like 2 arguments before, but now we can make a function that takes arbitrary number of arguments. So in order to do that, first of all, I'm going to create define make underscore pizza, and then for this, I'm going to add static and toppings. This static is used for taking the arbitrary number of arguments. Then I'm going to write what my function does. It prints the list of toppings that are requested, right? And then I'm simply going to print those toppings, right? Now if I call my function make underscore pizza and give it a argument like pepperoni and I run it, here it is printing it. Now if I add more to this, I have pepperoni, and then I have mushrooms, then green peppers, and so on. Now if I run it, here you can see I have added static and then toppings, and now I can send one argument or multiple arguments, and I am being able to use them. So I can also use for loop in here, but that will help us in printing the topic one by one. So if I type print that I already have, then /n making a pizza with following toppings, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the for loop for topping in
toppings is now, as again I have explained you how to use the for loop. So this is a variable that whatever I can name it, and then in toppings it is taking one by one and storing those toppings inside this variable. So I'm simply going to print this variable. So print inverted commas, this dash space. So this will simply add that dash in front of the topping and simply topping. Now if I run it, here you can see I'm being able to print them one by one, not just as I was doing earlier. So it's sort of like in a list, but the brackets are different. But here, as you can see, I'm being able to do this one by one. So this is how you can pass arbitrary number of arguments and make use of functions and for loops. All right, so the next concept is mixing positional and arbitrary arguments. We pass arbitrary number of arguments and a positional argument with it. So for this, let's say we have the exact same function, define make underscore pizza, and inside I'm passing my first argument as size, and the second argument is static toppings, right? And the next thing is we explain what this does. This summarizes the pizza that we are about to make, right? And then what we are going to print /n making a. I'm going to convert that size argument into a string, and then inch pizza. So this is just I'm filling for the string inch pizza with following topping, right? So I have wrote my print statement, and inside I'm simply going to use this for loop, right? So I have used that for loop for topping in toppings, print that topping, and similarly I'm going to call it. But now what the thing that is different is that I'll also have to pass the size. So I have now I have my arbitrary number of arguments, but along with that I'm going to pass it the size 16, right? So I have positional argument and arbitrary number of arguments mixed together. If I run it, here you can see it says making 16-inch pizza with the following toppings. So this is how we can mix arbitrary number of arguments with the positional arguments. Now let's move on to the next concept that says using arbitrary keyword arguments. So in this example, I'll be using a dictionary that will receive the information in a dictionary and print us the value. So first of all, I'll create a function, right? Define build profile, and inside I have my first argument, that is first, then last argument, and then finally arbitrary number of argument as user underscore info, right? The next thing is I'm going to tell what this function. The next thing is I'm going to tell what this function does. Build a dictionary that contains user information, right? The next thing is we have a profile equal to an empty dictionary, then inside profile, and again I am creating a key value in my, and then again I'll create a key here. What that will do, that will take first underscore name and set it equal to first, and then again profile. Here I'll use another key that will take last name. So these are equal to the arguments that I am passing to my function right here, equal to last, right? And then finally I'm going to use for loop for accessing these key and values that I have created for my dictionary. Key value in user underscore profile, user underscore info dot items, right? Key. So I have profile equal to value, then I'm simply going to return profile. So now I'm going to use user underscore profile equal to build profile, and here we have Albert Einstein. So these are the first and second arguments that we have passed it, right? Now we will start the arbitrary number of arguments, that is location, right? And that is Princeton. And the next thing is field, that is equal to physics, right? And then I'm simply going to secondly print this function, that is user underscore profile. So we created a function with 3 arguments. The third one is taking arbitrary number of arguments. Then I created a dictionary that contains the user information, and then I simply use the for loop to get information from that dictionary. And finally, I called my function. Now, if I run my program, it says first name Albert, last name Einstein, location Princeton, field physics. So this is how we can make use of the arbitrary keyword arguments. Alright, so the next concept is importing the modules. So what is about is importing an entire module, right? So let's suppose we have this program that we wrote earlier, right? If I create a new file here that is pizza.py, and inside I paste this program that I wrote earlier, my complete program in this file, but I can use it here. How? Type here import pizza and then pass it this argument. Oops, I think I need to save it as well. Run it, I save it, come back here and paste it here, and before that I'll simply type pizza dot make pizza, right? Pizza dot make underscore pizza, and now if I run it, here you can see it's running here. My program is written in this file and I am importing it in this file and then running it. So this is how you can import an entire module into your current program. The next concept is importing specific function. So for this, what I can do is I can import specific function. For doing this, I'll use from pizza import make underscore pizza, right? And now I don't have to add dot here. I can just simply copy this, paste it here and run it. Then you can see it giving us making 16-inch pizza with following toppings. So it's running again perfectly fine. So we can also import a specific function from a module. Alright, so the next concept is using as to give a function an alias. So when in the future you will be using pandas, numpy library, you will be giving them such name. So you will be using pd for pandas, np for numpy. So it is showing us that how we can give a function an alias. So from pizza import make underscore pizza as mp. That's it. And I'll simply call my function. Before that, I'll have to change mp. You can name it whatever you want, but I have just named it make pizza as the book did. So if I run it, the program is running perfectly fine. So now let's move on to the next concept, using as to give a module an alias. So we're gonna, just like with the functions, we can also modules an alias. So in order to do that, giving a module an alias, this is going to be our program 21. So what we have to do, will simply do is we will import pizza as p. That's it. And then simply I'm going to copy this command, this call to the function, and use p dot and paste it here. If I run it, it's running perfectly fine. Use as to give a module and alias. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is importing all functions in a module. So in order to do that, importing all functions in a module, that is going to our program 22. So in order to do that, just simply type from pizza import static, and this will import all the functions. So if I copy this and paste it here and run it, it will run perfectly fine. So this method is not recommended because we only have one function, right? But what if we have lots and lots of functions? Then what we are supposed to do? So for example, I have these two functions, right? If I paste them here and copy these two lines and bring them here, you will see that, save it as well. And now if I come back and run it, here you can see all of these functions are running. Here's our function 1, function 2, and function 3. So you can import all functions from a module by simply typing from module name, that is pizza import static. This static will import all the functions from the module that is we have named. In my case, it's pizza, that is similar to the book. Now let's move on to the final concept, that is styling functions.
Alright, so this will help your code to look good. And one more thing I'd like to mention is that if you specify a default value for a parameter, No space should be used on the either side of the equal sign. So here you can see there is no space here while defining a default value. The same convention should be used for the keyword arguments in the function calls. So when you're guiding function calls, you should not use here the space. And yeah, that's it from me. That was a long video and lots and lots of stuff about the functions. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and yeah, I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 11 of the Python course. Last class we studied the functions and we learned like 24 things about those functions. And in this class we will be seeing the lambda functions. So what are the lambda functions? In Python, a lambda function, also called an anonymous function, is a small anonymous function that can be defined in a single line of code without a name. It is useful when we need a simple function that we don't want to define explicitly using the def keyword. The basic syntax for a lambda function in Python is, so here this is how you can define a lambda function. So let's take f, a variable, and we need to write always the word lambda to make a lambda function, and then here starts the body of the function. I'm taking a variable x and then I'll sum it with another variable called the y. Here I have two variable x, y, and then these semicolons, and here is our operation that we are going to perform. And in the next line, I'm simply going to print f into 3 and 7. So now if I run my program, it is the answer. So this is how you initialize a simple lambda function. I took a variable, then I wrote the word lambda. So whenever you are going to initiate a lambda function, you will have to write lambda and then the body of the function. And then below in a single line, you can call this function as many times as you want. So here you will see 10, 10, 10. Now let's move on to the next thing. That is the multiplication. Here is another example where you can utilize lambda to multiply. Here simply I'm going to change static and print my function. It is a simple multiplication function. Multiplication with lambda program 2. So now if I run my program, it says 21 because 7 3s are is 21. So let's move on to another example for creating different type of lambda function. Here we can check the length of a string. In order to do that, we are going to take a string underscore its length is equal to, again we are going to type lambda, taking a variable s semicolon, and here is our operation, the length of the s. Now I'm simply going to print my function string underscore length, and here inside I need to pass my string, not the function itself. So inside if I write Python course and if I run it, it's giving us Python course. Okay, so we need to write here the name of the function, that is string underscore length, and there you go. Now if I run it, it's saying the length of this string is 13. How? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So here is the length of a string we calculated just using a lambda function. Now here is our next program or next example that shows us how to take squares of inputs using the lambda function. So in order to do that, first of all, we will take a list of numbers, right? Then we make it equal to this whatever we want. 2 repetitive, 7, 56, 453, and this is a big number. So now what I will do, I will create my lambda function, and this is how I can do. I will take the list and then I'll use the map function. What the map function is that it will take the first argument as a function that is going to be a lambda function. X, here is the body of the function, x semicolon x double static 2. This will give us the square of the values, and then this map function is going to take this function and apply it on all the numbers of the list, numbers underscore list. Now if I simply print the squares, it should give us the square of all the numbers. So print, and here you can see 1 576 3136, 1256, 70, 25. So this is how you can make use of the lambda function as well. Now let's move on to the next program that shows us remove even number. So this is how we can make use of it. Remove even number. Numbers equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and here is going to be 1 and 2. And now I'll create my function that is going to be filter, just naming it lambda again, x semicolon x, here is the body of the function, x semicolon x percentage sign 2 equal to 0. Now I'm going to print f2 and let's see how it goes. Okay, type error, filter expected 2 arguments but 1. Here is supposed to be number. Now if I run this, okay, f is not defined again. Then run. Filter object is not callable. List and make will equal to any variable which we want to name it. Let's name it even underscore filter is equal to this, and now we will print even underscore filter. If I run the program and it shows 2, 4, 6, and it filtered it from this list of numbers. So this is how another use of the lambda function. Let me give you another example. Program 6. And in this we will sort list of string based on their alphabetical characters and length. Okay, sorting a list with lambda function. So first of all, we are going to need a list. Here I took the list. I need to remove this and place this one. I am doing this with the help of Alt and my mouse key, the right mouse key, and I'm being able to select multiple locations. Now I have the list. Now I'll make the function that is going to be sorting. I'm going to name it sorting. Then I will use sorted fruits key equal to lambda length of x. Now what this function is doing is that it's taking the fruits that we have given it and then it is sorting them, and it's sorting them by using the x. What is x? X is the length of these fruits numbers. Now if I run this print sorting, you will see that it will arrange these on the basis of the length of the numbers. So first of all is going to be date and the last one will be elderberry. So if I run now, here you can see date, apple, banana, cherry, and elderberries on the basis of the characters in the name of the fruit. This is how you can make another use of the lambda function. Now let's move on to the next example in the lambda function. 7 maximum value, and I'm taking the dictionary and I'll check the max number in this by taking max function that is the built-in the Python, then data and keys, data and its keys, because I have taught you how in dictionary we make use of keys and values. The lambda x data x max data key lambda. So here is my function with the name x, the variable x, and here is the body of the function. I will take data and here is the values in it x, and what this will do, this will give me the max value from all of these keys. So I have a key this, key this, key this, and key. So I should be getting B20. Now if I make it equal to maximum and print this code, print maximum, it should give me B, and here is giving me the B value. So this is how you can make another use of the lambda function. Now let's move on to the next example, sorting a dictionary. All right, so here we have a dictionary with so we have names, age, occupation, engineer, manager, intern, and designer, and here I am using my lambda function. How am I doing so? First of all, I'm using sorted, then taking this dictionary people and then taking the key values, and on these key values I'm performing the operation on the age, just like I was performing age, performing on the keys that are these A, B, C, D keys, and here are my key values. I'm selecting the age here. So now if I run my program, and here you can see the first one is Charlie. Why? Because its age is 22, and the second one is Alice. Why? Because the it's Alice is elder than Charlie, and then Dave, and then Bob. So we have sorted this dictionary with the help of lambda function. This is another use of the lambda function. Now we have another program that is a simple one.
That is, we are defining x a, and inside we'll return a divided by 2, and then we are taking or building our lambda function, lambda a divided by 2, and then print x into 4. So what this does, it's giving us 2. This is the simple division function. We are defining a function and then we are also making use of the lambda. So this is sort of a nested sort of functions. We are using our normal functions and then we are using lambda. So this was our ninth program, functions with lambda program 9. Okay, so hope you learned something new. Just go practice, and you can read about this on the official website of Python. Just go there, read about it, and if you have any queries, you can ask me in the chat. Make sure to like video, subscribe to the channel. I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 12 of the Python course. In the last class, we studied lambda functions. I showed you how to create a lambda function, and then I gave you all of these examples. In today's class, we'll be studying file handling. So let's see how we can read a file. To begin, we need a file with a few lines of text in it. Let's start with a file that contains 30 decimal places with 10 decimal places per line. So we are going to need to create this sort of file. I have already created it, which you can see on my Explorer window. You can easily do it by typing new file and py2.txt. So here is our py2.txt, and you can enter whatever number you want. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have created the py file, which is right here, and I have included the example which is given in the book. So I'm just going to use this. Now, in order to open the file, this is the syntax. So first of all, you're going to write with, and then you are going to type the built-in function open, and then inside the parenthesis, you are going to type the name of the file. So the name of the file that I created is py.txt, and then you are going to type as and name any file you want. So I'm just simply going to type file underscore py, and this is the first line that you should know. With open parenthesis and as whatever you want to name it, because when this function imports the file, it names it as this. So now we are going to tell Python what to do with this file after accessing the file. We are going to create a variable that can be contents is equal to, we want the Python to read this file. We can easily do it by typing the name which we have given to the file, then using the method called the read, and then these brackets. Now we are going to print what we have made Python to read and simply run the program. And here are the contents of the file, which is the value of py. Now when we have imported this file, you see there is a space here, and this is what the next concept is about. The next concept is, recall that Python's rstep method removes or strips any white spaces characters from the right side of a string. Now the output matches the contents of the original file. So in order to do that, all we have to do is simply type inside this print function dot r strip, and there you go. It will remove the spaces that have occurred while we are importing the file. Now if I run the program, so after I run the code, this line gets removed, but the space which you see right now is because of the terminal window. So this is how we can use rstrip to remove the extra space, and this is now equivalent to the original file that we have saved. Now you have learned how to open the file and read its content. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is the file path. So let me just mention here file path 2, file paths program 2. Now here it says that on Windows you use a / instead of a / as in iOS to open the path of a file. So if we have with open again, and we need to open a file, so I have other files such as little woman, Alice. So I will take it by right clicking in the VS Code. You can copy the copy path and copy the relative path. So I'll simply click on the copy path and paste it here. And here you can see it's a huge line. And then we type as object. That was for the relative path. The fix for this is that you can simply name it path underscore 1. Create a variable and simply paste the path inside, just like this. And then simply take this path from here and paste, and now you are good to go. And inside you can type the body, and here is the concept that I have talked about to the open, which is the absolute paths are usually longer than the relative paths, so it's helpful to store them in a variable and then pass that variable. But if you want to get the shortened version of this, you can do this by clicking on
the file you want to open and then copy the relative file. And before that, you need to type the slash and the file where you have stored this. So it's stored in my computer in Python and files. And then you are going to type again content is equal to object.read. And for the relative path, just copy this and paste it here. And then change it to something like object underscore one, and same here object underscore one. Now if I click here, this is how you can access the files or make use of the paths of the file. So we have this copy path, that is the longer one. You store it in a variable and then call it just like this. And the other way is you just copy the relative path and then read it. Windows systems will sometimes interpret forward slashes in file paths correctly. So if you are accessing file here, if the forward slash is not working, try using the backward slash and this will work. Let's move on to the next concept, that is reading line by line. Reading line by line. So for this, we will be using the for loop. So let's first of all, let's access our file, and we are creating a variable with the file name equal to file.txt, and then accessing it with open file name as file underscore py semicolons, and now we will write the for loop for line in file py, and then we print the line. You can name this variable whatever you want. I have named it as the book because we are accessing reading line by line. So now if I run the program, here you can see that we are reading this program line by line. Now you can fix these spaces again by simply writing the r strip. So if I type r strip parentheses and run it, you see the space is gone here that I have taught you earlier. So in this way, you can access the files line by line. Now let's move on to the next concept that says making a list of lines from a file. Making a list of lines from a file. The following example store the line of 5 digits in a list inside the with block and then print the line outside the with block. So in order to do that, we will use the previous code and then we will remove the hash. Alright, so we have the access of the file, and now what we're going to do is we'll type lines is equal to file dot read lines. Alright, so we're reading by lines. Now we will come out of this with block, and now we will write for line in line and then simply print it with the line dot strip. Now if you run this, you can see it has created a list of lines from file by using the r strip and the for loop that is outside of this reading block. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is about working with the file's content. Working with file's content. Program 4. Alright, so I'm taking the code which I have wrote earlier, and then I'm going to create a py string. Py underscore string is equal to, this is an empty string, and then I'll use a for loop. I have used it because of, let me show you after creating this. Py underscore string plus equal to line dot strip, and here it should be r strip. Now if you print this, print py, then print length py underscore string. Now if you run the program, you will see that the variable py string contains the white space that was on the left side of the digits in each line, but we can get rid of this by using the strip instead. So if I remove the r from here and then run my program, here you can see we have all the contents in a line. When Python reads from a file, it interprets all text in the file as a string. If you read in a number and want to work with that value in a numerical context, you will have to convert it into an integer using the int function, or convert it to a float using the float function. Alright, so we have converted this into a string because it allows us to efficiently process the data. And there are other benefits of converting or working with the file's content and making them into strings. And you will learn the things about the string we can apply here as well. Let's move on to the next concept, that is large files 1 million digits. So we can also access the large files. Let me just write here program 5 large files. Alright, large file program 5. In this, we are reading this file that has like 1 million digits, and we are accessing only a few elements of it, like 52. So the way we have access our small files, in the same way we can access the large files or a large amount of data to do data analysis or processing. I have downloaded this data from their website, which you can see on the book. that says that the resources is taken from this website, but I was not able to find it there. I downloaded it from the Copilot, but just simply typing on the Google that 5 million digits .txt dataset or txt. It's popped up there. So now I have it in my Explorer window. You can see 5 million digits. Now if I go and type here file name equal to pi underscore million underscore digit dot txt. So this is the relative path I have written here. And now I'm going to use the with open parenthesis file name as million underscore digits, and then I'm going to type lines equal to million digits dot weak lines parentheses. All right, I had a issue, so I am back again. So we were at this, we created a string. We used for loop to access lines of this data set. Now what we're going to do is we will use the pi string and apply the strip to the all lines. This plus sign shows that it is going to increment in the value. I mean, first line, second line, in this way, the whole lines of the data set. And this should be outside the loop, should be inside. All right, so the lines which I have moved were inside the with open block, but I have moved it outside so that we are not restricted here. Now I'm moving out of the for loop, and now I'll print the string pi underscore string 52 plus print length pi underscore string. What this will do, this will give us the first 52 characters of the string that we have created for our dataset that included only the integers, and then we are printing the length. Length means that it will count the all the characters of the strings or characters of this dataset and print on the screen. Now if I run the program, here you can see it has shown us the 52 characters only. It has shown us only the 52 characters of the string only. And we indeed have a string that contains 1 million decimal points. We do have a string that contains the pi to 1 million decimal points. So in this way, we can make use of a very large data set and access some small portion. Now there is an example that we can apply here, that is your birthday is contained in the pi, means that your birthday is present in the first half of this data set or not. So let me rewrite the next program, that is going to program 6 your birthday in 1 million characters. So for this we will be using this code that I'm going to paste here. And now we are not accessing the 52 characters, but the rest of the code is same. We have the access of the data set. We have converted it into a string. We are removing the spaces, but we are not printing anything. What we are going to print is, first of all, we will take the input of the birthday of the person, such as me, by using the input function. Enter your birthday, such as month, days, and then year. Yes, obviously year. And now inside, now after this, we will set up a condition that if birthday in underscore pi string, if it exists, then give us print your birthday appears in first million digits of pi. And if it does not exist there, then what this is going to do is going to give us else and type print your birthday does not occur. Okay, so we have access of the file, we have converted it into a string. We are taking the input of a user. We have set up a condition that if the birthday exists, then print that your birthday exists in the first 1 million digits, else give us that your birthday does not occur or exist in that. So if I run my program and I enter my birthday or any random birthday, so I take March 25 and 1999, I will press enter. It says your birthday does not occur. So just try it yourself if your birthday occurs. Let's give it a random shot and see if any other birthday occurs. So let me type 12th month, 25th, 1999. And it says again. And now let's try any other, the last time. So 5, or let's say April 24th, 2001. Again, it says birthday does not. So I've tried 2 to 3 times. try yours if maybe your birthday and it says print your birthday does exist in the customer mail. Let me check the book what they have said here. 120372, and it says yes, we have succeeded. Your birthday appears in first million digits of pi. Alright, so the next concept is writing to a file. In this we have a file name, programming. I haven't downloaded the programming file. Okay, so we have to create it, right? I'm just naming it programming.txt, and then we'll use the same function with open parenthesis file name underscore object as file, and the second line we'll use file object dot write, and it says love programming, or I love Python or machine learning or whatever your interest has developed. So now if I run the program, it has created this file. You see, I love Python. So this is the so this is the syntax to create a file. I created a variable which has the name of the file I want to name my new file. Then I'll use the same syntax functions which I use to read a file, and instead of giving it only one argument, I'm typing here w, which means to write, and naming it as file object. And then I use the second name which I have given, which is the file object, and write I love Python. So it created the python.txt file, and inside it placed I love Python. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is writing multiple lines. So writing multiple lines, that is program 8. In this, the code is going to be the same for the first half, where we have file name, the same file object, and I have typed I love Python, and in the next line I'm just going to write I love sports and gym, and here is remember to keep the indentation, and I can add more lines into this. But let's run this. Now if I open my file, here you can see I love Python, I love sports and gym. So in this way you can add more lines into this. Now let's move on to the next concept. Next concept is appending a file. So what this does, this will only just create either the new line or replace the old one. I mean, if I remove this /n here, then all the lines, the new ones, will remove this one, and the new one will be placed here. But what the append does, append extends the original data. So we have appending to a file. How we can do this? Let's modify write message by adding some new reasons we love programming to the existing programming file. So we have already created this. I'm going to use the same code, and instead of w we will use the a for append, and in that I will add I also found birthday in a large data set. And again, in the next slide, I can add something similar. I learned to create a file and append it. And now if I run this and open my file, here you can see it has appended it has extended. We have the older two lines, and now we have the new ones. I also found birthday in a large data set, and I learned to create a file. The data set is missing here because I did not put E. Now if I run this, here you can see it says dataset, and it has again added those two lines and did not fix the previous one. It does not change the previous, but instead it appends. Now if I run it again and again and again, it should contain all of these there. And here you can see all of that is present. And yeah, that's it from me in today's class. And make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 13 of the Python course. In the last class, we studied the file handling. I taught you how to read a file, how to write in a file, and how to append in a file with a lot of examples. In this class, we'll be studying exceptions. If we have written a huge amount of code and we have error in between, we can avoid the error and still make the code to run. So let's see how we can do that. Exceptions. Python uses special objects called exceptions to manage errors that arise during a program's execution. When an error occurs that makes Python unsure what to do next, it creates an exception object if you write code. And here is an example. Handling the zero division error exception. Let's look at a simple error that causes Python to raise an exception. You probably
know that it's impossible to divide a number by 0. Well, let's ask Python to do it anyway. So let's do it. We say print 5 divided by 0. And if I run the program, as you can see, it has raised an exception handling error that it itself says that it's 0 division error, division by 0. So how we can fix this? We can fix this by using try except block. So first of all, we are going to type try semicolon, then indentation 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 spaces for the indentation. Then we are going to type except 0 division error, and again semicolon, and then we are going to print a statement whatever you like to print, but it's 0 error, so we have to say that you can't divide by 0. Now if I run the program, you will see it says you can't divide by 0. When the code runs, the computer goes into this statement try, it skips it after checking that it's an error, and then goes into the exception, that is you cannot divide by 0. And next, now let's move on to the next concept, that is to use exceptions to prevent crashes. That is our program 2. So how we can do this? First of all, let's write a program. What this does the similar sort of work. We are taking two numbers and then dividing them. So first of all, let's print the statements. Give me two numbers. I'll divide them. So this is the first statement that we are printing. Now we will print another statement that enter Q2 exit. Now we use the while loop. While true, and inside we take our first number, that is first underscore number is will be equal to is input, enter your first number. And now we will set up a condition for if the person wants to quit. So first number equal to checks that if the person has entered a string or not. So we are setting up a condition with the if. After setting up the condition, we move to break state. Now let's move on to the second underscore number is equal to input, enter your second number. And again, we will use the statement second number. If second number is equal to the string q, then just break the program. Now here begins our exception part. So here again, our answer will be equal to int and first number divided by int second underscore number, and then we are going to put the answer. Now if I run the program, I type first 8 and then 2, it's giving us the answer 4. But if I enter q, it quits the program. And again, if I go for the 0 one, I divide 5 by 0, it's giving us the error again. So we will apply the same technique that we have used earlier, that we will use the try exception method. How we can do that? We are going to use try semicolon inside this block, then except 0 division error if function, and we need indentation here as well. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. And now we'll also use the else statement, else print the answer. And here we have to type that again the same message, you can't divide by 0, and make sure we have the indentation in place. Now if I run the program and give it 5 divided by 2, it's giving us 2.5. And if I give 5 divided by 0, it's saying us you can't divide by 0. So it is using this except 0 division error. And now if you press Q, it quits the program. So this is how you can make use of the try, except, and else statements for exception handling. Now let's move on to the next concept, program 3, that says handling the file not found error. File not found error. So let's say we are importing a file, that is file name equal to alice.txt. So I already have a file with the Alice, but I have renamed it underscore Alice, right? So I should be able to present or this concept in front of you and hope you understand. So I'll open the file as I taught you how to open the file in the last lecture. File name as f underscore object, and then contents equal to f underscore object dot read. Alright, so if I run the program, it's giving us this error, no such file or directory found with the alice.x. How we can fix this? We can fix this in the same way. We have to write try, then give the indentation 1 2 3 4, and again 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. So enter this indentation for this one and this for this one. And now and then we have to write except
file not found error. Then we'll type the message equal to sorry, the file name does not exist. And then we're going to print the message. Now if run this, it's saying sorry, the file alice.txt does not exist. So this is how you can handle any file error you get in the future. And now the thing that's to say is the text used in this section come from the project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg maintains a collection of literary works that are available in the public domain, and it's a great resource if you're interested in working with literary texts in your programming projects. So if you're doing any text based projects in the future, just go to this website and you can download the text data. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is analyzing text. Program for analyzing text. So for this, we are creating a string title equal to Alice in Wonderland. Then we will split the title using the split method. And now we will have print this, you will see that it will be sliced, right? If I run this, as you can see, Alice in Wonderland. This whole text is divided and saved into a list. Now, if I take my progress program and paste it here, then I make use of my else block and I just count the number of words in data. Now remember that I told you I have named it underscore Alice, and here is that data here. It's a huge amount of information about Alice in Wonderworld. So we have this. Now we are going to do is we'll count the words content dot split. Now what this will do, it is going to split all of this data just like this one. All right. Yes, this one, this that we just did, and now this will split the whole of the context of the Alice data. And now we are going to create another variable that is going to be number of words, and that will be equal to the length of the words, right? So we'll get to know how many words are in this data. And now we will print this. Okay, the file plus file name plus as about plus string num words plus, okay, this is the file name that we created earlier right here. That is going to be list.txt, and this is just the printing and the converting this integer value into the numbers, and the remaining part is just beautify the text. Now if I run my program and it says that the file alice.txt has around 29,461 words, that is a huge value. And these are words, are not characters. If I only use character, then that is going to be a lot more. So I just read this whole book or this whole data. I split its value and converted it into words, and then I counted. And this is how, if I change its value such that I change Alice to a file which does not exist and run it, it's simply saying sorry, the file, the alice.txt does not exist. So this is how we can make use of the try, except, and else block. They make good use of it and prevent errors and crashes and make our code smooth, the running of our programming smooth. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is the program 5, and in this we will study working with multiple files. So first of all, we are going to define a function which I taught you in my class 10, that how to define a function. I shared with you lots of examples. So define a function, define count words and file name. And first thing, we define a function and then we tell in the inverted commas that what the function does. So this function count the approximate number of words in a file. File names equal to. So all of these files which I am writing now, I have downloaded it from the website that I told you earlier, and then I saved it, and then I imported it by simply dragging the files here. So I have Elise, Little Woman, movie 5 million, and we have Siddhartha. We have all of these files here that I just simply downloaded and paste it here. Siddhartha.txt, then we have the mobi.txt.txt, and the next file we have, that is little underscore woman.txt. Now let's count the words. For that, first of all, we will be using for loop for file name in file name, file names. You can name it whatever you want. Let's change it. Let's change to something count in file names. For count in file names, we will type, and then here is the body of our loop, count words in file name. Now if I run my program, oh sorry, it's supposed to be count. I just literally copy from the book. Anyways, all right, so we have to print, we have to print this as well. Print. All right, the next thing we need is our previous code that we wrote. Just copy, because the thing we did for one file, now we are going to do this for all of the files. Paste here, and I'm getting an error. All right, so I am getting indentation errors. The code, we have a function, we have 4 files, and we are using a for loop to loop through this 4 times and count us the words. So I was getting an error with the mobi file, and it was due to the encoding. So I had to pass this argument into the while opening the file, that encoding set to UTF-8, and I found out through this a chatbot. So if you encounter the errors or problems, then you should also look out on the Google and found their solutions. Now if I run the program, you can see it has successfully counted all the words for the Elise, Siddhartha, Moby, and Little Woman. And yeah, in this way you can work with multiple files. And if I repeat this, I defined a function count words, and then I use the try exception error. In the try block, I wrote to take the file that is going to be file name, and I set its type to UTF-8 as of object. And then inside this, I'm reading all the files which we want to, because inside a function we can call the function as many times as we want. That's the benefit of this. Then we have the accept block, and in this I have top this message called the sorry the file does not exist. Then we have the else, that if everything goes smooth, just print the results that we have smoothly printed. Now the next concept is failing silently, but you don't need to report every exception you catch. For that, all we have to do is simply write here to pass instead of all this information. So let me just comment this out and type here failing silently program 6, and inside that what we can do is we just remove this part and type here pass. And if I run the program by changing the name of the file, this file, this file, this file, this file, so there's no error and there is no warning as well. But if I reverse it and now I change the name of the files, it is giving us the warning that sorry the file does not exist, all the file does not show or print the error, and just make it silent. And the next concept is just the opposite of it, in which we see what type of error that has occurred. So if I just printing error, and in that we have try, check, int, input, and we're taking a number as input, enter your number. And then what we are going to do is we are printing this a plus 3, and then we're using the exception accept exception as e underscore name, and then we are going to print e name. So if I run the program and I say that like 3, so I type 0 here, and the error it's showing us is the division by 0. So this is how you can also print that what sort of error you are getting. And if I modify the program such that I have a plus 3, right? And if I just run it and add a string to it like sad, okay, so it's giving us the invalid literal for int with base 10 sad. So it is another use of the try, accept, and else block. And hope you learned something new today. And there are more errors like the syntax error, name error, type error, value error, index error, key error, attribute error. And these two I have taught you. Import error, memory error. I will just read about them 1 to 2 lines, that what are these errors. These are easily available on the internet. Just like the syntax error is if I don't put the semicolon here, or I just remove this comma from here. So this is the syntax. And name error is I don't use the print
the name of the print. So hope you learned this concept. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class. Welcome to the class 14 of the Python course. In the last class, we studied exception handling and errors. I taught you how we can make our code to run even if there are errors in it, and how you can print the errors so they can be fixed, or you can just simply pass that error without announcing anything about the error. So in today's class, we will be studying the match case. And so a match case takes an expression and compares its value to successive patterns given as one or more case block. So there is a case, and inside its body there are more cases that it compares with. Only first pattern that matches gets executed, and that it can also extract components, sequence elements, or object attributes from the value into variables. So this is the syntax of the match case. Syntactically, a match statement contains a subject expression, one or more case clauses. Each case clause specifies a pattern, an optional guard, a code block to be executed. A pattern is the overall shape to be matched, an optional guard, a condition to be checked if the pattern matches, and a code block to be executed if the case clause is selected. So here is a simple example. We are taking an input, we have made a match statement and then made some few cases. So I'll take an input number and I will create a variable a for taking my input number. It's going to be enter your number. And now I will use my match case statement, match a with the case 1 and print your number is 1. And in this way, we are going to create like more cases. Similarly, we will create case 2 and print your number is 2. And again, we're going to do this. Case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4, case 5, and nothing. Alright, so we have all the cases, and make sure that this match is in the, it says your number is, alright, so I made a mistake. I have print here, your number is 3, number is 4, number is 5, and your number is A. Alright, so if I run it, I type 3, it's saying the number is 3. If I run it again, I type 5, it says your number is 5. And now if I type any random number, and it says your number is random number. So this is how we can make use of our match case. It takes the input and compares it with the cases, and only the case is executed when the case is matched. But in the last one, I just simply printed the value without make using of the cases, but it has compared it with all of these values and then executed this. So this was a simple example. Now let's move on to the another example, program 2. So in this program, we have a Python program to print table of a number which lies between 1 and 10. So how we can do this? First of all, we'll take the number as input. Input, enter your number, and we will take it as an integer, and then we will use for loop. First of all, I will explain what this function is doing. Printing the multiplication table of a number using match case. And now I use the for loop for I in range, and that range can be set from 1 to 11. So remember that it's going to print till 10, not 11, because whenever we are using the range function, it takes two inputs. First one is the starting point and the second one is the ending point, but less from that. So it's actually the second argument is equal to n minus 1. So this is 10 here, not 11 actually. And then inside the for loop, we will write our match case. Take I and then we write our first case. Case 1, print f string inside our number that we will give it. Oops, we have to use these brackets inside our number, then multiplying that number with 1 and then making it equal to the number static multiplied by 1 and closing our string. And here you go. In this way, we will repeat our case 2, case 3, case 4, and so on and so forth. So I'm just skipping from here, and let me write this whole program and then I'll continue. Alright, so now we have the whole table here, and if I run, I've created my first case that will take this number, that whatever we are going to give it, and multiply it with 1 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and to the 10. I run it and give it the number 7. And here you can see the whole table we have that is printed. 7 ones are 7, 14, 21, 63. And say in this way we can do another number. Let's say 796. 796. And here you can see 796 ones are and to the up to point 7960. So we have created a table, and now this is how you can make use of the match case statement. This was our second program or second example. Now let's move on to the next example. So for this one, let's create a function, and here we are checking error that we see on the internet. So we are creating a match status. What is the status? If we have case 400, then return bad request. Again, if we have case 404, then return us not found. In case 418, return I am a programmer. And in this way, our last case that says return something's wrong with the internet. And this is showing us the error we get on the internet by comparing whatever the error is. So if I give status it called, now if I call the function http error and give it 404 and run it and then print TP server 404, and now if I run this, it says not found. This case, that was the case 404. If I change it and or I give it another error such as 418, and it says not found and I'm a programmer. And if we gave it the first case as well, that was case 400, it's giving us not found, I'm a programmer, bad request. So this was a program 3, and this is how you can make use of the match case statement. Now let's move on to the next example. That is our program 4. In this one we have, so you can also combine several literals in a single pattern using this line here. So if we have our previous code, and this is how you can combine these cases together. So we have case 404, we can place it here, and also case 418, place it here, and then just simply make use of this line and give all of these a simple error that no access. If I run it, so it says no access because I've called the function 3 times. And that's how you can make use of the match case statement in this way as well. Now let's move on to the next program. Now let's move on to the next concept-based program. Alright, so the last thing that I was using, I'm using this here because note that the last block, the variable name underscore acts as a wildcard and never fails to match. If no case matches, none of the branches is executed, except this one, the last one. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is about two literals. So the first pattern of it has two literals and can be thought of as an extension of the literal pattern shown above, that is this one, XY pattern. But the next two patterns combine a literal and a variable, and the variable binds a value from the subject point. The fourth pattern captures two values, which makes it conceptually similar to the unpacking assignment XY equal point. So this is how you can make and mix and check different cases with the match case statement. So let's start with our example number 4. First of all, we have a match point and we have our case 0, 0, that is just the two literals from our case. And then we print it as this is origin on a rectangular coordinate system. Now let's move on to the case 2. And now we have a variable with it. And for that, we have to print its value. I'm using f string, then inverted commas, then y equal to these brackets and y. This will give us the value of the y. And for the case 3, we have x, but 0 value of the second literal. And again, we are going to print our values using the f string. X equal to parenthesis x.
And now we have a case 4 where we have both variables x and y from the coordinate system. Print f string x equal to x, y equal to y. And in the last case, we have raise value error not a point in case we enter a string, not a point. So now if I run my program, before running that, we have this issue that says point is not defined. So point is going to be x, y equal to point, or the other way around. We are supposed this is supposed to be point equal to xy. X is going to be an input number where we'll be taking x value, and similarly we're taking the value for the y input, enter value of y. So now we have taken the value from the both x, y. We have made our 4 cases, and let's run it. Now let's give the value 4 and 7. 4 and give a y value 7. So this is the case that x value is 5, and we can change this to something different like coordinates value is. So if I now give the value 8 and 9, it says coordinates value is x is equal to 8 and y is equal to 9. This is how you can make use of the match case statement in this sort of scenario. Right, so this is how you can make use of the match case statement. Now let's move on to the next concept. That will be our program 6. Then what we'll do is, without pattern matching, the function's implementation would require several instances, such as these instance checks, 1 or 2 length cells, and a more convoluted control flow. The match example version and traditional Python version without match translate into similar code under the hood. With familiarity of the pattern matching, a user reading this function using match will likely find this version clearer than the traditional approach. One of the things about a programmer is that he tries to make the code small and do the same exact tasks, which can take huge amount of line of codes. Alright, so here is another example for the match case. We have to match some flavors. Let's start with creating the main body of the function with main body of the match case with match flavor case. Let's say chocolate, then vanilla, then strawberry, and so on. Now we will print our case, and it will say favorite ice cream flavor. Now we have the next case. Don't forget the indentation and the semicolon. Now we have the next case cookie, mint, print, nice flavor. Case underscore print unknown flavor, and that's it. And for flavor, we will take the input, enter your order. Alright, so now we have our last program, and if I run it and give it the order, let's say cookie, and it says nice flavor. And then if I give it any random, let's say I give it mango ice cream, and it says unknown flavor, which can be used in the case that the ice cream is not available, and so on and so forth. So in today's class, we see a match case takes an expression and compares its value to its successive patterns given as one or more case blocks. So that's how we implemented it in our first program, second program, third program, fourth and fifth and sixth. And yeah, that's it from me in today's class. Make sure to like video, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in the next class where we will be studying OOPS classes. OOPS means object oriented programming.
Welcome to the class 16 of the Python course. In the last class, we studied the match cases. I taught you how to create a match case and where we can use them, and showed you some examples as well. In today's class, we'll be studying a very important topic that's called OOPS, or object-oriented programming, and classes. So what is object-oriented programming? Object-oriented programming is one of the most effective approaches to write software. In object-oriented programming, you write classes that represent real-world things and situations, and you create objects based on those classes. So whenever we have to solve real-world problems, we use classes, such that if we want a robot to get up and walk, then we can implement that by using the Python code, using classes and object-oriented programming. When you write a class, you define the general behavior that whole category of objects can have. And you can then give each object whatever unique traits you desire. So we will create a dog class that will also include the method to sit and roll over. So this is what making an object from a class is called instantiation, and you work with instances of a class. In this chapter, you will write classes and create instances of those classes. So we will write a class, and class will include the instructions on how to create an instance, such that we will create a dog by its age, name, and it has the ability to sit and roll over. These are all the instructions to create a instance that I'll show you in a minute. Knowing the logic behind classes will train you to think logically, so you can write programs that effectively address almost any problems you encounter. So this is the benefit of the classes. Classes also make life easier for you and other programs. You'll need to work with as you take on increasingly complex challenges. So classes also help us to collaborate with our programmers, and we can do complex tasks. So let's create our first class. You can model almost anything using classes. Let's start by writing a simple class dog. So what the class dog will have, the dog class will store a name and age and the ability to sit and roll over. So class dog, first thing is starting it, the class. This is how we start. Then we have the init function, and whatever function is inside a class, we call it the method. So we have an init method that does most of the work, and then we will have extra abilities, and we also call them methods. So we have extra methods that we want to include in our class. So if you look on the left on my VS Code window, first of all, let's start creating a class. So we start by typing class. This is a built-in function, and naming it. I'm naming it dog and giving it and keeping the first letter to be capital. Now in the next line, we will define what this does. This is a simple attempt to model a dog, and next we will start use this function called the init. So whatever function we will create inside this class, 1 2 3 4 spaces, and now we are inside the class dog. Whatever function that it will include, that we will call it a method. So define underscore init double underscore. So we have two prevailing underscores and two trailing underscores. What this does, that if we create a method or a function in the future that has name init, it will not cause a conflict, because init is built in the Python, and even if we try to build init in our code later on, this double underscores will prevent. And the next thing is the self parameter. So the self parameter will help us gives access to the instances that we will create later. So whenever we create an instance, that instance will use self and make connection with the init method. And the next thing we are going to include is the name, the second parameter, and the age. So it depends upon what real problem you are trying to implement. So we are implementing a dogs. Obviously we need an a name and age. Now in the next line, we will write that what we are going to do. We are creating, or I should say initialize name and age attribute. And now I will create attribute. How? I will use self dot name. So this parameter will take this value and store it into a variable, and we will create the variable with the same name, call it the name. So whenever the instance that we will create will call the name or age, this self parameter will help us to get the name, and similarly this self parameter will help us to create age that we have stored in this variable with a similar name. So this is a variable and this is a variable, and we did this using self parameter. And the next thing we have is define sit self. So now we are creating another method, that is the sit. Again, here the self allows access to the instance that we will create later on. Now we will explain what this does. It stimulates a dog sitting in response to a command, and this, now we are just going to simply print that the dog is sitting. If we have the resources like a dog that is animated, we will write the code that the animated dog will sit and do the rollover. And that code should be here, where I'm going to write the print state self.name.title. So again, I took this variable and then I simply print is now sitting, and in a similar way we'll create the second method that will be define roll underscore over self, and
The same way I will explain what this does. This simulates a rolling over dog. Print self.name.title plus rolled over. So similarly, like said, I printed the statement for the rollover. And again, if we had an animated dog, we can make by writing extra lines of code inside these methods, that is the rollover and the set. So now we have this class, right? We started by typing class and we gave it a name with the first letter capital. Then we used our init method. It's a function. Because it's inside of class, we will call it a method. So we use init method, and inside the init method, the important thing is this self parameter. That self parameter will be connected to instance that we will create using this class, because we can make use of the class only using the instances. And then we have a second parameter. This is going to be according to the problem we have. So now we are attempting to model a dog, so that's why we have a name of the dog and age of the. Similarly, we can have the arms of a robot or the eyes of a robot. Eyes means a camera. So that thing is going to replace the name and age with the, you can say, arms or camera. And the next thing we are storing these parameters into the variable self.name self.age, because this is going to be used for the instances that we will create just now. And again, we have the extra ability, that is to sit and to roll over. Right now we just printed the statement that the dog is sitting and the rolling over. But if we have the resources, or we want to really move a robot dog or an animated dog, we can do so by replacing or adding the more lines of code here. So now let's make use of this class by making an instance. So in order to make an instance, what we are going to do, we'll simply use my underscore dog. I named my instance my dog because it's related to the dog. You can name it whatever you want to. And now we will call our class dog and pass the parameters, that is Willie, that is the name of the dog, and it's 6 years old. Remember, we did not use self here. We only gave two parameters. The name and age of the dog. And then I'm also printing some state such as my dog's name is plus my underscore dog dot name dot title plus. So I'm also printing the name of my dog which I gave it, and again I will also print the age of the dog in a similar manner. So I'm just copying this statement, pasting it, and just replace my dog is, and here with the name I will use the age. I will convert it into a string because it's in integers. String my underscore dog dot age, and it's years old. So this is a string. This is the value that we have given, and this is again a string. So string value and converted into string, because we did the concatenation here. This is called concatenation. Now I've run the program. Here it says my dog's name is Willie and my dog is 6 years old. Here you can see my dog's name is Willie and my dog is 6. So this is an instance, and in order to create this instance, we have these instructions. We created class. We used the init method, we gave it parameters including self, then we added it an extra ability, and then again an extra ability. So this is how you create instance by creating a class. So this is how we have implemented a real world problem using object oriented programming. Now let's talk about this concept of accessing the attributes. If you see here, we used my underscore dot notation and then name to access the name variable, and same for the age, my underscore dog dot age. So in this way you can access the attributes for an instance. We accessed name and age for our instance called my underscore dog. So to access the attributes of an instance, you use the dot rotation as I just told you. Here Python looks at instance my underscore dog and then finds the attribute name associated with my underscore dog. So our instance as these attributes self.name self.age, and then these are used by our instance using the dot notation, and we have after running the age and the name that we gave. So this is how we access the attributes of a class. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is calling methods. So we haven't called the extra methods that we created, the abilities to sit and to roll. In order to do that, all we have to do, we type my underscore dog. We will use our instance
And the same way we call the attributes, we call the methods. We've called the first method my underscore dot sit, and the similar way we will call my underscore dot roll underscore over. And here I forgot to mention the dog. And here we have. Now if I run my program, you will see it is giving us the dog's name. My dog's name is Willie. Second, my dog is 6 years old, and Willie is now sitting. And here if I add the parenthesis, it will give us Willie rolled over. There is no space here. Let me add the space here and here. Now if I run the program, here you can see Willie is sitting now and Willie rolled over. What happened was when Python reads my underscore dog dot sit, it looks for the method sit in the class dog. You see here there's a capital D and runs that code. Python interprets the line my underscore dot roll over in the same way. So the similar way it accesses the attributes, we can access the method. And here you can see. So we learn to access attributes, we learn to access the method, and now there is another concept that we can create multiple instances. So we created an instance, my dog, and we gave it the name, age, and then we printed two statements of for the name, age, and then we also made it to sit and roll over. In the similar way, we can create another instance. So in order to do that, I will change the name. I will say your dog equal to, I will call my class dog that I created and name it like Lucy and giving it the age 3. And in this way, I will repeat the steps that I did earlier. I will print the statement, your dog's name. I created a string and then I will call the attribute that I have created. And that is going to be, so the code is going to be your underscore dog dot name dot title and parentheses, and at the end I'm going to write again a string called is now sitting. All right, and in the similar way I'm going to print the age. So I'll just simply take from here and paste, and instead of my I will type here your, and instead of my underscore dog I will replace it with your underscore, and I can also call the methods here. I'll simply replace my dog with your dog, and same here, my dog with your dog dot roll over. Now if I run the program, oops, we got an error. What's the error? This is the error. So make mistakes and fix them. This is how you will learn. And now if I run it, we have both of your dog's name Lucy is not sitting. Your dog is 3 years old. Lucy is now sitting. Lucy rolled over. All right. So let me see what happened. Your dog's name is not sitting, and your dog's name is Lucy and is not sitting. All right. So I added this /n. This will separate this instance from this one. And now if I run the code, you will see we have the input of both the instances. My dog's name is Willie. Your dog's name is Lucy. My dog is 6 years old. Your dog is 3 years old. Willie is now sitting. Lucy is now sitting. Willie rolled over. Lucy rolled over. And in this way, you can make multiple instances in object-oriented programming. And here there was space here because I placed a space here, so it was showing up, so I removed it. So here are the things we should know. Each dog is a separate instance with its own set of attributes capable of the same set of instructions. Even if we use the same name and age for the second dog, Python would still create a separate instance from the dog class. Why? Because we have used different name of the instance. So that's why even if we had given it Willie and age is 6, then it was still going to give us an extra instance because we used a different instance name, that is your dog. The next thing is you can make as many instances from one class as you need, as long as you give each instance a unique variable name or it occupies a unique spot in a list or dictionary. So as the thing I mentioned, if you have a unique name of the instance, you can create as multiple instances as you want, even if the parameters such as the name, age, or have the same value. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is about working with classes and instances. So what this is about is that One of the first tasks you will want to do is modify the attributes associated with a particular instance. You can modify the attributes of an instance directly or write methods that update the attributes in specific ways. Obviously, if we have to upgrade something and we want something new in our new instance, we have to change or modify the attributes. So in this concept, we will learn how to do that. Okay, for that we are creating a new class, that is the car class. In this, let's write a new class representing a car. Our class will store information about the kind of a car we are working with, and it will have a method that summarizes this information. So again, similarly, first of all, we will have a class. This is how we're going to start. We're going to start the built-in function class. Then we're going to name our class as car with its first letter capital. Inside the body, first line we're going to write that will tell us what is this class about. It is a class that represents a car. The next thing is obviously our init function, or as I told you that inside a class a function is called a method. So we will use init method. Two underscores are leading and two are trailing. And now we will add the first parameter, that is going to be self, the second parameter make, then model, and then year. Now in the next one, we have initialize attributes to describe. So now we have created our init method, and next thing is to create our attributes. So obviously the first one is going to be about the make, and we will store it in a make variable, self make. Secondly, model, we will store it into the self model, self dot model is equal to model, and then we are going to do same for the self dot year equal to year. That's how we have created three variables. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create another method that will describe what these attributes do while summarizing them. So we will start with define get underscore descriptive underscore name parenthesis self. Remember to we pass this self parameter so that whenever we use this in our new instance, it gets connected to that with the help of self. Inside the body, we will first of all tell what this method does. It returns a neatly formatted descriptive name. Then we will create a variable long underscore name and make it equal to the value. We are going to make it a string because years are always in numbers. Similarly, we will print other values that include make and self model. Self dot make. Alright, so now we have a method that describes in a neatly format, and now we will return what it describes, long underscore name dot title. So we have created our class. Class includes our init method that has three parameters, make, model, and year. And now we have another method. What this does, it returns a neatly formatted descriptive name. So we have a long name variable that includes and prints the values of year, make, and model. And we do this by returning the value of this variable and using a method called dot title and parentheses. This will print the value of this variable, which is giving us a neatly formatted descriptive name. Now we will create our first instance, that is my new car is equal to. Now we will call our class, and now we will pass our parameters. First of all is Audi, then A4 is the model, and the year is 2016. Next thing we are going to print is obviously the class values. My new car dot get underscore descriptive name parentheses. That's all. Now if I run my program, here it says 2016 Audi A4. Now here is our class and here is our instance, and our program is running fine. And again, I'm going to repeat what we have done. We created a class. The init method that I told you that is going to be included in all the classes. In these concepts, which I'm teaching you, the first parameter is going to be self, like the previous one. Then the three more parameters for the car class. Then we are storing these in a variable, giving us attributes 1, 2, 3. Three variables, three making us or giving us three attributes. And next we have another method. What this method does is that it gives us neatly formatted descriptive name. It includes the year, the make or the type of the car, and the model. And then we are returning the value. So this is our class or the instructions to make our instance. And here we make our first instance. In the instance, we have my underscore new car, and you can name it whatever you want. I named it according to the book. My underscore name, my new car ODA for 2016. And then we have printed this method right here. That gives us the neatly formatted year, car type or make, and model number. We'll run it again, hit give. So, all right. So the main motive of this concept is to see how we can change very attributes and for different instances. So we have created a new class. Now we will learn the next concept, that is setting our default value for an attribute. All right. So first of all, we're going to take this class, paste it here. Now we have, and I'm going to comment this out. Alright, so what we are going to do, every attribute in a class needs an initial value, even if that value is 0 or empty string. Okay, let's add an attribute called odometer that always start with a value of 0. We will also add a method read underscore odometer that helps us read each card's odometer. So simply add here self dot odometer underscore reading and set its value to 0. See, when we are setting the value to default, we are not defining that parameter here. And after this method, we are going to introduce another method that is going to be define read underscore odometer self, and then we are going to describe what it does. It prints a statement showing car mileage. Now we are going to use our print function. This car has string self dot odometer reading plus miles on it. So we are just simply reading the value of this attribute that we created, and on the other side are just simply the strings. And we also converting the integer value of the odometer to a string so that we can print the value. And now what we also have a new method called read odometer that makes it easy to read car's mileage. Yes, so we created a new method that reads car's mileage, and we introduced a variable, and we introduced the attribute with the default value 0. So now if I simply use my instance, my new for car, and then read the odometer, and I run the program, 2016 Audi A4. This car has 0 miles on it. You see there is no space. The reason is I did not add here. So now it should have some space. Alright, so this car has 0 miles on it. So this is how we can introduce attributes with default values, and we can read, and now we are able to read the mileage on a car. So you see, the more things are getting uh, realistic, the more we are being able to add to the class, and we are implementing real world things. So again, we created our class, we introduced a new attribute, we introduced a new method, and then we simply called it. So this was the concept of setting a default value for an attribute. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is modifying attributes values. So how can we do that? First of all, let me comment this out. You can change an attribute's values in 3 ways. You can change the value directly through an instance, or secondly, set the value through a method, or third, increment the value at a certain amount. Let's see the first one. Modifying an attribute's value direct. The simplest way to modify the value of an attribute is to access the attribute directly through an instance. Here we set the odometer reading to 23. Alright, so let us take our code from the previous program, and we will take our instance, my new car, and change our odometer's value to 23, and then we will use our instance and call this method, which is to read the odometer. Now if I run the program, you will see we have directly modified the value of our attribute that was set to 0. We modified to 23. So this is how you can directly modify the value of an attribute. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is about modifying an attribute's value through a method. So this is how we can do it. So I'm going to copy this, place this here. Alright. So we have our class and our previous instances. Now we are going to create a method. So we will define update underscore odometer and then give it the first parameter as self and the second one as mileage. And then we are going to tell that what this does. This sets the odometer reading to given value. And then we're simply going to create a variable that stores the mile. Odometer reading equal to mile. Now we can modify the value of the attribute using this method. How? We are now going to call this method by using our instance my underscore new underscore call dot notation, and then we are going to call the method update odometer to 23 and then my underscore new car read the odometer. So we are calling this method and we are calling the new method that helps us to modify the value of an attribute. Now if I run the program, it says year, make, and model number, and it also modifies the value of the attribute. What is that attribute? The attribute is the odometer. So previously we were modifying the value directly, and now we are using this method which we have defined as update underscore odometer. All right, so there's another concept. We can add a little logic to make sure no one tries to roll back the odometer reading. So how we can do this? We can do this by coming here and using our if condition statement, that if our mileage is greater than or equal to self dot odometer underscore reading, then we are going to set up condition that our odometer reading is going to be equal to the mileage. But if that's not the case, then you have to print that we cannot roll back an odometer. Alright guys, so I made a mistake here. That is, we need to remove this line, and then if I supposed to be alright, so now if I change this value to 15, it's still running. But if I change to minus something like 5, it says you can't roll back an odometer. This car has 0 miles on it. So this is our value that has been set to default. But if I change the value to like 25 and then run it, here it says this car has 25 miles. So this is how you can modify the value of an attribute is using a method, and inside that method you can implement an if else condition statement. Now let's move on to the third concept of how you can modify an attribute, and that is incrementing an attribute's value through a method. Here's a method that allows us to pass this incremental amount and add that value to odometer's reading. So I'm going to use this code, place it here, and then use this. The next concept is incrementing an attribute's value through a method. Alright, for this concept, what we are going to do is we're going to add another method. Here is a method that allows us to pass the incremental amount and add that value to the odometer reading. So we need to create another method. This is how we can do this. We're going to define increment underscore odometer. As always, we'll pass self miles. Then we will define what this does. It gives amount to odometer, and then we will write the code for the incremental operation. Self dot odometer underscore reading is equal to, sorry, this plus sign will do the increment mile. So this will add value to the miles. So this plus sign will increment the value. And now we are going to create another instance that will be my underscore used underscore car. Let me just command this my underscore used underscore car equal to car, and we call it Subaru, and then Outback, and then the year that is going to be 2023. Let me just see what happens with the double click. Now we're going to print the my used underscore car dot get underscore descriptive name. Now we're going to print the value, which are going to be these, and the next thing we will do is to call the update odometer value in our new instance. My used underscore car dot update odometer, and then we put 23,500. Now we will my
car read odometer. There we have the odometer value of our used car. So here is our first instance that gives us the details of our used car, and here is the second instance that gives us the odometer value of our used car. And now we are going to create another instance, and that instance will use the increment method that we just created. So for this concept, that is how to modify an attribute using incremental method. So now we are calling that incremental method. Increment odometer, and we'll give it 100 value. And now we have my underscore used dot read odometer, and here we go. Now if I run the program, here you'll see, first of all we have the details of our car, and then we have the used car mile, then we have the new one. So our program is working perfectly fine. Now, there is another thing which the book has mentioned, is that you can easily modify this method to reject negative increments. So no one uses this function to roll back an odometer. In order to do that, we'll have to add the condition here. And we can do this by using our if else condition. So if miles are greater than equal to read, let me see what we named our odometer attribute. So it's miles odometer underscore reading self dot underscore. Then what this is going to do, this will, yes, so this will increment the value. Else we will print you cannot add negative value. So here our program is running, and we need to make a minor tweak here. Instead of using self dot odometer reading, we are supposed to use 0 here. So if I'm using 100, it should work perfectly fine. 2023 Subaru Outbreak, this car has 23,500 miles on it, and when I incremented the value by 100, it says 23,600. But what if I give it minus 100? It should execute the statement you cannot add negative value. And here it says this car has 23,500 miles on it, you cannot add negative value. This car has the same value, that is 23,500 miles on it. And the next the book says you can use methods like this to control how users of your program update values, such as an odometer reading. But anyone with access to the program can set the odometer reading to any value by accessing the attribute directly. Effective security takes extreme attention to detail in addition to basic checks like these shown here. So we added simply the if else condition, and this has improved our program a lot. So these were the three methods of modifying attributes value: by changing directly through an instance, or secondly by setting the value through a method, or thirdly incrementing the value through a method. So these are the three ways by which we can. And now let's move on to the next important concept, that is the inheritance. Alright, so now let's talk about the concept of inheritance. So in inheritance, we used old classes in our new class that is called the child class, and we can also include new things into our child class. The parent class is the old classes that we have first created. So let's read this, that will make the things clear. If the class you're writing is a specialized version of another class you wrote, you can use inheritance. When one class inherits from another, it automatically takes on all the attributes and methods of the first class. The original class is called parent class, and the new class is called child class. The child class is also free to define new attributes and methods of its own. So as I explained you earlier, old class is called parent class, and the new class is called the child class, and the new class also has the ability for new attributes. Alright. So for this, the init method for a child class. This is how the first thing Python has when creating an instance from the child class is to assign values to all attributes in the parent class. To do this, the init method for a child class needs help from its parent class. So in order to move attributes from a old class to the new class, we are going to do this. An example, let's model an electric car. An electric car is just a specific kind of car. So we can base our new electric car class on the car class we wrote earlier. Then we will only have to write code for the attributes and behavior specific to electric cars. That's right, by making a simple version of the electric car class which does everything the car class does. So let me just copy the car class that we have created earlier So we have our old class that was the car class, where we will call it the parent class. And the next thing we are going to do is we are going to create our child class. So let's do this by starting with the same way. We will write class and then name it electric car. And inside the parentheses, we will call our parent class. That is going to be the car. And now we will resume the activities like the earlier. So as we did earlier in the second line, we defined that what this new class does. It represents aspects of a car. And now we'll define a method 1, 2, 3, 4. Define init method. And in the same way, we'll pass the parameters like we did in our old class. Make, model, year, and so on. And now we will define that we are initializing the attributes of the parent class. So we are now moving the attributes of our parent class to our new class by using this function called the super dot leading underscores in it, and inside make year, make model, and year. So the super function is a special function that helps Python make connection between the parent and the child class. And just like the init method or init function, we're not supposed to do that. Right, the next thing we will do is we'll create our instance and storing it in whatever electric car company you like. So I'm using Tesla, just as the book did. Electric car, and here are the parameters of our instance. Tesla model 2016. So here we have created our instance and then stored it into a variable named as my Tesla. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to print the values. Print my underscore Tesla dot get description name parentheses, and that's it. Now we are set. Now we are all set. We used our old class with all these methods that we defined in the previous classes I taught you, and then we simply created a new child class. We then inherited the attributes of the parent class and simply created a new instance. Now look at the number of lines of code. Here is a lots of lines, but here there are only 5 lines. So now if I run it, here it says 2016 Tesla, and this is how you can inherit the attributes of the class that you have already created into a new class and add something new to it as well. Alright, so now let's move on to the next concept, that is defining attributes and methods for the child class. So by now we are only using the attributes of our old class. In this concept, we will be using and defining new attributes for our class. Defining attributes and methods for the child class. You can add any new attributes and methods necessary to differentiate the child class from the parent class. Let's add an attribute that's specific to the electric cars, a battery, for example. So we will add an attribute named as battery to our child class. So in order to do that, I'll just copy this and paste here, and then I'm going to create my attribute in the new child class. So we will use self dot battery underscore size and setting it equal to 70, just like we did with the odometer in the last concept I taught you. And we will also create a method for this battery. Describe underscore battery self print a statement describing the battery size. So this will simply print a statement about the size of the battery. So in order to do that, we'll simply type print, then start a string. This car has a string self dot battery underscore size. Then we're going to, alright, so we created a attribute and we also created the method that prints the value of this attribute. And so now I'll just simply call this method.
and I will run it. It says this car has a 70 kilowatt battery, 70 kilowatt hour battery. So this is how you can define attributes and methods for a child class. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is overriding methods from the parent class. For example, if we have a method, let's say fill gas tank, all right? To do this, you define a method in the child class with the same name as the method you want to override in the parent class. Say the class car had a method called fill underscore gas underscore tank. And here is how we can do this. So we will define car, define electric car, and inside the body we will have all the code that we created, and then this is how we simply override the method that was already present in the parent class. So we can do this by naming it the same name, gas underscore tank and parentheses. Now if I see in our old car class we had a method name define read underscore odometer, or define, okay, let me just remove this. And so we have this method, right? So we had this method, right? Define odometer, define update odometer. Similarly, if we had a method named define fill gas tank in the car classes right here, then and we want to override it, then we can simply do this by naming it with the exact same line, with the exact same name. And let's see that electric cars don't have gas tanks. Print this car doesn't need a gas tank. So again, if we had a method in the old class that is our car class, the simple class car, and we want to override it, then we can do this, and we want to override it in our new class, then we can simply do this by creating the method with the exact same name, and this will override the method already present. So if we have increment odometer, right? And we can do this by typing increment underscore odometer and then self and miles, and we can add something extra. So this is how we can, and remember that this is the old class with the old method inside. And if we want to add, and if we want to override this method in our new class, we can do this by simply initializing a new method with the same name in the child class. This will override the value of this method in the old. So I hope that you understand the concept. Python will ignore the method fill underscore gas underscore tank in the car, which is our parent class or the old class, and run this code instead, that is inside our new class or the child class. Right. So now let's move on to the next concept. That is, you will find that you are adding more and more detail to a class. For example, if we continue adding detail to the electric car class, that was our child class, we might notice that we are adding many attributes and methods specific to the car's battery. When you see this happening, we can stop and move these attributes and methods to a separate class called battery. Then we can use a battery instance as an attribute in the electric class. So we had our, let me just copy our both classes, the parent and the child one. So here is our class car, and here is our child class. And now what we are going to do, we are going to create another class, and we are going to call it battery. And then we are going to comment what this does, simple model of a battery. And then we'll define underscore init self. Now we are passing the parameters, and we are giving it default value 70. And inside we are going to create our attribute self dot battery underscore size equal to battery underscore. So now we have a new class with a new attribute, and now we're going to create a new method. Find describe underscore battery self, and inside this method we are simply printing a size describing statement. We will use print this car has a
plus string self dot battery underscore size plus kilowatt hour battery. So now we have another class. Remember that this class does not inherit anything from our old class or the one I call the parent class. And we have, because we were adding more and more attributes to our electric car class or the child class, we created a new separate class and added attributes to it. Now we can use this into our electric car one. And this is how we can do that. Just like this is how we can do this. Self dot battery equal to battery class. So we stored the battery class that we newly created into this variable self dot battery. And we can also, now if I replace this and comment this out, so this variable is being used here and we are just calling it at the end. Dot battery dot describe battery. And here if we see at the end when we are calling it, we are typing my underscore Tesla dot battery dot describe battery. And here we have the result. If we run it, it says 2016 Tesla model. This car has a 70 kilowatt hour battery. So what we did, we instead of adding more and more attributes to our child class, we simply created another class named as battery, and we utilize this battery into our child class again. So now we have three classes: the parent one, an extra battery class that has no link with the parent, and finally the child class that has links with the both. So this line at the end, this one right here, this tells Python to create a new instance of battery with a default value of 70 because we are not specifying a value, and store that instance in the battery in the self.battery. This will happen every time the init method is called. Any electric car instance will now have a battery instance created automatically. Alright, now let's add another method to our battery. So as it was going to become longer and longer, we are now utilizing the battery class again. So in this, we are adding another method to battery that reports the range of the car based on the battery size. So we will simply define a method with the get range self and prints a statement about the range this battery provides. And inside where I'm using the conditions that if the battery size is 70, then you are going to print this range, that is 240. And if or else if the side of the battery is equal to 85, then range is equal to 270. But if the battery size is 70, it will print the range is 240. And if else if the battery size is 85 kilowatt per hour, 85 kilowatt hour, then it's going to print the range 270. And then we will also print the messages. Message equal this car can go approximately the range. Message miles on a full charge. That is going to print the statement this car can go approximately the range, that it is either going to be 240 or 270, and then it's going to add that miles on a full charge. So 240 miles or 270 miles. First this statement will be executed, then this either of these values, and then this statement, and then we are printing the message. And now at the end we are calling my Tesla dot battery dot get range. That, so see, we have created this range method inside the class battery, and we are utilizing it inside the class electric car. How? Because we have stored our electric car instance inside my Tesla, and we are using my Tesla dot battery plus and dot get range method. Now if I run it, it says 2016 Tesla model. This car has a 70 kilowatt hour battery. This car can go approximately 240 miles on a full charge. Now if I change the value from 70 to 85, and if I run it, it says this car can go approximately 270 miles on a full charge. So this is how we created a new class that was separated from the parent class. Then we added a new instance. Then we added a new battery. Then we added a new attribute, created a new instance, and then again we created a new method inside the battery class. We set up conditions, printed two message values, and then we called this method inside our electric car instance in the child class. So I hope you understand this concept as well, that we don't need to just keep on writing our code inside two classes. We can create multiple classes and then utilize them inside one. So here it says, as you begin to model more and more complicated items like electric cars, you will wrestle with the interesting question is the range of an electric car a property of the battery or of the car? Or questions like, if we are only describing one car, it's possible to find to maintain the association of the method get underscore range with the battery class. But if we are describing a manufacturer's entire line of cars, we are probably want to move get range to electric car. And also this brings you to an interesting point in your growth as a programmer. When you wrestle with questions like these, we are thinking at a higher level, logical level than at a syntax focused level. You are thinking not about the Python, but about how to represent the real world in code. When you reach this point, you will realize there are often no right or wrong approaches to modeling real-world situations. Some approaches are more efficient than others, but it takes practice and to find the most efficient representative. So that was all about the concept of the inheritance. In inheritance, we studied how we can use our old class and create a new class and use the attributes of the old class. The both classes are now called parent and child class. Then we studied the defining attributes and methods for a child class, because child class can have the old attributes and we can create new attributes as well. Then we studied how we can override methods from the parent class, and we can also use instances as attributes. In that, we created a new class that was separated from the previous two classes, previous parent and child class, and we then use this third class with our child class. And we also created new attributes and used that also into our child. And then we also learned the importance of real world objects and critical thinking, that how we can implement real world problems into our coding programs and solve them and help others. Now let's move on to the next concept, importing classes. So in this concept, we will learn that how we can place all of this code into another file, and then in a new file we can only use one line of code to use our classes. So this is how we can do it. First of all, as you add more and more functionality to your classes, your files can get long, and even when you use the inheritance properly. To help, Python lets you store classes in modules and then import the classes you need into your main code. So let's see how we can import a single class. Let's create a module containing just the car class. Alright, so if you see on my VS Code window, I'm going to create a module named car.py. And inside of this, I'm going to store my parent class, that is the car one. At the top, I'm going to type parent class module, and inside I'm going to place the whole code and then run it. Now this module, the car.py, has my class car, and if I go back, I have commented out, so this file has no idea what a car class is. Now if I type from car, that is this module, import car class, so we are now importing this car class, this whole code. This has been imported into our this module, that is the object oriented programming class. And now I'll use my underscore new underscore car equal to car, and then I'm going to pass the parameters OD for 2016, and then I'm going to print my underscore new dot get descriptive name, and there you go. And also I'm going to use the methods my underscore new car is again dot orometer equal to 23 my underscore reader. Now if you see this, there are a lot of lines of code, right? But here we are only left with 3 to 4 or 5 lines of code. Now if I run it, it's executing perfectly. 2016 Audi A4 model, this car has 23 miles. So we have successfully imported a single class from another module. We first created a module, we placed our class inside and named it as car.py. Then we imported this module from car import car into this module, and then we utilized or performed operation using this class. Now the next concept is we can store multiple classes inside a module, storing multiple classes in a module. And here you can store as many classes as you need in a single module,
although each class in a module should be related somehow. So we know that our electric car, our glass battery, they are related to this class somehow. So I'm first of all going to uncomment this, copy these and paste them here. So we now have electric car class here, battery class here, and as well the car class here. And now again I'll import these classes from that module, from car module, by typing from car import electric car. We now have the access to the class electric car, right? And now I'm going to create the instance. My Tesla is equal to electric car Tesla model N 2016. The next thing is my underscore Tesla. Now I'm going to print it. Print my underscore Tesla dot get descriptive name. Now we are going to print this instance, and then we will also make use of the battery class. Battery get dot describe battery. The next one we have my underscore Tesla dot battery dot get range. Now if I run my program, oops, we got an error. Error is I didn't test this. What the error is? The error says, oops, we didn't run this code. Alright, now we're good to go. Make sure when you place the code for the new classes here, you run this file. Now inside I am calling the electric car class, and also I'm making use of the battery methods. Now if I run it, again giving the error. Alright, so it's running fine. This car can go approximately 270 miles on a full charge. This car has a 85 kilowatt hour battery, 2016 Tesla model. So we have now imported multiple classes and also made our program to run. So this is how you can make use of multiple classes inside a module. As we have stored multiple classes on a module, in this way we can import the multiple classes into our module as well. You can import as many classes as you need into a program if we want to make a regular car and an electric car in the same file. We need to import both classes, car and electric car. So for this, we are importing both the classes. First of all, I will write car, import the car class and the electric car class, right? Then I'm going to create my first instance, my Beetle equal car into Volkswagen Beetle 2016. And then I'm going to print this instance that I just created. Now I will create another instance for using my second class, that is the electric car. Now I'll make use, and now I'll use my second class, that is the electric car, and type my underscore and create a new instance. My underscore Tesla equal to electric car Tesla Roadster 2016, and this should be a string. This can be a number. All right, now I'm going to print this as well. Print my underscore Tesla dot get underscore descriptive underscore name, and that's it. Electric car. I think I named it right. So this is supposed to be this electric car here and electric car. All right, think we're good to go. We have imported two classes now, and we created two different instances from two different classes. Now if I run it, it says Volkswagen Beetle and 2016 Tesla Roadster. So two different instances from two different classes. That is how the concept of importing multiple classes from a module can be understood. All right, the next concept is importing an entire module. All right, so let's place it here and name it importing entire module. You can also import an entire module and then access the classes you need using dot notation. This approach is simple and results in code that is easy to read, because every call that creates an instance of a class includes the module name. You won't have naming conflicts with any names used in the current class. So we'll simply type import car, and we have all the classes present here. The electric car class, battery class, and the parent class, that is the car one. By simply typing import car, we imported all of those classes. And now again, if I copy this code and paste it here and I run it, it should work perfectly fine. Import car. The thing what you are going to do is you are going to include the name of the module and add the dot notation. So car dot this whole. And same for this one. We are going to include the name of the module car and add the dot notation. So this is how we can import the entire module and then access the individual class. Run it, running completely fine. 2016 Volkswagen Beetle, 2016 Tesla Roadster. Now, now let's move on to the next concept, that is importing all classes from a module. Importing all classes from a module. You can import every class from a module using the following syntax. From module name static. So if I type from car import static. So now I will be able to import all of these classes by simply typing from car import all the classes inside. But this method is not recommended for two reasons. The first thing is if you accidentally import a class with the same name as something else in your program file, you can create errors that are hard to diagnose. And if you need to import many classes from a module, you are better off importing the entire module and using the module name.class name syntax, which is the last concept that we just discussed. And the second thing is you won't see all the classes used at the top of the file, but you will see clearly where the module is used in the program. We'll also avoid the potential naming conflicts that can arise when you import every class in a module. So instead of importing all classes from a module using this statement, it's better to import an entire module and then using the dot notation, you access those classes. Now let's move on to the next concept, that is importing module into a module. Let me command this out. Importing module into a module. Sometimes you'll want to spread out your classes over several modules to keep any one file from going too large and avoid storing unrelated classes in the same module. When you store your classes in several modules, you may find that a class in one module depends on a class in another module. When this happens, you can import the required class into the first module. So for example, let's store the car class in one module and the electric car and battery car in a separate module. So we have car class. Now I'll simply remove my electric car class from here and the battery class. Now the car module only has my car class. Now let me create another module that will have electric underscore car underscore detail dot py, or I can simply name it shortly to electric underscore car. And here I can paste my other two classes, that is the class electric car and the class the battery. If I run this and run this, both of these have been stored. And now I can show you that how we can import a module into module. So first of all, I will from car import car. Now we have access to the first class. All right. And now we can access the electric underscore car import electric car. All right. So from one module, I imported the car class, and from another module, I imported electric. And we have our first module, my underscore beetle equal to car, and obviously I'm going to create these two instances that I have already created. I'm just simply going to copy them and paste them here again. So if I run my program, I need to remove these two because I am not importing a module now. I am importing modules and then classes from them. So if I think I mixed this statement. Just need to remove the dot notation and just make use of the module into a module. Now if I run it, one more thing we need to update is that we need to write this statement from car import car. We are importing this module into our class battery and class cars, and then we have these two, the class module separate, the battery and electric car module is separate. These two are separate, and then we have inside we imported the car module and then electric car module that has also the battery in. I will run it. It's running completely fine. We have 2016 Volkswagen 2016 test. Now we are working with three different modules. Module 1 parent class, module 2 with the child class, and a module 3 where we are importing both modules into this module. Here it says at one we import car from its module and electric car from its. Here it's reduced to two line of code from other classes where there is huge amount of. And now here is a great advice from the author of the book. As you can see, Python gives you many options for how to structure code in a large project. It's important to know all the possibilities so you can determine the best way to organize your projects as well as understand other people's projects. When you are starting out, keep your code structure simple. Try doing everything in one file and moving your classes to separate points. Once everything is working, if you like how modules and files interact, try sorting your classes in modules when you start a project. Find an approach that lets you write code that works and go from. That's it about the importing class. And that's it about the concept of importing. Now let's move on to the final topic about the object-oriented programming, that is the Python standard library. The Python standard library is a set of modules included with every Python installation that we will be using in the future while installing. We import those modules and use in our project. Here is an example where we are importing a dictionary and we are importing a module that is of ordered dictionary. What this allows us to take two benefits. This is a great class to be aware of because it combines the main benefits of lists, retaining your original order, with the main feature of dictionaries, connecting pieces of information. So we imported this ordered dictionary class, we stored it in the favorite languages, and then we have this dictionary, right? By using this class, we have ordered dictionary at the end. So this is the benefits of the class, because usually when we use dictionary, they are not ordered, and in list we don't have the details. So it combines the benefits of both. We have the order from lists and details from dictionary, and the both are combined. Next one, it says you can also download modules from external sources. You will see a number of these examples in our project in part 2 in projects where we will need external modules to complete each project. All right, for the people who made it to here, I'll be including, I'll start the project from the next class. There will be 5 projects at least. All right, styling classes. Classes name should be written in camel caps. To do this, capitalize the first letter of each word in the name and don't use the underscore. Instance and module names should be written in lowercase with the underscore between words. Every class should have a docstring immediately following the class definition. You can use blank lines to organize the code, but don't use them excessively. You can use one blank line between methods. And the next thing is, if you need to import module from standard library and a module that you wrote, try importing the standard module first. So these are some styling class, some instruction for styling the class. And here is a summary what we learned. In this chapter, you learned how to write your own classes. You learned how to store information in the class and how to write methods that give you classes the behavior they need. You learn to write init methods that create instances from your classes with exactly attributes you want. You saw how to modify the attributes of an instance directly and through modules. You learned that inheritance can simplify the creation of classes that are related to each other, and you learned to use instances of one class as attributes in another class to keep each class simple. You saw how storing classes in modules and importing classes you need into the file where they'll be used can keep your projects organized. You started learning about the Python standard library, and you saw an example based on the ordered dictionary class from the collection modules. Finally, you learned to style your own classes using Python convention. So I hope you learned a lot about the object-oriented programming and importing classes and styling and standard library. Now the main thing is doing the practice. Do practice, find problems to solve, and that will make you able enough to implement real-world problems into the Python, such as controlling a robot and animating different projects and so on. And yeah, that's it from me from today's class. I'll see you in the next class where I'll be teaching you about creating projects, and I'll create at least 5 projects. We have completed the basics of the Python, and I have created like 15 lectures on that. And now we will be building projects. So I'll start with the small projects and then take you to the advanced one. This is a small program to remove background of an image. So for this, first of all, you are going to need these libraries, which are remove background, easy GUI, and PIL. So for that, you're just going to come to a terminal window and install these libraries such as pip install, remove background, easy GUI, and hit enter. You see it says requirement already satisfied, but for you it will download the data and install these libraries. Alright, so now the next part of the program is to import these libraries. So first of all, we are going to import remove background. So for that, we will use from remove background import remove. So what this does, this helps us to remove image background, right? And the next thing we are going to need is easy GUI. What easy GUI does is that first let me import easy GUI. It provides a simple graphical user interface. The easy GUI provides us simple graphical user interface. And the next thing we are going to need is pill. What pill does is that it's used in image processing and manipulation. From pill import image. And now we will write our code. So for this, first of all, we are going to open a dialog box that will select our file. So open a dialog box for selecting a image. For that, we will use input path equal to easygui dot file open box and inside title equal to select file. So we are using easygui to open a dialog box, and we also selecting an image file, storing it into this variable named as input path. The next thing we are going to do, we are going to select after removing the background where we will store our image. So we will open a dialog box for saving our image. For that, we will type output path equal to easygui dot file save box and inside title equal to save file to this location. And now we will manipulate our image using pill. For that, we will select this variable which has our image stored. So we are going to apply pill on our selected image. So for this, use input equal to image dot open input path. And now this line of code will remove the background. So removing background, we will use output. We have created output variable. And now we are using remove function on our input variable. And the last step is we will save the output image by using output.save method. So if I run my program, here you can see the easy GUI has opened this box and asking us to select the image. Now I'll go to my files and select the image I want to remove the background. So I will select this. And now again, the easy GUI is asking us for the location to save the file. Here, rename your file and add the extension elon underscore without background dot png. Save it, and you can see it has successfully saved. Now if I go to my files, open projects, project one, and here you can see it has removed the background. Here are some white on the edges, but it has done an amazing work. So yeah, that was a small project, and we will be building at least 5 projects. So this is the first one, a small project, but it does a very good job. So yeah, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel.
Welcome to the second project of the Python course. In this project, we will be merging PDF files. So let's get started. This PyPDF2 allows us to read, write, and manipulate PDF files. So it allows us to read, write, and manipulate PDF files. The next thing we are going to do is to create a list of the PDF files that we are going to merge. So PDF underscore files equal to first.pdf, second.pdf, and third.pdf. So this list has our PDF files. So I created a list of PDF files. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to create an object called merge. Create merge object. So merger is equal to pypdf2 dot pdf merger and these parentheses. So we have created our object. Now we are going to loop through PDF list. So we will use the for loop. So we will write for, and then we will create a variable file name in PDF files. This for loop
will pick one by one these PDFs, first PDF, second PDF, third, and store them into a file name. The next thing we are going to do is now we are going to open these files with open file name and as RBS files. RB because we are reading as binary read. Why? The reason is our PDFs are not only text, they have images as well. In order to reading those images, we will be using binary read. The next thing we are going to do is create PDF reader object. For that, write PDF underscore reader is equal to pypdf2 dot PDF reader parentheses, and inside we are going to give the files that we have created while opening with file name and binary read as files. We are going to include those files here. And the next thing we are going to do is appending the PDF files. For that, we're going to use merger, the object that we created earlier, then use a method called append. Dot append, and inside we have PDF reader, the PDF reader the object we created just before this. I have shown you how to use these methods such as append, add, remove in my previous classes which you can check. And now we are saving those merged PDFs. Merger.write, and we are going to name whatever we like. So I'm going to name final underscore merged.pdf. The next thing we are going to close the object that we created. So for that we're going to write merger.close and parentheses. So first of all we imported PyPDF, then we created a list of the PDFs, then we created merged PDF object, and then at the fourth place we created the for loop that is going to pick one by one those PDF files and store them in file name. Then we open those stored files with using open and open them as read binary. Why? Because we our text have our PDFs have images, so that's why we use read binary. And then we created another object PDF underscore reader, and then at the end we appended those PDFs. I've run my program. Here you see on the left of my VS Code window, a new PDF has emerged as file underscore merged. Now if I open my file explorer and open file underscore merged PDF, here you can see the first PDF, here is the second PDF with the images, and here is the third PDF with the drops and more images. So we learned about PyPDF2 file, we used for loop, then we merged PDF and closed up. So hope you learned something new in this project, and make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel.
Welcome to the Python course. This is the project 3 of the Python course which I'm teaching to the beginners. We have created 2 small projects now, and this is the third one which I also found quite interesting. That was recording your voice using Python. So for this we are going to use 2 libraries. First is PyAudio and the second one is Wave. So we're going to use import PyAudio, and this is something you're not going to find pre-installed, so you have to install it using pip install PyAudio. And the second library, that is import Wave. So I'll explain what these 2 libraries do. So before that, I'll explain what these 2 libraries do, but before that you need to install this using pip install PyAudio and Wave and hit enter. As for me, it says already requirement already satisfied, as I used them and installed them earlier for teaching. So just install them using pip install PyAudio and Wave. So what PyAudio library does? PyAudio library is used for recording, playback, real-time audio process, and the Wave is used for reading and writing Wave files, and it is also used for manipulating data and retrieve audio metadata such as width, frame rate, and number of channels. Alright, so we have imported these 2 libraries that we are going to use for recording the voice. The next thing we are going to do is create an instance PyAudio to handle audio input and output. So in order to do that, we'll use audio equal to PyAudio audio dot by audio, an instance for audio input output handling. Alright, so the next thing we are going to do, we are going to open an audio stream for recording using Pi audio. So we are going to do what? We are going to open audio stream for recording using Pi audio. So for this, I'm going to start with stream equal to audio.open, and inside we are going to take lots of parameters such as format, which I'll explain what this does, equal to Pi audio dot pa int 16 bits. And the next thing we are going to include is channels, that we will be using one channel, and I'll explain what this does. Similarly, we will set the rate to 44,100 Hz, and we are going to set input to true. And the next thing is frames underscore per buffer underscore buffer equal to 1024. So now what each of these parameters do. So for what the format does is that set to Pi audio 16 for 16-bit integer format. This determines how much audio sample is encoded. 16-bit provides a good balance between audio quality and file size. So format, what format does, it determines how much audio sample is encoded. So we have 16-bit, which is 16-bit is a good balance between audio quality size. The 16-bit is a good balance between audio quality and size. Alright, the next thing is the channels. We are using one channel. This means that we are recording from one audio source. So let me just comment this. Channel 1 means we are recording from one source. Alright, the next thing is rate. Why we have set the rate to 44,000. This is a standard audio sampling rate that captures frequencies to 22,000. That covers the full human range. So rate equal to 44,100 is a standard rate that captures frequencies up to 22,050 Hz, which covers full range of human hearing. Alright, the next thing is the input. Why is it set to true? The input is set to true to enable input recording. This tells Python we want to capture audio, not play. So input is equal to true tells Python we want to record audio, not play it. So this is just like a button. We turn it on and the fan starts to move. Exactly the same. We turn on and it tells Python that we are recording. Next thing and the last thing is frames per buffer. The frames per buffer is 1024. This determines how many audio samples are processed at a time, and 1024 is a common value that's balanced between latency and processing time. So what is frames buffer? Frames per buffer is equal to 1024 because it's a balance between latency and processing efficiency. And what it does is that how many audio samples are being processed. So format audio by 16. This is a balance between good audio quality and size. This tells us that we're recording from one source. This covers the human hearing range, and this tells that we are recording, not playing the audio. And the frame buffer tells us that it's a good balance between processing and latency latency. Alright, so the next thing is we're going to create an empty list to store the recorded audio. So we are going to use frames equal to an empty list. What this does is that an empty list that stores recorded audio data. Alright, now let's move on to the next thing, that is print. We're going to print the instruction to stop the program. Print that \n recording now. Alright, it's recording now. And the next thing we're going to add is that \n and again \n. Press Ctrl plus C to stop recording. That is \n. Is it a backward slash or a forward slash thing? It's a forward slash. Well, whatever. And the next thing, what this does, it prints message for the user. It prints the message that we are now recording, and press Ctrl C to stop the recording. Alright, here starts the remaining main part of the program. And now we start the recording process. Start recording the process, that is try. Here I am using try except. Alright, so I have taught you in the class 13 about the exception handling. This is exactly that we use try and except to handle exceptions and errors, and we can still make our program run even if our code has errors. So we're going to use a try, and then inside we are going to start a loop. That is, while true, you are going to get the data, that is stream.read, and inside we have 1024. The next thing what you are going to do, that you are going to remove this data from here and store it inside the frames list that was empty earlier. Append data. So this should be used as a method here. This loop will help record continuously. So loop for recording continuous. This reads 1024 samples from audio stream. Alright, and what this does, this adds recorded data to empty frames list. And the next we are going to make use of the accept block. What that will do, that will be used when the person presses the Control plus C to stop the recording. So we will type accept keyboard interrupt and pause. So what this will do, let me comment on this as well. This will run if user presses Control plus C. So this is an exception that has occurred, because normally this thing is occurring, but suddenly someone presses Control plus C, and this will be executed. And after that, what we are going to do, we will close the stuff, because we have now recorded and we are now closing up. So now what we will do, we will use stream dot stop underscore stream, and here stream dot close. So what this is doing, this is obviously stopping and closing the audio stream. So it's like cleaning up. All right. So the next thing we are going to do is terminate the Pi audio instance. So we created the Pi audio instance here, right? Now we are going to terminate it. How? This is how we are going to terminate it, using audio dot termination, audio dot terminate, and here I'm going to comment that terminating Pi audio instance. But now here is the cool part. We will now save the data that we have recorded. How? We're using the wave library. So this is where the wave library comes into play. The sound underscore file is equal to wave dot open my recording dot wave, right? This is how it is going to be named as. And then we are going to use WP. So here the W is used for writing and B is for using the binary. Why? Because the wave data requires it, because it may contain a binary audio data. This is necessary for wave files which contain binary audio data, and W is used for writing. All right, and what this line of code is actually doing, this is opening a new wave file for writing the recorded audio. Now we are going to set the parameters for what our final file will have. So we are going to set the parameters for our wave file. So this is how we are going to do. Sound underscore file dot set n channels 1. Here we set the channel to one channel. The next thing we are going to do, we are going to use sound file dot set sample width equal to audio dot get underscore sample size into pi audio dot pa in 16-bit. And here what it did, it set the sample to 16-bit. Now sound file dot set frame rate into 44,100. This will set frame to 44,100 hertz. Now what we are going to do, we are going to write the recorded data to wave file. How? We're going to use sound underscore file dot write frames b and join frames. So what is happening here is that we are using bytes and then we are joining the frames. So we are getting bytes and then we joining the frames. Frames is the list that has our audio data. And then finally we're going to close the wave file. And the next thing is sound underscore file dot close. And at the end, we are going to print a message that indicate the recording has been saved. Print the message for recording saved. So we're going to print the recording is saved in the same folder as the script is. And thank you for using this recorder. All right. So now we have the whole code here. First of all, we use two libraries, then we created an instance, then we started the stream with these parameters, then we created an empty list, then we use the try except block. Try has a loop that runs continuously, and then the except is used for the exception that if someone stops recording pressing Ctrl+C. Then we just stop the recording process by stopping the stream and closing it. Then we terminate the audio instance, and then we make use of the wave library for writing our recording into wave. Then we set the parameters, we set the channels one, we set the sample width using pi audio to 16 bits, as I mentioned earlier. That's a balanced value, and same for the frequency. We set it to 44,000 for the human range, and then we joined the frames by utilizing B for bytes and join for joining the frames. And then we close the WAV file. And at the end, we have printing message that recording has been saved. Now, if I run my program, it says it's recording. So make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and you can learn from me about the Python programming. Now let's hear the recording by pressing Control and Control+C. Alright, so we got an error. What does the error say? The error says terminate. So we made, yes, here should be terminate. Should be samp instead of sample. Oh my god, we decided to wavy instead of wave. Let's run this again. Alright people, like the video, subscribe to this channel, and make as many mistakes as you can so you can learn new things. And yeah, let's just hear how it goes. And here if we hear this one. Alright people, like the video, subscribe to this channel, and make as many mistakes as you can so you can learn new things. And yeah, let's just hear how it goes. Alright people, that was our project 3 on voice recording. I'll see you in the next class.
Welcome to the Python course. This is the project 4, and in this we will be building an AI chatbot without paying any key such as OpenAI key or any other API. So for doing that, you need to follow these steps. First of all, you are going to need Ollama. When you go to the official website, you can download it from Mac OS, Linux, or Windows. I will be downloading for the Windows. Then I'll open the setup, and I'll just simply install it by clicking on the install button. As I've already installed it, so I'm going to skip. The next step is we are going to check requirements and terminal window if Ollama is running. So open your command prompt and type Ollama. If it has installed correctly, you are going to see these options. The next thing we are going to do, we are going to use pull to pull a model from the registry. So if you go to the README on GitHub about the Ollama, you are going to see lots of models. Here you can see Llama 3, which I'm going to use, that is 4.7 GBs. And here are some requirements. The note says that you should have at least 8 GB of RAM available to run the 7B models, 16 GB RAM to run the 13B models, and 32 GB RAM to run the 33B models. So I'm going to use Llama 3, 8 billion parameters, and 4.7 GB of size. So here on the command prompt, you are going to type Ollama pull Llama 3. It will download and install the Llama 3, but it will depend on your internet speed. For me, it has already installed, so I'm now going to move on to the next step. The next step is step 4, which is to open VS Code and install required libraries. I have opened a new Python file. Required libraries are LangChain, Ollama, and Ollama. For me, all of these are already installed. So for me, it's saying a request already fulfilled. And for you, make sure that pip is installed. If not, just look up on the internet how to install pip. Now let's move on to the next step. So in step file, we'll write template, import libraries, and write code for the AI chatbot function. So let's start importing the required libraries. From LangChain _Ollama import Ollama LLM. Importing Olama language model. From langchain underscore core dot prompts import chat prompt template. So we are importing chat prompt template here that will be utilized while combining model and the prompt. So here is our template equal to inverted commas, answer the question. Here are the previews, here are the previous conversations, parentheses, context. Questions, parentheses, questions, answer. So for context and questions, we are going to write code in the below lines. And this template will be passed to the model as a prompt. Now we will be creating an instance of all Llama language model. Here we will specify the model to Llama 3. This will initialize the AI model that generate the response. So model is equal to all Llama LLM model equal to Llama 3. So we specify the model to Llama 3. And the next thing we are going to do is create a chat prompt template object from the defined template. This will allow us to easily format our prompt with different inputs. Prompt equal to chat prompt template dot from underscore template, the template that we have wrote above. The next step we are going to do, we are going to create a chain by combining the prompt that we have written and the model that we specify. This chain will take the formatted prompt and pass it to the model for processing. So chain equal to prompt that we have written, this straight line and the model. So this has changed our prompt with the model. Alright, the next thing we are going to do is create a function that will have a loop that will handle the conversations. So we'll start with define handle underscore conversation parenthesis colon. So what is happening here is that we will initialize an empty context string to store the conversation history. This will be updated with each interaction to provide context to the AI. Context equal to empty string. This will store our conversation history. The next thing we are going to do is print welcome and instructions. Print parenthesis slash n welcome to the AI chatbot. This slash n divides us the print statement to the next line. Again, print slash n type exit to quit the program. Again, here slash n will divide the line and print it to the next line below the welcome to the AI chatbot line. Alright, now we'll start an infinite loop for instructions so our conversation can keep on going instead of just one line. So while true colon get user information. User underscore input is equal to input, enter your question. This is just taking the input from the user, but will be a continuous. The next thing is check if the user wants to exit. If the user types exit case sensitive, the loop will quit. For that, we are going to set up the condition that if user input that if someone enters exit, the loop will break. The next thing we are going to do is invoke the chain with the current context and user input. This sends the user's question and conversation history to the AI model. So for this, we're going to set result equal to chain dot invoke. So we are invoking and inside context, the context that we have set up above. And the next thing is question that is always the user input. The next thing we are going to print the AI chatbot's response. For that, we're going to simply set up print inside bot. It's just a string. You can name it whatever you bought. I just wrote it bot. You can write AI chatbot. And the next thing is the result. The result is just the line above. The next thing is we are going to update the context with new interactions. This adds the current exchange to the conversation history. So the new question pops up, the new uh, statement will be printing on the screen. So for that, context is equal to, we are using f string, f inverted commas, slash n user and inside the user input.
The next thing is slash n. This will break and print the statement in the next line. And that will be the result of our AI chatbot. And finally, at the end, we're going to set up a condition that conversation only starts when a script is being run directly. So for that, I'm going to set up if underscore underscore name is equal to main, and below is handle underscore conversation parentheses. So this condition shows that whenever the main is being run directly, you should only run or start the program. All right, so if I run my program, then ask it, how are you doing? All right, so if I got an error. Why? Because I wrote questions instead of question in our template. So now let's run it again. And here's the response. The response is, I'm doing great, and here the rest you can read. Now I'm going to respond it by saying I am good. And the bot responded, that's wonderful to hear. Then it said, so what's been the highlight of your day or week so far? Anything exciting happening in your life that you like to share? I'm all ears and happy to listen. Then I'm going to ask it to create a program in Python for calculating Earth's radius. Or it's after waiting for some time, it responded, and here it says here is a Python program to calculate Earth's radius. But it's also asking me, before you dive into Python program, can I ask what's been exciting in your life lately? I mean, this is really weird because I don't know why it's asking this. But anyways, it has calculated the Earth's radius. We have the formula for the radius, that is circumference divided by math dot pi, the functions that it has created, and we have 6,371 kilometers, the radius of the Earth. And I am going to respond, okay, thanks for your help. I am doing good now. And it responded again, you're welcome. I'm glad I could assist you with the Python program. And it also responded that, oh, so it seems you are doing well, which is wonderful. And this is all about creating a chatbot locally without paying any key to any API such as the OpenAI. And yeah, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Next thing, I'm going to show Elon Musk, and here you can see it quickly detected that Elon Musk face. Welcome to the Python course. We have learned Python basics, we have built 4 projects, and now we will build our last project, that is the facial recognition system. In this project, you will learn a lot of different things. Here are some steps you need to follow. First thing you are going to need is Visual Studio. For that, just go to Google and type Visual Studio, and you will come to this website. Just download the community version, that is free. And after downloading, just start the setup. You will see a lot of different options to install, but all you need is desktop development with C++. And after that, open your VS Code. Then you are going to install and import below libraries, that is face recognition, CMake, OpenCV Python, CSV, datetime, and NumPy. Now let's move on to the step 2, that is import library. First of all is import face recognition. This library gives us face detection and recognition capability. The next library is import CV2. OpenCV allows us to do computer vision tasks. The next thing is import NumPy as NP. So NP is market standard, so you can name it whatever you want, but I always encourage to use the market standards, that is NP, and you will see another library pandas for that, it's PD. So import NumPy as NP. This allows us to do numerical operations. The next thing is import CSV. CSV is comma separated values that is used for reading and writing CSV files. The next thing is import datetime as datetime. This will allow us to get the date and the time. All right, the next thing we are going to do is start the rest of the program. So for that, first of all, is to initialize video capture. For that, video underscore capture is equal to CV2, that is the OpenCV, and it has a method video capture. And we are setting the value 0. Why? The 0 refers to default camera,
usually the built-in webcam of your laptop. So we have utilized the first library, that is the OpenCV. The next thing we are going to do is load the known images. For that, I'm going to do data variable hamad underscore image is equal to library face recognition dot load underscore image underscore file, that its method, and inside we are going to fill hamad dot png. So I have both of the images. Here is my image, and the second one I am using is of the Elon Musk. So make sure that both of these images are in the same directory where you are writing this project's code. So I have project 5 file and the Hamad and Elon Musk image in the same directory. The next thing we are going to create are encodings. Encodings are numerical representation of the facial features. So we are going to get the numbers of the facial features. So Hamad underscore encodings is equal to the same library, that is face underscore recognition. And if you press dot, you will get this method face encodings. And inside we are loading the image that we previously imported, and we are setting the value to 0. So this creates a face encoding for Hamad. So it took my image and converted it into numbers. The next thing we are going to do is Elon underscore image, the same step that we did for Hamad image, face underscore recognition dot load underscore image underscore file, and inside Elon dot png. The next thing is to create the encodings. Elon underscore encodings is equal to face underscore recognition dot face underscore encodings, and inside we have Elon image, and again 0 for the default value. So the use of 0 here is that we are setting the Python to give us the first image and probably the only image of the video stream. The next thing we are going to do is create a list to store noun face encodings and their names. So noun underscore encode face encodings is equal to Hamad underscore encodings and Elon encodings. The next thing is noun face underscore names is equal to Hamad underscore image and Elon underscore image. So these values are just the lines of code that we have wrote above. We are storing them inside these two lists. The next thing we are going to create a copy of noun names. We will remove them from this list as we work through and mark them present. So students is equal to noun underscore face underscore names dot copy. So we are using one of the list that we created above, face underscore encodings list and face underscore names list. From those two lists, we are using one, that is the face underscore names, and we are just making a copy of it. And we will be using it to mark the attendance on our sheet. The next thing is, hope you understand the concept. Now we move on to the next concept, that is initialize empty list for storing face locations and encodings in each frame. For that, we are just taking two empty strings, face underscore locations, and another is face underscore encodings, that is also an empty list. The, the next thing we are going to do is get the current date to store in the CSV file. So for that, we are going to create current underscore date equal to datetime dot now. This is the same library that we imported at the top, and then dot strf time, and inside we are going to fill percentage year dash percentage month percentage day. So this will give us, or we will be able to extract the current date. The next thing is open a SVS file to write the attendance. So for that, we are going to use f is equal to open, and inside we are using a f string. So the method to write f string is f inverted commas and inside the current date that we just extracted from the one line code above, and then dot csv. The next argument is a plus. The a plus allows to append the file or create a new one. And the third thing is new line is equal to empty string. So a hope you understand that we are creating this to
OpenSCS file to write the attendance, and here A plus allows us to append the file or create new one. The next thing is ln writer is equal to csv dot writer app. So this ln writer or line writer, we are writing the attendance. All right, now let's move to the main part of the program. That is this main processing loop here while true, and inside first thing we are writing is underscore, and the second argument is frame is equal to video underscore capture dot read. And here what's going on here is that we are capturing a single frame from the stream. So when the camera will record the video, it will uh, capture a frame from that stream. The next thing is small underscore frame. We are doing this for resizing. In order to do that, taking it equal to cv2 dot resize, first argument is frame, the second argument is 00, and then we are setting up the size file, that is 0.25 for the x, and fy is equal to 0.25, that is the one fourth value. So resizing frame to the one-fourth value for faster face recognition. The next thing we are going to do is converting from image BGR color, which our OpenCV library uses, to RGB color, which face recognition library uses. For doing that, we are going to do is RGB underscore small underscore frame is equal to cv2 dot cvt color. First argument is small frame, that is the frame that we have captured, and we converted its value to lower size, and the second argument is obviously cv2 dot color bgr to RGB. So we are going from one type of color to the other one using this RGB underscore small frame. The next thing we are going to do is finding all face locations and encodings in the current frame. For doing that, we are going to create face locations variable and setting it equal to face underscore recognition dot face underscore locations. And here we are going to give RGB underscore small underscore frame. That is the second line of this while true loop. The second thing is face encodings. In order to do that, we are going to use face recognition dot face encodings. And here RGB underscore small underscore frame. The second thing is face locations. So we are finding all the face locations and encodings in the current time using these two lines. Now move on to the next thing, that is we are going to make use of the for loop. For that, what we are doing is that loop through each face found in the frame. So in this for loop, we have for the variable face underscore encoding in face encoding. So we created a new variable that will get the face different face encodings and store it in the face encoding. And then we are going to compare the faces with our known faces. For that, we're going to create a variable matches is equal to face underscore recognition dot compare faces. And here noun underscore face encodings with the face encoding. So we created a line for comparing the faces. The next thing we are going to do is calculate how closely face matches our known faces. For that, we are going to create a variable face distances, and setting is equal to face underscore recognition dot, I mistakenly wrote here days distance, that I will correct just after completing this loop. And inside parentheses, I have noun underscore facing encodings and face encodings. So we created the matches variable for comparing the faces. Secondly, we created face distances, and the third thing we are going to include is that find the known face with the closest match. So best underscore match underscore index is equal to np dot argmin, that, and inside we are going to place face distances, that is the line above. So NP is the NumPy library that we imported, and arg minimum is that the minimum distance. So we have the numerical values that we are comparing, so that we have the minimum difference between those numerical values. In this way, we'll find the closest match. The next thing is we are going to set up a condition that if the above loop worked fine, then you are going to enter in this condition that if we found a match, then set up a condition that if matches, and inside best underscore match underscore index,
Then you are going to set name is equal to noun underscore face names and inside pass underscore match underscore index. Then we are going to set up some parameters for OpenCV. So this will what we will do when it recognizes the face, it is going to print a text on the screen. So that first of all we are going to set up a font. Font is equal to CV2, that is the OpenCV library dot font underscore Hershey underscore simplex. So we are using Hershey simplex font. The next thing is bottom left corner of the text is equal to 10, 100. So this is the value for the position. The next thing is scale. We are setting font scale to 1. Then we are setting font color to 250 watt 00. That will RGB. That will give us the black color. The next thing is thickness that we are setting to 3. The line type is equal to 2. You can modify these values and see what comes uh, into your program, the result of your program. And now we are going to add the text to the image to show what is present. So for that, cv2.putText and include these values: frame, name, and plus a string that will set present. And the next thing is bottom left corner of the text, font scale, thickness, and the line type that we have just created in this condition statement. The next thing is what if the person hasn't been marked present yet. So we compared and found the match. We set up a condition that you need to print present. And the next thing is we are going to fill the attendance sheet. For that, if name is students and then students dot remove name, removing the name from absent students list. The next thing is now is equal to date time dot now. And the next thing is obviously the current date that we are going to get using now dot strf time and hour, month, hour, percentage minute, and percentage second. The next thing we are going to write the attendance time and then writer dot write row, and inside we are going to give two arguments: the name of the person that we recognized, and the second thing is the current time, writing name and time to csv. The next thing we are going to do is display resulting image with annotations. So cv2 dot I am show attendance and then the frame that we wrote in the while true loop. The next thing is checking if Q is pressed exit loop. So if attendance is done and we want to quit the program, we're going to do this while the stream is being displayed on the screen. We will simply press Q and it will quit. So if cv2 dot wait and we're going to pass 1 and 0xff, that is the hexadecimal check, is equal to that in ord and inside q. So what is happening here is that waste key is waiting and gives a 32-bit number. We only need 8-bit from that. In order to get that, we will use the hexadecimal 0ff to check 8 digits from the wait key. And the next thing is break. The break will only execute when the 32 numbers that we will get from the wait key will be used with the help of 0ffx, that are the 8 digits number from those 32 digits, and we will compare them with the queue that will uh, be pressed by the person. So if the condition is fulfilled, the break will be executed. And the final steps are cleaning up the things by releasing webcam and closing all open CV windows. So video capture dot release, we are releasing the video capture, and then CV2 destroy all windows. We are stopping all the processing by the OpenCV library. And you can see it quickly detected my face and said Hamad is present. Next thing I'm going to show Elon Musk, and here you can see it quickly detected that Elon Musk face.
Alright, so that was this project of building a attendance system. But I made some mistake that you will also encounter. Right, so the first error I got was here. I was passing face encodings in the plural, but it should be face encoding only. Earlier it was like this, face encoding, but it should be face encoding. The next issue was while importing the datetime. I wrote earlier import datetime as datetime, but it should be from datetime import datetime. So it should be like this, from datetime import data. The next error I cv2 destroy all windows, and here should be these parentheses. This it should be like this, but earlier I mistakenly left it like this. So it should be like this. The next error I got was noun faces and underscore names. I included the images instead of the string of the names. So what I did wrong was I included here underscore images earlier, but it should be like this: simply string, Hamad string and Elon string. The next problem I encountered was it should be face distance instead of days distance. So here, while calculating how closely face matches our noun faces, I mistakenly wrote here days distance like this, but it should be face distance. So yeah, make sure to fix these errors and you will be able to run this program successfully.
If you have made it this far, then congratulations. You have learned Python basics. You learned about methods, data structures, and you also created 5 projects. Now, the next thing for you will be is to make more practice, build more projects, and get stronger grip on Python. And I hope you create value for other people's. You solve their problems with this. You help others, and they help you. And I wish you good luck.